It's been a minute, and I know that I'm not really trying to go back. I want a chance to maybe start a new life with you. Maybe change your view. I'm not that same guy you know. I'm older now, I'm sober now, patient enough to hold you now, strong enough to not let you down, empathetic enough to not let you drown. In the tears that built over the years, while you were alone, facing your fears. I know I caused some of those tears. Wish I could go back and erase those years, but all I can do is show you I'm here and give you the love you should have had. Make up for the times I made you sad. I ain't asking you forget the past. Just give me a chance to make this last. They say if it's real, it'll come back. I'm sorry, so sorry. Yeah. It's been a minute, and I know that I'm not really trying to go back. I want a chance to maybe start a new life with you. Maybe change your view. I'm not that same girl you knew. I'm older now, I'm sober now, patient enough to hold you now, strong enough to not let you down. And the tears built over the years, while you were alone, facing your fears. I was here, loving other women, fucking other bitches, don't really know I did it. Playing with your feelings, you ain't deserve that.
In a minute.
I know sorry don't fix it, you got your guard up. I still feel the distance, I ain't tripping cause I'm trying, baby. Too hard, so tired of crying, baby. So let's fix us, it's been a minute. And I know that I'm not really trying to go back. I want a chance to maybe start a new life with you. Maybe change your view. I'm not that same guy you know. I'm older now, I'm sober now. Open-minded, no more searching for closure now. How fix me for you, for us both. I understand I can't take back what I've done, but I can prepare for what is to come. So let's take a chance on love. Sincerely, easy to say.
My boy. Hey. Man, what's going on, y'all, man? It's been a minute, man. You feel me? Birthday was Friday. Big shout out to Leo Gang. We in Virgo season now, but big shout out Leo Gang. You feel me? Man, shit. I wasn't feeling good, y'all. I don't even lie, man. But shit, you feel me? I'm still a little, you feel me? You know what I'm saying, under the weather, but I'm like, shit, man. 2-3 days, man. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I can't deprive the people, but hey, man, let's get to it, man. You feel me? Before we just do anything, man. Y'all know how I like to start off every show. Let's keep it in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. Once again, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And lastly, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. That's people we come in contact with on a day-to-day basis. People we're cordial with, our families, our extended families, and more especially our family right here on this channel, y'all. You feel me, man? Secondly, man, don't forget to master these 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And one last time, family, that's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And don't forget the man, that most important part, that glue that hold everything together, man. You feel me? That hold all the other 5 components. That's that glue, man. That's that support. So don't forget to E40 that thing, man. To sprinkle a little support on top. Because a little support go a long way, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to my co-host who ain't ever in the building. Big shout out to Roscoe P, L Boogie. And most definitely, man, my co-host with the most is my little one, AJ. Love you, son, man. Big shout out to all my mods, too, man. All my mods, man. Big shout out to y'all, all the kings, goddesses that's moderators on the channel. Yeah, man. Been chilling, man. Y'all, man, like I say, wasn't feeling good, man. You know what I'm saying? Took a little Britney, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't feeling good, so I ain't want to come up here and, you feel me, half-ass too much. I feel a little better, you know what I'm saying? So I half-ass on my little better. I feel I can live with that. You know what I'm saying? I can live with the half-ass and I'm feeling a little better versus half-ass and all. You know what I'm saying? Feeling completely, you know what I'm saying? Most definitely, most definitely. But man, how y'all been, man? I'm saying I've been mixing in action. How y'all been? Man, Carmelo Anthony, man, he didn't get the retrial. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to say they demanded a retrial due to the aspect of you know what I'm saying, there not being no black jurors or whatever the case may be. But yeah, man, he didn't get that retrial. So, you know, and honestly, keep it 100, I never really thought that he was gonna get a retrial anyway. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think they was gonna really retrial that. You know what I'm saying? Now it would have been nice. You know what I'm saying, if they could have. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Retried a little bit. Yeah. And in the 35 years, I'm also gonna speak out on that too, man. Because you know, I know a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? They feel some type of way of what happened and how the situation went or whatever the case may be. But man, like I say, he did. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Do some shit that caused another young man to lose his life. So, you know what I'm saying? Being in jail. You know what I'm saying? 10, 15, yeah, I can deal with that. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Due to the aspects of how that shit came about, regardless of what the fuck they saying afterwards and whatever may happen or whatever may took place or whatever bullshit he may say, because it's some bullshit, you know what I'm saying? And I listen again, I don't know whether these things are true or not, but yeah, man. So supposedly he said you some shit about licking the blood and man, just all type of wild shit that come out. So you know they want to, you know what I'm saying, if it was gonna go to retrial, they wanted to, you know what I'm saying, put his character on the stand versus putting the other young man, you know what I'm saying, background on. But you know, hey, to each his- King Donald, what's going on? What's going on? King, what's happening, my boy? Yeah, man, I was supposed to go live at 9, man. I was doing some shit, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? So I'm live at 10. King, man, listen. Listen, see, look, let me show you something, King. Let me show you how to do this. Look. Bam. See this? Watch this, King. Bam. 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 Hit that link, man. You feel me? Go fuck with your boy. Go rock out with your boy. Go rock out with your boy, man, for a little minute, man. If you got a little time, you feel me? Go rock out with your boy. Uh, but yeah, man, he stabbed the motherfucker, right? But yeah, they was just trying to put his character, you know what I'm saying, up there versus what's his name? The Metcalf young man and shit like that. You feel me? But yeah, but I think he should have got some time. Most definitely got some time. In a retrial, again, you know, I tell you guys all the time, man. I never claim to be a medical I mean, a medical that too, but I never claim to be. You feel me? A law professional, lawyer, attorney, barrister, or whatever. Um, peace officer. You know what I'm saying? I listen. You know, it's penal codes, sectional codes, all that. That listen, that's not my thing, right? You feel me? So you know what I can do, what I will do, and what I do, you feel me, excuse it, um, is give my opinion on things. And, you know, whether I'm wrong or right, you know, they're still my opinions. You feel me? Just like I allow you guys to come up here again. This is an open platform, open panel, open forum. You guys are allowed to hit that ladder that's in the chat to come up here and engage and talk, you know what I'm saying, with me as well. But again, man, I just give my opinion, my perspective, you know, and I might comment on things or whatever the case may be, unless we're having an interpersonal conversation. Now, if we're doing that, that's something different versus, you feel me, the media propaganda, you know what I'm saying, that's opposed. Because even with this Nolan Wells shit, y'all, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I didn't see motherfuckers. I'm sorry. Excuse my language. I didn't see people, man, come up here, man, and talk out and speak out against that, man. And when I say like the craziness, that the madness that people bring, you know what I'm saying, to the situation. And don't get me wrong, man. I'm not finna sit here and say like we can't. you know what I'm saying, play the race card or whatever the case may be. You feel me? I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. And we were just talking about racism. Wow, that's crazy. Racism earlier. I was on Good Brothers stream earlier, and we were talking about racism and racists and things like that. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? See, but again, like I explained a few shows ago, man, it's an aspect to that, that I think a lot of people miss and they don't embody um and understand when we speak on the racism thing, because of what's been done and the tribulations and things that were faced by, you know what I'm saying, people. And then, you get the, oh man, all y'all want to do is play victim. What about the unalivements and the killings that you guys do to each other and woo, 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 and things like that, man? That should be, it'd be crazy. You feel me? It just be crazy. But like I explained, so like when I was on brothers, big shout out, man, what's it? Hey man, I don't even know the name of y'all shit, man. You feel? Put the name of y'all shit in the chat, man. But yeah, you feel me? Like, so like I was explaining, if you look up the suffix, what I'm saying, ist, and what it means, and you look up ra and what it means, you feel me? I believe everybody is racist, right, to a degree, to the definition, due to the combination of words, right, if you combine them. So it's nothing wrong with being a racist, right? So here goes the thing. Now, when you participate in a system of racism, you know what I'm saying, for the oppression or for the systematic, you feel me, disturbance of another, then that's when, we get into the prejudice and the bigotry and the things of that nature, though that's when those type of words come out. And then again, those things have their own technical definition in terms or whatever case may be. So you have to really look at things when we speak things, when we speak things a lot of times. And this the tabernacle too, y'all. So, usually, we do all things theology on Sundays, right? But the tabernacle is you. You're the tabernacle. You're the temple, right? So, we just having a conversation with each other. You know what I'm saying, about because the things and the choices and decisions that we choose to do. We doing with this physical edifice that we in. You know what I'm saying, with the assistance and the host of a spiritual soul or conscious that we have, right? Electricity. You feel me, which causes us to do things. So um, some people, do things different than other people. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, man, I know it's a touchy subject, right? So, and I'm the only one up here speaking. So, you know what I'm saying? I can, give my, just my humble opinion solely. And if anybody again want to hit the link in the chat, the link is in the chat. You get the ladder. All you gotta do is come on the landscape and hit the link, or you can go on my community wall as well and hit the link. But yeah, but like I was saying, so racism now if you put yourself in and involve yourself in a system, I'm saying, of holding others down, then that's when, the systematic racism, I'm saying, takes part. And a lot of people say, oh, well, black folks can't be racist. Yes, black folks can be racist in the essence of, being for your people and uplifting your people and about and devoted to your people, right? You feel me? We're not racist in the terms of the hatred that you guys tend to say or want to put on us. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, we do fucked up shit. Yeah, we don't like each other. Yeah, you see the senseless violence and killing, what I'm saying, that happens amongst the melanated community. It's egregious, right? I don't like it. I'm pretty sure other people don't like it. You feel me? But we don't do it to others to the just of, you feel me, where it really makes a difference of us really imposing our will or controlling, I'm saying, one's outcome in living situations and shit like that, right? And then when we come and we speak and we say things like that, first thing people say or other people say is, oh man, now you playing a victim role. No, it's not a victim role. And don't get me wrong, I hear people always say, man, man, hey, we got resources and things. And I'm one of them brothers that say that, right? You feel me? But just because I'm in a particular situation or I'm in a particular living setting, right, and things were afforded and available to me, and I went out and grabbed and did certain things. And again, I'm still not on top of the world by a long shot. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I'm in a situation where I'm in a rock and a hard place myself. But again, I might not be in other situation, right? So we understand that, right? Each individual experiences and living, and choices and decisions again, they fade your outcome. But again, I'm not, talking about that. We talking about as a whole, like as a whole, we don't do that type of shit that where it controls things. You feel me? So yeah, of course, when I say yeah, well, I'm not doing that or we'll walk the bend, but I did come from a place or environment that stats would say, well, I'm either going to wind up dead or in jail, and I beat the odds, right? You feel me? But we got to get away from that beat the odds saying. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Just because you're in a rock and a hard place in your community, man, and things ain't going right, and you might not be afforded certain resources, that don't mean you got to make those choices and decisions. You feel me? And again, we have to be as a people. And when I say people, here we go. A lot of people say, "Oh man, this is a racist channel and this thing that." No, because again, when you say as a people, you want to identify with your community first before you identify with people and things outside of your community. You know what I'm saying? But as a people, man, you feel me? Like we got to do better. As men, as women, as children, we got to, understand what effective communication is. We got to understand how to listen. We got to understand how to distinguish help from hurt. We gotta, you feel me, know how to blow the little things off. We gotta understand how to deal with conflict resolution. A lot of these things are the small things like that are just like not really mentioned when it comes to the solutions of problems that we have in our communities. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's going to be the end all be all. But again, a lot of times, when we attack certain things, we hit that surface shit, right? We tend not to go beyond the surface. And that's one of the things that I feel as though as a community we need to touch on. And don't get me wrong, man. Like y'all know, man. Y'all been here for my people that been here. Y'all know shit, man. Sometimes we be with the bullshit. It's what I'm saying, and then sometimes we be with well, most of the times we be with the building, right? What I'm saying? And when you do those things, right? When you go with the building side of it, you notice that you don't get as much attention. You know what I'm saying? But from when you got chaos and things like that on the channel, and I'm not mad at it, and I'm not talking down on other folks that do it because again, man, if that's what you do, man, and you can hold 18 to 20 people in the chat because y'all cussing, fussing, hooping, hollering, I mean that's cool. But a lot of times, man, I just want to have genuine conversation. You know what I'm saying? I try to be peace. You feel me? I try to, bring people over here, what I'm saying? Let's learn something. Let's do some things. And, and don't get me wrong, sometimes we do have fun. You feel me? Sometimes, like I say, man, I got manly man days, toxic Tuesdays, shit, let's get toxic. Wild ass Wednesday, shit, let's get wild. Things like that. You feel me? So, we try to because I already started them names, so we try to keep it. But again, usually sometimes it don't be toxic. Most of the time it don't be wild. That's just the theme and the name, because if it turned that way, guess what? That's the topic or that's the title or the theme of the day, rather, not topic and title. That's just the theme of the day. You feel me? So if it do go that way, you know what I'm saying? I'm already catered for some shit like that to happen because bam, these are the themes. You know what I'm saying? Just like Manly Man Day. We predicate and dedicate that day tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? For the man, we talk sports or whatever the hell may be, machismo, testosterone, whatever. But it's Manly Man Day. Also mental health and check in and awareness and things like that. You feel me? Spiritual, physical, shit like that for the brothers, you feel me? But, I have to extend that to the women as well and to the children as well, even though we shouldn't get nobody under 18. But if we do, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? We act accordingly. But yeah, man, you feel me? We try to, man, just adjust. But back to the focal point. You feel me? I'm saying I ain't mean to get out. But yeah, man, your body is the temple, man. We are a temple, so it's tabernacle. So, again, it don't necessarily always have to be, watching a video or discussing some form of theology, which we will probably get into. It depends on how I feel. I ain't been on about 3 days, man. So who knows how long this stream gonna be. You feel me? Because I thought I was feeling half-assed, but once I get to talking, I miss my people, man. So you feel me? Hey, we can go all night. We can go all night with this. Fambo, what up, Fambo? Hey, man, my bro. Hey, bro, ain't school started back, bro? Why'd you up? Nah, I was just messing with you. Oh, man, big shout out to King Durham, man, for that super chat. Hold on, King. I got you. I got you. Hold on, wait a minute. What? Hold on. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. Let's see what's going. Let's see what's going on. What's up, Brody? How you feeling? Okay, it's on. Gotta turn it down. Hey, man. My sounds ain't working like they supposed to be, man. I don't know what's going on. Ah, there it goes. My bad, King. My bad. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to you for that super chat donation, man. We got it going right now. There it go. Fambo, what up, my brother? How you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling? What's going on with you tonight, this evening, young man? How you feeling, Brody? Talking to you. Yes, I'm talking to you. You're the only one up here with me. You're on mute if you saying something, bro. You're on mute. Okay. All right, well, he gonna be the more support man for right now until you know what I'm saying, he get through doing what he doing. But yeah, man, you feel me? Like yeah. So, you know, we gotta do better, man. We most definitely gotta do better. You feel me? Most definitely, man. But shit, I'm feeling good, man. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Another what they call that shit, rotation around the sun. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I'm 26, you know what I'm saying? Big shout out to me being 26, you know what I'm saying? Big shout out to being 26 around this motherfucker. Hey man, what is all that feedback? Let me see. Let me move this. There we go. That should But yeah, man, big shout out to me for being 26. You know what I'm saying? Another revolution around this joint. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Yeah. Trying to roll my Scooby snacks up, y'all. My bad. And then the Nolan Wells situation, too. Oh my goodness, y'all. Hey, so I've been it's this TikToker. And again, y'all already know what I like to say, man. You can't be, you know what I'm saying, fucking with TikTok for information and shit, right? Hey, but this one chick though, man. She really been on her Sherlock Holmes, Dick Tracy type John, you feel me? Like she really been you know what I'm saying, breaking and dissecting this case down and and again, all speculations and allegations and none of it is true because again, she's not an investigator, man. But it's a lot going on in the world today, man. Oh man, speaking of a lot, man, Eddie Kane, man. I know y'all love the 5 heartbeats. I listen. Hey, I ain't many people streaming with me right now, but I know y'all fuck with the 5 heartbeats. I know y'all rock with the 5 heartbeats. Oh, Eddie Kane then passed away, man. He said, "You what?" He said, "I started school August 32nd." Okay, it was August 32nd, but he said he told me he was 26. Play if you put it backwards, you get being his real age. Ain't that a bitch? Nah, my boy, I ain't 62, man. But Eddie Kane, man, Eddie Kane, y'all. Oh man, Mr. Nice like this. I was raindrops would fall. Yeah, man, we got a lot going on, man. Trump out here acting a fool. Listen, listen, man, listen. So listen. I want us to stay abrupt and informed about the Carmelo situation, also the Nolan Wells situation. But you know what I'm saying? Don't let that distract you, man, about what's going on, man, in your local community, man, with your aldermen and with your councilmen and things like that. Also, man, stay abrupt and stay in tune with, what I'm saying, really matters, man. You know, what Trump doing? What executive orders is he writing off? What is he signing? What are they vetoing? What are they passing? Things like that. You feel me? Make sure y'all stay abrupt and stay in tune, man. Gotta stay on top of it. Fanbo, what's going on with you,
What's
brother?
Gucci with everybody?
Shit, chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Living life, enjoying my, you know what I'm saying, beautiful evening with you brothers, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I ain't been on in a couple of days, man. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you wasn't
Shit. So,
on the last couple of days. You was
mm-hmm.
at the casino.
So
They say you closed Atlantic City down.
you say, nah, I wasn't at the casino. No, shit. If I was at the casino, look, if I won, I wouldn't be live right now. Shit.
They, they say they have to lock the door, try to make sure they get some of their money back.
No, shit. No, they ain't getting it back. If I want to believe me, they ain't getting it back.
Yeah, they lock the doors.
Shit.
They lock the door, make sure you ain't for the leave. They got to get at least 20% of that back.
Hell nah, we fighting shit. Nah, I'm done. Look, once I hit the jackpot, I'm done.
Yeah.
All that locking the door shit, nah, y'all gotta let me about this motherfucker. We ain't locking no doors. You know. Hell nah, man. But how you been, brother? How
I've
you
been
been,
good.
brother? Yeah, man. Man. I've been chilling and shit, man. You feel me? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, man? Hey, I gotta hey man, you know I went back. Hey, I went back and listened to that Go Mike shit when I popped up over there.
Yeah.
Doors ass called me racist. Boy, that shit was hilarious listening to what the fuck Doors was saying. How do you take it, man? How do you take it?
I know Doris.
How do you
I didn't see when you put that. What was I on the channel?
I don't think you came. I don't know. You might have been in the chat. I don't think you came that night.
Okay.
Make sure y'all stay abrupt and stay in tune, man. I stay on tune. No, you might have been in the chat. I don't think you came that night.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure y'all stay abrupt and stay in tune. You got the man Echo. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, Doc? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. How you feel? How you feel?
All right. I had to go to my phone. My work laptop was acting stupid. What's going on? I was listening to your conversation. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, chilling, man. Chilling, man. You know, usually this it's still be the topic like we usually, you know, we get into our little video session and you know, we watch something and learn something. You know,
How your Bears do? Did y'all win?
Oh, no, man, we lost to the Bengals, man. The Bengals got in there. Yeah.
Isn't this like preseason or is it still season? Or is it season right now?
It's preseason.
No,
It's still preseason.
Okay.
Yeah, preseason. They got a couple more games to go for the real season. I think season starts September 29th for us.
Yeah, you got one more week.
Yeah, something like that. You feel me? Yeah. You feel me?
This week coming up is the last preseason, then it's regular season.
Yeah, but I mean, we got a few little decent pieces. I really ain't been focused on that shit. You know, I've been focused on getting my shit back together, man. Like I said, I wasn't doing too good, so I really ain't been looking at the Bears like that. You know what I'm saying? And then today off little season trades and shit. But you know, man, if we improved a little bit on defense, man, and offense come out, you know what I'm saying, popping like anything they did last year, man, we should be straight. You feel
Yeah,
me? We should about
I
the
was
same
watching your
record.
boy Micah. He was telling how every team going to be this year.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, we're gonna have everybody gunning for us. So, you know, we're gonna have a lot to prove, man. You feel me? So shit, motherfuckers won't think, you know what I'm saying, it was a fluke last year. So we gotta come out strong.
Yeah, Micah got y'all #1 in the division.
Who got us #1 in the division?
Michael Parsons.
He
When you're
ain't
doing
he
this,
playing?
he come back week 6.
Oh yeah. He gotta have us #1 because he ain't playing. Cause the
He
only
did.
other motherfucker that gonna do something is the Packers. But don't get me wrong, Minnesota ain't bad though. I like Minnesota.
That's my sleeper
Yeah.
team in your division.
Yeah, that's a sleeper team like Minnesota. But you know, it's a lot of strong teams, you know what I'm saying, in the NFC, man. You know, I think the Eagles gonna do well this year. I think Atlanta gonna stay strong. I think Detroit got something to prove. Yeah, man, it's a few teams. I think Seattle, they not gonna do as good as they did last year, but they still gonna come out strong. San Francisco not gonna do as good as they did last year, but I think they still gonna give teams a run for their money. You know what I'm saying? and AFC is pretty much the same. You know, the Bills, Brown. But I most definitely think Kansas City is going to do a hell of a lot better than they did last year. But yeah, man. I don't see too much of a turnaround. Well, we gotta wait. We gotta wait. You know what I'm saying? To about week 4 or 5. But I don't think it's gonna be too much of a turnaround from last year. You know what I'm saying? Only difference is Seattle ain't winning the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
You never know.
Yeah,
Hey, the main thing, your team got to stay healthy.
yeah, facts. Facts. But I don't think they're going back. I don't go. Hey man, what you think? What you think about them not giving Carmelo another giving them that appeal, man, to another trial?
That's some bullshit.
Why? Why you say that though? Why you saying some bullshit? I want to hear your
He should get a
opinion, not
oh, he should get a appeal,
why.
huh?
Why?
I don't think he should get the like me. I don't think he should get the 35, but he can get some time. Good.
Oh, he already got the 35, so that's neither here nor there. But I'm saying, but why do you think, you know what I'm saying, he should have got the appeal? Why do you think it's some BS? You feel me?
Because he was kind of railroad. Because they, they didn't show all
Because
the evidence. They was
so
holding
what?
some evidence.
So what evidence? So what evidence do you think they was withholding from that young man about from that case?
Oh, I don't know if it's true. It was a lady was talking about. At they found a knife was supposed to be one of the other ones had a knife too in a trash can.
Who? Wait. One. Who else supposed to have a knife?
Yeah. What it, what is the ones he was fighting with?
Okay. So so what? So you thinking? So one of them other ones had a knife. So you thinking that's why he pulled out a knife? That what you trying to
Yeah,
say?
cause it was somebody said they found another knife. They had Carmel knife and they found another knife in the trash can where they was at.
Uh, but they can't necessarily put it on nobody. They can't definitely. What's going on, Miss
Yeah,
Cece? Thank you, beautiful. Man, thank you, beautiful. Thank you, beautiful. But yeah, but so they can't necessarily pinpoint who necessarily had that knife, so they can't put it on nobody. So
yeah.
I mean, but and still in all, but who's to say that that knife wasn't already in the trash? See, now here we go. Did they take the knife? If they found the knife, did they run any DNA? You know what I'm saying? Did they find any other young boys who was in that
Yeah,
altercation DNA on that knife?
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Was the knife tested?
I don't know was
Just
it was a test or was it finger? Did they test it or did they find any fingerprints to match anybody who was the ones who was all involved in the fight?
yeah, man. See, it just be a lot of funny shit going on, right? You know what I'm saying? But again, man, you know, so and
Yeah,
again, and I don't so and this is the first that I have heard, honestly, about another knife being found in the trash or whatever the case may be. But if this was the case, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's the pressure from the people? Where's the pressure from, you know what I'm saying, the proper authorities to get this knife tested to see if it was DNA? And that could have been a cause of motive or a cause of why Carmelo
yeah.
thought he had to defend himself with a knife. But then again, you would have to prove that. Well, if one of the young men DNA was on it, you can, you know what I'm saying, of course, paint a picture or narrative that, you know, well, this young man
Or
pulled a knife.
finger, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Checking
you
for
know what I'm saying?
fingerprint.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's crazy, man. We got all this camera work out here, man. We got cameras. I was just on brother stream earlier, man, and they was talking about, man, because he a truck driver. They got cameras that can zoom in and see if you wearing your seatbelt, can see if you're on your phone, and can pull you up in 4K, do all type of identification. But when it comes, you know what I'm saying, to and again, you know, I'm not saying that because now people will say, "Oh, well, it's an invasion of privacy and things like that." But see, but they use these type of things to enforce that. But I think that's a safety measure, man, to have security cameras. You know what I'm saying, in these stadiums and at these school events,
I was
especially with
about
the
to say that. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
yeah, especially with the youth, because you never know what's gonna happen. And you know what I'm saying, a lot of these
kids
cyber
getting
fuck
kidnapped. Yeah,
Yeah, you know what
mother
I'm saying?
kids getting kidnapped and stuff nowadays.
Well, technically, I don't know if y'all know, it's tricky if I can record kids in the classroom because I know technology and I can install cameras, but after like trying to get proper research and proper protocol, they like
Mm-hmm.
no. So you don't even know what your kid's doing, and it's my word against theirs and all this other stuff. And the same thing is true with truck drivers or just drivers in general. Like
Yeah.
you want privacy, but they got to find some way to hold you accountable.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well,
If
not
they say you
necessarily
was on
hold
the
you
phone,
accountable, for
like you
safety
say you
reasons.
was, they say you was on the phone. You saying you want it's your word against their word.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
have no camera footage. That's my argument. Like,
Yeah,
okay, so I can't
yeah.
record, but then I'm sitting here in a meeting with you, and you're telling me your child has never done this. Yeah, I'm using my example, but it spills over to other examples.
right. Especially like you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. You know, it's a school event. Security guards and again, because I be at these school well, I ain't gonna say I be at track meets, but like football games and shit like that, it really ain't too much of a real heavy secure or police presence at these things. I'm not saying that it should be to the degree where it seems like that mean we in Attica, but you know what I'm saying, just a little bit more presence being felt because I know things do get out of control and out of hand sometimes, but security camera and footage will be great. You feel me at these stadiums, man. So like when things like this happen, especially within the Carmelo Anthony case, and again, yes, he should be in jail, right? But we would get the gist of what could go on with certain angles zooming in and shit like that. I ain't saying it's
What
got to get the
what's the
audio.
other one? What's the other little one? He killed the Latino in the bathroom. They gave him 10 years.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They were like, how
You know
he
what I'm
get
saying?
10 years?
And he get 35, right?
Yeah,
But again, the county, the people, the jurors. So again, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I agree with the appeal getting denied. I just, what I'm saying, would like to know. And we have to say and we have to come with real plausible because you got to realize this, man. It's easy to say, yeah, we're gonna put race on this shit, right? Because it was an all-white jury. Yeah, we can easily say that, and I get it. But when we go into war, when we go into battle, or we're having confrontation with these people, right? We have to understand their language. We have to understand their love language. We have to be identifiable with their laws and regulations and rules and policies and things like that. And I think that a lot of times us as peons or beneath citizens, we don't understand that. So a lot of times we don't take the time out. And I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I'm just saying, about how people look at us. We don't take the time out to understand these things, and that was some of the things that I was going to touch on earlier in the conversation. You feel me? Like financial literacy, emotional and intelligence, and things like that, conflict resolution. In order to solve things and get out of certain situations and make certain choices. Just because you come from a place that's a hellish place, that don't mean that you can't come up out of that place and be a greater you and show other people how to be involved and do things. But again, we don't have enough brothers and enough sisters in the community that's working towards that goal. Even if I want to say let's exclude that family aspect, right? And I know that's important. And I'm not trying to say do away with it. But I know a lot of people gonna skip that part of the shit anyway. You feel me? That family shit. But just about just being together in a community, man, to help the next motherfucker grow and not to do certain shit, man. We don't do that no more. That old saying, it takes a village, you know what I'm saying, to raise a child, man. That shit is true, bro. If you That's why I always scream about the support, man. You know what I'm saying? A little support, you know what I'm saying? Sprinkle a little support on top because a little support go a long, 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 long way. That shit is the truth, bro. If we get more of us supporting each other, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that people ain't fucked up, bro. We know people are fucked up, and we know it's people that you can't save and shit like that. But guess what? I would feel better knowing that I tried versus what I'm saying, just letting the motherfucker go out there and do what the fuck they gonna do, and it just be all type of fucked up shit. You feel me? You know what I'm saying. So I would rather what I'm saying. Try now, and don't get me wrong. effective communication. That's one of the next things that I always like to push. Because if you don't know how to talk to one of these little motherfuckers out here on these streets, bro, you might be, and I get that too. There's a lot of reasons why they don't want to approach. But again, it's about effective communication, bro. You can't come at these little young motherfuckers hollering, yelling, talking about what you did and all that goof ass shit. You feel me? And don't get me wrong. Sometimes you can come with an approach of just being, oh well, but again, man, it's about how you do it. Because you'd be surprised of the ones that'll listen more so than the ones that don't listen. You feel me? It's just all about how you show them in the direction that you can point them in and really show them that this can work. You feel me? You got to have a plan for them. But again, when you're in front of these people, man, with this Carmelo shit, we can't just say this black shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? We got to have a real reason why this appeal should have went through. You know what I'm saying? It could have been from misrepresentation. You feel me? I don't even know why they didn't push that, because I think that lawyer that he had was fucking horrible, bro. Misrepresentation, bro. He didn't have adequate and insufficient representation. I don't give a fuck who he was from, what cases he fought earlier, previous. He didn't do his job when he was with me. You know what I'm saying? Also, I mean, if you want to say the jurors, if you want to debate what a peer of your jurors are, I mean, a juror of your peers are, you know what I'm saying? That you're gonna have to do some extensive research and do a hell of a vetting process to really understand what a peer, what a juror. Oh my God, I can't even get it out. You know what I'm saying? What a jury of your peers really is. You feel me? And understand what it's about and the technical things that align and what they say, because you can't have an all white juror. You know what I'm saying? So, jury, I mean. So we don't understand these things, bro. We're not teaching each other these things. So when we get in these situations, and then our parents or whoever the fuck case that's with us, bro, we don't have these jobs, so we don't have this money to keep fighting and keep going to court. And you shouldn't even be in the situation in the fucking first place, right? But again, we don't have all the resources that other motherfuckers may have. But again, guess what? A lot of times they don't even get into the same shit that we get into. You feel me? Because they don't have the same systematic displacements or appropriations in their community. You get it? You feel me? But guess what? But that don't mean we got to fall victim to this shit. And because it's crazy, bro, because you can see this shit happening and unfolding in front of you. But we as a community, we as a melanated people, we still walk right there, smack into the shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't say, "Oh well, no, let's turn around and go the other motherfucking way." No, because we always trying to find a way to beat the system, right? And I'm not saying it's nothing wrong with beating the system, because if you can find a way to beat the system, be successful. I mean, by all means, you know what I'm saying? By all means, just know you feel me. It comes with some type of consequences later on down the line. You feel me? Yeah, what the
Worried
hell
about
you
how
got?
they're treated. That's another thing. They should have like Granny's daycare used to have a camera there. Where you could watch. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
damn, bro. You always just man mute that shit. I don't want to hear that shit in your background. This one. Thank you, Miss Fear No More, Miss Fear No Mortals. Thank you, FNM. Thank you. And I'm not old, man. I'm young. I told y'all I'm 26. Man, I don't know what y'all get this old shit. Yeah. And like the brother said, active listening is a key. And don't get me wrong, man. It's hard to deal with it's hard to deal with these grown motherfuckers, let alone the children, bro. You feel me? And I say this all the time, bro. When I see adults interact, I'll be like, it's a wonder why the kid's so fucked up, man. You like you see it, bro. Like just interacting with people and talking to people and on a daily, like you be like, yeah, I see. I can, but that don't, but but don't get me wrong, man, because I know some kids that ain't like they people stupid, but it's like, man, bro, you see why the children, man, because they just falling in line, bro. We do so much stupid shit, bro, that we tend to say it's our culture, and we attach ourselves to so much bullshit. Like it's just unbelievable, man. A lot of this shit that we attach ourselves to is not our culture. You feel me? And for the ones that's claiming it is your culture, it's sad, bro. Like all this twerking and shaking, bro, that shit is sad. And the sag and the pain, that shit is sad, bro. Like, come on, even the fucking skinny jean era, that shit is sad, man. No young man should be wearing his daughter. I mean, man, listen, I ain't gonna even go there, man. No, I can't. I hear y'all. It's a fashion. No, we not doing that, bro. I'm not going to the store shopping in no unisex section, bro. No, we not doing that. The shirt flared at the bottom and shit like that. No, man, we not doing that. But again, that comes from upbringing, man. That comes from, like the brother. We spoke about this a long time ago. Like a rites to passage. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Young men don't have that no more, man. Young ladies don't have that no more, man. The representation now that we giving them is fucking horrible, bro. And don't get me wrong, man. I ain't trying to be a dud. I ain't trying to say we can't have fun. I ain't trying to say we can't live life, right? I understand, certain things that we gonna do as a people, man, that we just do, right? But the glorification, the highlighting of it, you say outside of what other motherfuckers do, but how we do it and how we represent it and how we push it within our own communities, within our own selves. It's even sad, bro. I'm not even speaking about the media representation of how they think we are. You feel me? I'm talking about my own personal experiences and living around my people and the things that we say and do and push and how we operate and how we move. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, man, it just be unbelievable, man. And it's, whew, and we just expect better treatment. And I'll be like, God damn, you can't even treat your damn self the right way. But, excuse me, y'all. But again, man, psychological, I always say too, man, we do have this fucked up psyche, man, that we didn't, develop through the years, man, that we seen to tend not to break. Y'all brothers can talk at any time, man. Fambo, just go somewhere with all that noise, because that shit was kind of throwing me off. You feel me? You brothers can jump in anytime. And also, man, the link is in the chat, man. If any one of the sisters or any other brother want to come up here and speak, man, you feel more than free. You know what I'm saying? This ain't just a conversation that I'm having. You feel me? This is a conversation we having with everybody. You know what I'm saying? This is a us thing. You know what I'm saying? This is not a me thing. This is a us thing. This is a my children thing. You feel me? This is anybody that got children in the ages between 40, 16, 17. You know what I'm saying? Shit, if you're in your 40s and 50s, this is a us thing. You know? And I ain't up here saying, God damn it, you feel me? We supposed to all be unified and in unification and shit like that, because I'll be the first motherfucker to tell you, all kinfolk ain't skinfolk. But you gotta have a like mind at some point in this motherfucking thing we call life if we think we want to advance or get ahead. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like, God damn it, if we're a minority, I don't give a fuck how dominant our genes are. We're in the minority and we helping it in, you know what I'm saying, with the extinction of our own demise, God damn it. That ain't gonna do us no good. You feel me? It really ain't. That ain't gonna do us no good. He said it's lost even. He said it's lost even on the elders. The youth is lost. Yeah. Man, you can speak, man. You ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying? Type it in the chat, brother. You can speak. You might be busy. What you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need some
Yeah,
role
man.
models.
You say what?
We need some real role models.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? We do, man. What you doing out there in your community, man? What you do for the little kiddos, man? What you be doing?
I help at the mental health on every other Wednesday.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, brother. Can you on a new device? You good?
No, I had to reconnect.
Yeah. You having some technical difficulties over there. Sound
Now
like
I
you
had to like
underwater.
reconnect because it wasn't connecting right. But I was still like you was saying, man, like it's
Nah, you sound like you underwater, bro. Sound you breaking up. Sound like you underwater. Sound like. Go ahead, say something. Cause you still got both the things. I just got one in the backstage, but you sound like you was underwater. I don't know what's going on tonight. with the equipment, man. But yeah, man, that shit just there's a lot going on. We just gotta stay on it, man. Gas prices steady rising. You feel me? Trump went over there talking about something he didn't decimated Iran. Goddamn it, and gas still $10 a gallon. That shit ain't changing. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, DJ? You know, they throwing all this other bullshit in the media and the news at us, man, and we turning our head this way while they hood doing this under the table that way. You feel me? You know what I'm saying, man? You gotta keep your head on the swivel, man. Listen, being aware of your surroundings should be your number one rule in life. You know what I'm saying? Even if you can't understand, you should be able to be aware. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn it, hopefully the understanding comes as long as you're aware, but you should always be aware of what's going on around you, man. You know what I'm saying? Some type of awareness. Keep your head on the swivel. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn it, they doing something over here, hood. Then they sneak something over there. Are you looking over here? Goddamn it, the whole time they did. Yeah, keep your head on the swivel, man. It's definitely.
What's the gas price? What's the gas price where you at?
I don't even know what the gas prices is, but I know they high. Shit.
Okay.
I ain't even paid attention lately. I was just at a gas. I wasn't even paying attention. I don't even know which one to bring up, man. What's going on? Hello?
Yeah, it's the lowest 329, the highest 369.
Oh,
The
okay.
low for me to eat. The low for me is like 249. Unless you, I mean, I don't know if you're using flex fuel, but yeah,
Shit, where you get gas for $2.49 now?
Where
flex
you where
fuel.
you at?
It's ethanol. Okay, so I got a different car. So ethanol cars, E85 is 249.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What
So my
state you
little
in?
car is. I'm in Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah, but it don't even matter what state he in, because he just said he had one of them different type of cars. So you know them
Yeah,
E85.
I got a little Ford Focus, but it takes flex fuel, which is E85. It's like basically corn oil or alcohol.
Yeah, so you know them prices, yeah, for them joints be different. Hey, but shit, hey, that's the way to save some money.
Oh, I know. My spreadsheet's balancing.
Yeah, that's a decent way to spread some money. You know what I'm saying? Now if you're a single mama about 3, 4 kids, you need a little something. No, yeah, you gonna need a little something bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna
No, they
cost
got
you.
flex fuel trucks too, bro, and vans. You just gotta choose.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Listen, y'all get y'all some flex fuel joints.
Yeah, you know, as a teacher, I gotta make the bills work, so I drive Lyft sometimes, and that flex fuel help.
Okay, shit. Flex, hey man. Hey boy,
Shout out to
they
Flex
need
for
you
you.
on the commercial shit. Yeah, they
Yeah,
need you
it's
out.
ethanol. It's E85. If you look at it's the white, not the white, but the yellow gas pumps. You see them around Chicago, but they're everywhere. And it's the car is made by Ford and many other manufacturers, but they can take basically corn alcohol to power a car like solar or something else. It's not the same as regular gasoline. So that's a flex. I met some brothers and sisters in the order. They be good. They was like, I wish my car did work that way. I was like, damn, just buy a different car. But you know, not everybody gonna do that.
Yeah, everybody don't do that. Yeah. Cause you know shit. But you know, cause some people like style and all that other shit versus skill sets. So you gotta factor all that shit in too, man.
You're right. You're right. But if you could pay $15 and your tank filled up as opposed to $60, I don't know.
I mean, don't get me wrong. That seems more logical. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's just shit. That's just like me buying a car. God damn it. You know what I'm saying?
Return
That's
on investment, brother. Yeah, return on
like a
investment.
Kia. No, I'm just gonna say little Kia versus going to buy me a Mercedes or some shit. Or motherfucking A Bentley. One of them bitches break down. Shit, your mortgage is
Yeah.
yeah. You know, going to get you a little Chevy or something, man, a little Buick or something. You know, you can fit. And don't get me wrong, man. You know, if you got it, you know, I mean, I ain't gonna even say that because hell no, because if I had it,
I was
you
gonna
know,
say
get
you
my
ain't gotta have it though. Like
It's
those
too late for
cars
you
are
to
the
get finished.
cheapest.
yeah, I just wouldn't spend my money just that frivolously. You know what I'm saying? She gonna teach. I thought that was you. I walked away from my phone, but I'm listening. Yeah, but yeah, man. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though, shit. If I found a decent Flex 85, I had a yes, I did. I take that back. I did have I had a little white Ford Escape Flex Fuel and shit. That motherfucker cut off. See, but the thing about that motherfucker battery on those bitches, when them batteries die, them batteries cost a grip.
You talking about batteries? You had a hybrid.
Yeah, okay, a hybrid. Okay, not a flex
Yeah,
fuel.
no, I ain't had that.
Yeah, a hybrid.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I had
don't
a
have,
hybrid.
but no, I have a regular. Cause see, if I can't find E85 in any state, I can just use gasoline, which
Right,
is I don't
right, right.
prefer it because of the filters on the car. You know, this is my new car, but like I usually just choose E85 because the price and then, like I said, the mileage. $20, I'm filled up, and I've talked to other people that are 85 trucks from Ford and Chevy, and it cost them. They was like, "Man, I spent 30 and I filled up." I'm like, "Yeah, that's funny because I put 15 on that Joker, and I last about a week and a half, even if I'm lit driving." So it just depends. But if you got a hybrid, yeah, you're gonna have a battery issue because you're using solar or electric, and you're using fuel, plus you're using maybe E85. So that's a hybrid.
Yeah, them Jones. But that motherfucker was good on gas too, though. I like them. That motherfucker was good on gas too. And
Yeah,
then
they built for it.
yeah, then I that one I could shut the gas off and not use gas at all and go electric. But I ain't really like that electric shit.
Right,
I just don't be feeling that, man. I think goddamn it with this AI, motherfuckers in them electric cars, boy. Once they put a
bro.
shutdown in on y'all ass, y'all gonna be driving them bitches, then
You
y'all
worried
ain't
about AI though? That's crazy. Did you see the Robot Wars? Where they have
gonna
competitions like MMA in
You
China?
talking the
They
ones
making a
in
robot
China?
Olympics.
yeah, my robot Olympics. Damn.
Yeah.
But nah, I'm just talking about the car aspect, you know, with the electric cars.
The guy is a
Uh,
robot, brother.
Yeah, but you know, they send them signals and they can shut them bitches down when they want to. Hell no,
That's
them
already
motherfuckers,
done, man. That's
all
why those
motherfuckers. No shit, I
motherfuckers.
ain't saying it's not. That's why I'm saying I don't want an electric car.
It's not just electric cars. You know, most of the cars got GPS on them, right?
Yeah, not all cars. You get your older model car, that don't have no GPS on it.
All right, bro.
Yeah, bro. Get your older car that don't have a GPS on it.
I ain't gonna
Get your
argue with
muscle
you, but if
car.
it got a VIN number, you got a problem.
So just because you got a VIN number don't mean it's got GPS on it, brother.
You don't have to, brother. I'm not gonna argue with you. It's your show.
It ain't about an
I'm a
argument, man.
computer scientist, and you do you. I love you.
You stating something, but you saying what you say.
A VIN number is to a registry, sir. Computer science, artificial intelligence. I'm gonna let you circle back.
Okay, a registry, but what they got to do with GPS and shutting the car down?
VIN number. I just said it.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with shutting a car down on a car that doesn't have the the low
It's
jack
called
and shit?
electromagnetic pulse. Do you really want to do this?
Yeah, I do. Explain it. That you said it. Explain it. Yeah.
Electromagnetic pulse does what to robots or cars? It shuts it
Okay.
down, right?
Okay. So it's but again, what is the connection? What I'm asking
If
is,
they have a VIN number and it's tracking your VIN number from cameras on the street in Chicago, and Chicago's heavily surveillance, you really want to go
that's,
down this path.
there you go.
All right.
That's what
So
I'm saying. Yeah, explain. Yeah, yeah. What I'm
yeah, I
saying.
didn't know if you was like you was on humbug or what, but I'll go into the expertise. 90% of what we do, whether it's social media or not, is tracked. Like I told you, you keep this to your vest, but we on live. But I got into an interaction with the police, and before I can even figure out who was wrong, they had 6 cameras on the street, 2 cameras from the cop car, and they all pinpointed my VIN number. and it came from a camera, not from the cop car, but from a street light. So without going back and forth with you, 90% of what you do is already tracked, and all they need is your VIN number, which is also registered through the DMV. And there's satellite imaging of everywhere you go. So we're like lab rats running around here. So I don't know where else you want to go, but like all they need is your VIN number, even if you don't think they can stop you from an older car, which is kind of interesting. But okay,
That's tracking. I'm saying shutting the car down.
EMP,
You're talking.
they can send.
Yeah. So say EMP. So yeah. So now
I
say
said that like 6 times.
say
Yes,
they-
they can send
yeah,
EMP to your
so
car
they track you.
from
So
short
if they
range
right. So
and
if they
shut your car
tracking you
down.
down, yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to outlaw older cars. You're not saying nothing new. They want
You said
y'all
they
new cars so they control them. But the older cars, they have a method for that too.
well, the tracking method would be, goddamn it, you know what I'm saying, versus just hitting
Hey,
the
I'm
button
done
and
with you.
shutting it
I
down.
love you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So but that's the tracking method, and then you'll have to use unless they got the EMP inside of the cameras, which I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying, they can't do, because they could put them bitches anywhere. You wouldn't know what they was if they was up anywhere.
ICE has electric gloves now. Did you read about that almost?
No, I ain't know. I ain't know nothing about them having electric gloves.
Yeah, go do some Google searching. Yeah.
So what
Got
they
money for
doing?
it.
They shocking you now with them electric gloves?
They have like you can do the Google and check my research, but I saw it in the news on last week. ICE is I guess the legislators for ICE or the people that's purporting ICE, they put a bill in place where they are going to fund them for electroshock gloves. And you're talking about EMP blasts. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, but that don't mean them gloves gonna send out. Well, we don't know what they're going to send out, but
You know
I
the
don't think.
E in EMP means electrics. Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, but you got to have enough of that shit to shut down a car. You ain't a little 1 kilowatt ain't gonna shut down no damn car. And then you got to
Hey,
be
30
close enough.
second, man. You might be right. You might be right.
And then you got to be close enough to the car to even pull that off. Or within a certain range. I'm not saying that they can't make no shit like that, but well, they probably do. They just ain't put it on the street. ICE, you said ICE gets let me
Or the
see.
tracking's in the license plates now.
The license plate is tracked to the VIN number. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah, so it says, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement plans to spend $20 million to equip its officers with electric gloves. Damn, $20 million, shit, that's a lot of money. How the glove works? It said the device is named GLOVE, GLOVE, which stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter. As noted, it say the gloves must touch the bare skin to work. They do not work through clothing or hair. The maker says that the shock stops muscle movement for a short time to help officers control non-compliant people. I mean, it says civil groups like the American Civil Liberties and National Immigration Law Center strongly oppose the plan. Well, shit, they already got fucking what's them things? Them stun
Taser.
guns, tasers and shit. So, I
That's why I
mean,
left it alone. You got a taser at your fingertips. What makes you think they don't have a long range gun to stop a car in motion?
yeah, but they not giving it to them just yet. Like just yet. I mean, I ain't saying
Oh
we
yeah,
gotta
but
wait.
they gonna give electric gloves to the immigrants patrol. Yeah. Okay, cool, B.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, we know the military probably got some shit like that, but
Yeah, it might
they ain't
come with
gave it to them. Yeah, they ain't put it
it
on
might
the.
become with
Yeah,
electric billy clubs.
they been had them Jones, them electric billy clubs been out. Nigga, you can actually go buy some fucking gloves. We can buy some electric gloves right now. They got them bitches everywhere. It probably won't be like, you know what I'm saying, like the ones they trying to make, of course, but yeah. Shit, you know what I'm saying? You got gloves that keep your hands warm and shit now, you know what I'm saying? So Yeah, ain't no telling what you get. And then shit, we watch all these fucking science fiction movies. Of course, but again, like I say, they not on the streets. And now the military, the military might have some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They put some shit on, hit a button, point at some shit. You feel me? If it's in range, shut some shit down. But yeah, ICE ain't doing that shit. And regular police on the street, they ain't doing that shit with regular citizens. At least not yet.
Not yet. I was about to say that. That's why I turned my mic off.
It's coming. It's coming.
At least not yet. It might not come. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? The people might take this bitch back. You know what I'm saying? It's still hope for the people to take this bitch back. You know what I'm
Not
saying?
ways.
We might go, what's that shit? Like how they did Insurgent, what the fuck they call that shit? When they went on Washington and shit and broke in the Capitol and shit like that. Yeah, man, we might pull one of them off again and take over some shit for real this time.
January 6th, takeover.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
Trump pardoned all them though.
They got tracking in the license plates. Yeah. See, now if they do some shit like that, you know what I'm saying?
They've been doing it. That's what I was trying to tell you. It's the VIN number. It tracks the car, who's in it, your occupation, everything.
Of course, I've been with the registries, but I'm talking about like a mechanical device.
No,
that-
they've been doing that. That's the last person that commented. They've been taking pictures of your. That's why they don't even have most checkpoints for like toll roads and even where I worked in the laboratory. I was like, do I got to like swipe my card to pay? They said, no, we took a picture of your plates. I'm saying, where? I didn't see no cameras. It's everywhere.
Yeah, the camera is right there. The camera, you don't see them cameras when you ride through
Yeah,
them
but the
joints?
cameras are artificially infused, so it's taking a picture of you and the plate. You're just saying the plates, but it's a little bit more intricate.
No, I didn't say taking a picture of the plate. Nobody said nothing about taking a picture of a plate.
I was talking
She
about
said-
the comment. I was talking about the
No,
comment.
she
I'm
said
saying they
it's
doing
trackers
both.
in the plate. No, she was saying it's trackers in the plate.
Right, it's trackers in the plate, but they take a picture of you and the plate is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, shit, ain't no need to take no picture. We got a tracker, but I'm saying they can do that too. Because if they tracking you, shit, they own you, shit. So wherever that motherfucker go, they know where you at. You know what I'm saying? So shit, regardless whether they take a picture of you or not. And then if the car registered to you again, like through the registry, you know what I'm saying, with your VIN number, it's easy to track them off. Unless you done stole a car or something. Then that's when that picture come in.
That's why I didn't say nothing.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, now if you got a mask or some shit on and they tracking you, you got that hat pulled down and they don't get nothing, shit, then you switch up on them.
my little young dudes call those shiesties.
Yeah, little shiesty mask. Yeah, you put on that shiesty mask and switch up vehicles on them, man. You gotta be smart out here.
That's the old school motorcycle.
Man, I don't do no motorcycles, man. I ain't too old for the motorcycles, man. We ain't fucking
You're
around.
never too old for a motorcycle.
Yeah, unless I got a motherfucking Harley booster.
You is old if you in a coffin, shit.
I ain't getting on no damn motorcycle. I'm good with the motorcycle. You know what I'm saying? That
How many
fetish,
funerals I went to off of motorcycle riders in the motorcycle gang? Oh my goodness.
that fetish been over with. Yeah, fuck them bikes. Don't get me wrong. I understand shit. You can get in anything, anywhere, but yeah, fuck them bikes. We ain't doing them no more. No motorcycles. And then come on, fam, you ain't getting away in no damn motorcycle.
Some of them do. It's just the
Yeah,
cost of their life.
But if I bump your ass or you hit a wrong curve or turn,
And everything going
At least
fast. That's inertia.
Yeah, but at least if I'm strapped in though, G, you feel like I got a little bit more you feel me? Little protection. That motorcycle shit, bro. If you get hit on one of them bitches, you flying and nothing. It ain't nothing but
But it's
air
you
in
and the motorcycle flying. When you in a
it.
car, you strap down as a cockpit, so it's some protective things. But
Yeah, a little bit,
you
yeah.
on it, boy.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm saying. Once you get hit on that motorcycle, boy, you hit that air, that's a whole different type of feeling, bro. Cause the whole time you in the air, and I know motherfucker, listen, I know you thinking like, damn, I got to come down. And when I come down, I ain't got nothing cushion, nothing. Whole time you in the air, that's all you thinking about is shit. I got to come down. Mm, 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 mm. That shit
Be
go
looking
hold
like a
on.
GTA simulation or something. And you flying and you fall, and every time you fall and break something, you really broke it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man. Like, man, I'd have been in a few car wrecks, goddamn it, you know what I'm saying? You know, come up out of them bitches with that motorcycle shit, bro. I didn't see motherfuckers, man, bro. I'm talking about, man, some bad motorcycles.
I've seen some people lose arms and legs after a motorcycle ride.
Yeah, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know people didn't die from car crashes too, but that motorcycle shit be looking insane versus a car crash, bro. I didn't actually seen motherfucker fly, slide 30, 40, 50 feet, bro. No bullshit. And broke every motherfucker bone in his body, nigga. That shit crazy. Then I also seen goofballs. You know what I'm saying? And I don't not to call them goofballs, you feel me? Because I feel it. It's fun.
I was
Hey,
like, damn, bro, don't call them goofballs.
yeah, I just say motherfuckers pop them woolies. You feel me? Hit them woolies, man, and hit some wrong shit in the street. And man, bro, oh my goodness.
But
Bike
they
snap.
balance it at high speed, so they be doing it to show off. And that's your life because you make the wrong turn or balance the wrong way, and you on the expressway. I don't know if you saw the motorcyclists that were going up. What was it? Dan Ryan going north past IIT. One of them popped a wheelie, and he did that for like 45 seconds. I'm like, that's a fool.
Yeah, yeah, man. Especially with the cars coming that way. Hell no. Even the car flying past, you can throw your shit off. Hell no, we ain't doing none of that. No, man. Yeah, we good on motorcycles, fam, bro. You can keep that. You get your old ass on the motorcycle. So he over there laughing at you. This shit doing damn way. He ain't finna get on no goddamn motorcycle.
Shit, I bet he trying to stay alive. What the hell?
He telling everybody else to get on one though.
Who got some wife and kids?
You say what happened?
He got some wife and kids. He better stay off that motorcycle.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. That's yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Motorcycles okay. It depends on who driving them. You don't try to
That's
be
the
like
point
Speedy
we
Gonzalez
making.
on the motorcycle. Yeah, you don't be Speedy Gonzalez. You trying to go 100 miles in it.
Yeah, but that's the purpose of a motorcycle though. That's why most motherfuckers get them so they can go fast. You ain't finna get no motorcycle going to no 30, 40 miles an hour. Shit, we got the motorcycle so we can roam around this motherfucker. You feel?
It's an adrenaline rush. That's all it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, no, some people like motorcycles too, though. They ain't, all of it ain't an adrenaline. Some people really like and fuck with motorcycles. I ain't really no big motorcycle person because I ain't really no big car person either. So yeah, as long as it's got some wheels and they do what it's supposed to do for me, I'm Gucci. You know what I'm saying? That's how I am.
I ain't
I like smoking, but it
really
ain't never killed me.
I ain't the one to be on the motorcycle popping woolies. trying to trying to show off.
Yeah,
I
you look
like
like
playing
this.
video games, but that ain't never killed me neither.
No, man, we stay away from that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? No danger. I can't handle none of that. I don't need none of that. No danger. You know what I'm saying? We play a real slick around here, man. We ain't doing none of that shit. I ain't got time to be trying to speed and fly. Nah, I ain't doing none of that shit.
Not speed and fly, bro. Dang.
Uh, uh. Hey man, what y'all think about Nolan Wells, man? Y'all think them boys did it?
I was looking at your title here. You got Nolan Wells, you got Tupac, Carmelo. Nolan Wells is a tricky subject, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
You say it's a tricky subject.
Yes, sir.
No, I said why you say it's a tricky subject.
I say it's a tricky subject because of the evidence that's coming out about that boy's cell phone. And I go to work and I listen on the way to work, but I haven't had time to sit down and look at all the details. But how
So
that
what came
works?
out? What
Hmm?
what came out about his cell phone? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
His
you
cell
know, I was
phone ended up with old girl. I thought you watched the news. Like, yeah, they did Life 360 or something. It's kind of like iPhone when my son be acting like he can hide from me. Like I can literally do a GPS tracking, what we talked about earlier, where he is. That's how I found that he left the States with his mother and she didn't tell me. But they did that to him,
oh,
Nolan.
yeah, man.
And they found that boy's phone, I think at his girlfriend's house. And the boy dead on a different island. So that's, it was weird.
You
And
talking
they
about
said
girl?
law enforcement had his phone for so long. So whoever had the phone, they gave them time to delete or make themselves look clean.
Oh, man, I think you got the
That, that's
wrong.
that's what I heard, bro. Go ahead.
No, so
No,
so
he
the
talking
phone.
about like
Go
they
ahead, fam.
one of the
You
friends
talking about
said
what?
because like one of the friends said they couldn't find the phone. Then the young lady was saying the phone was on top of the video game system.
Yeah. But that wasn't at his girlfriend's house. So the guys he went out on the boat with
Well, the
had it.
family found the phone somewhere, and it made the case look bad. Is all I was saying.
Yeah. I was like, you heard all wrong. Yeah, it was with the people that he went out with. They had the phone, and one of the friends, moms, went to pick up the phone and shit like that, and they claimed he couldn't find it. Yeah, they got on the phone with a motherfucking old girl. It was like it's on top of the game. No, that was
Okay.
the key. No, that was the keys. That wasn't the phone. Remember they because first they said they had a phone or some shit like that. And then the lady said it took them like 15 minutes to produce the phone because they said it was supposedly in the truck. You know what I'm saying? Because when you watch the
Well, they
interview,
said they had a phone because they were deleting his social media account,
but
showing
no, no,
what could
no.
have
So
happened.
no, that's a claim. So
Okay.
they said they had the phone because the phone was on the boat. You feel me? And then when they got back to land, they had everybody's phones. And they try to say that they didn't go into the phones, but then when Nolan mom got the phone, she said wasn't no pictures or nothing, you know what I'm saying, being took her that day. And that's kind of like, you know what I'm saying, suspicious because Nolan liked to take pictures and
That's
shit
what I was
like
saying.
that.
They deleted like any media that would have
Yeah. But
shown
she
what
don't know.
really happened. Is what I heard.
That's just an assumption about a deletion because we don't know if he took pictures or not, but that's why they want to get into the phone to see, you know what I'm saying, what's actually going on with the phone and what's inside of the phone. Now for me, like if this shit would have happened right then and there when it happened, first of all, they should have took it. But they saying that everybody gave up their phones. I just
But they
I don't
didn't. They act like that boy's phone didn't exist. So it's
yeah, I
kind of
don't
weird.
I'm talking about everybody gave up their phone to the police, which I don't believe. And even if that was the case, you feel me, Nolan phone should have been got right then and there and it should have been whooped the bell. But I'm not even mad at the mom for keeping the phone and saying, look, when y'all go in the phone, I want I want my people to be there so they can see what y'all doing. But my thing is this y'all got Ben Crump and Al Sharpton and y'all done raised all this motherfucking money to take that money, go pay a motherfucker to go into the phone and see what the fuck they find out, and then get a phone up to the peoples. Because once you do what you're gonna do,
That's true because you can find deleted files in the undeleted section of the phone.
Because
Yeah, they
yeah,
were
they got
talking about
apps
that.
that you can pay to get all your old deleted stuff too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But go pay a motherfucker to do what the state finna do. You know what I'm saying? And have a motherfucker right there
It
from the
take
state.
30 days for a file to go away completely. So
Yeah.
that was a whole argument.
And then here we go. Look how long it's been. It's been over 30 days with this phone and shit. So why the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So even if it was something on that damn phone that could have potentially helped Nolan by them taking so long, god damn it, if it take 30 days, it ain't that no more anyway. But it's only certain things for certain apps, but it's still always a digital imprint.
Yeah, but it's so the whole premeditated part. Like, did they keep it that long to hope that the information would go
No, well,
away?
they didn't keep it, no, so they didn't keep it that long. So because the mom got the phone that night, so the parents had the phone. So now we saying, did the parents avoid giving up the phone? That's what it would turn into now because they didn't have the phone for 30 days. Only the parents had the phone. You
Gotcha.
feel me?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't think so because they tried to change the narrative or point a narrative or paint. I said paint a narrative that the parents actually had something to do with the unaliving of their own son, which is fucking insane to me. And again, I don't. So of course I'm gonna say I don't know, right? But again, I'm gonna say that's fucking insane. They wasn't on the island. They didn't go out. They sent them out with his motherfucking so-called alleged friends to go have fun on the fucking island. So how the fuck did his excuse my French too, y'all? I know I'm doing a lot of with F bombs, but how did these people have any involvement with the unaliving of their own damn son? And I'm not saying people don't do this shit, right? But in this case, how can you even say that, bro? Like, no. Now I ain't gonna lie, I do think that they should have gave that phone up, or again, all this money that was raised, have the proper people get into that damn phone. It's what I think they should have did on their own and then gave the phone up. So then they could have did a comparative analysis on the information that they people found and what the state found. And you still could have had a person there with the state when the state took out whatever they need to take out on the phone. And if they say, oh, well, we didn't have this and we didn't have that, you can always come out and say, well, look, my people, before we even gave out a phone, we did this and this is what we found. You feel me? And have a person right there. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a lot of shit that's fishy. There's just a lot of shit that's fishy. And then there's one young lady, that's a TikToker. Man, she done found all type of fucking trails and shit like that to how people could be related. And I say, oh my fucking goodness. I mean, just
And
a
one of
lot.
the then they saying one of the stepson of the stepmom.
You say the stepmom what?
Which one is the judge? One of the
That's
stepmom
Warren.
is the judge.
That's Warren
Okay,
mom,
yeah,
man. Calm down. Yeah, that's Warren mom. Warren mom.
yeah.
That's
Because
the
okay,
judge.
Warren is saying my mom was there. She seen him alive.
I didn't hear him say that. He said his mom was on the south end. Now, I did hear with the interview that I played with him, the defamation lawyer and the other two characters, Jackson. I forgot the other young man name. He said his mom was on the south end of Horn Island, and they said they was at the west tip of Horn Island. You know what I'm saying? So, and then he said you can because and then here we go too. A lot of time people were saying about phone calls and uploading and cell service wasn't that good. But then he come back and say, well, you know what I'm saying, if you real diligent shit, you feel me, you know what I'm saying, and you make enough attempts, you can get through because he said he called his mom at least like 8 or 9 times. You feel me? And just like even with that picture that don't have a timestamp when they show the young man on the phone, right? Like we got to think about this too. That video that they showed, all those people were just standing there calm. That couldn't have been the conversation, or that couldn't have been the phone call when they called Cito, where motherfuckers was talking about, oh my God, and damn it, Bart. Because you didn't even see another boat coming to assist them during that time. Yeah, he was pulling the line, but he wasn't pulling the line from another boat. Like, because they scanned, like the whole video scanned and panned. You know what I'm saying? When he was on the phone, like you don't see nobody standing up, nobody around him. You don't see nobody talking. You don't see nobody lips moving in that video. And clearly, when he made that phone call, you heard them talking all throughout his conversation on that Tito call. From the time he called Tito, they were conversating. You feel me? On that video that they played, when they pan it out, where you see one guy at this end, then one pulling the boat, then him look like he on the phone. You don't even see the young lady in the picture that you heard that said, "Oh my God." You see what I'm saying? And but man, you know, motherfucker gonna push their narrative how they go push it, man. You know, they go push it. They want you to believe what they want you to believe.
That's Mississippi for
You
you.
know, and again, see, but again though, you know, and see, and then you know, so now let me ask you guys this. So do you guys think that's fair to say that and really, you know, if you do, you do, if you don't, you don't, including you guys in the chat. Do you really think it's fair to say that because it's Mississippi, this type of shit just happens and gets swept under the rug?
It's been known for that in Mississippi, but sooner or later we have to break because they can't keep on covering all this stuff happening in Mississippi.
Okay. 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 I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. So you say sooner or later, goddamn it, something got to be done, something got to be said, something got to be had. I feel you.
Yeah.
Okay. But again, you know, that's a touchy situation because, you know, again, we do know racism is heavily prevalent throughout, you know what I'm saying, United States Corporation of America. We do know about Mississippi burning. We do know about all the unaliving, lynches, and bad things that happen in Mississippi. We do also know this as well that 38.7% of the melanated community or populations lives in Mississippi, which is one of the matter of fact, which is the highest concentrated area of melanated people. You feel me? But even inside of Horn Island, it's still only 13 between 1350 and 1480 black folks that live in Ocean Springs. You feel me? So when and in this case, how they always say, "Oh man, you can't say Nolan Wells was the only black person on that island." I'm not, and again, I don't disagree that no, well, of course Nolan probably wasn't the only black person on that island. But if we're talking about again, like Warren said, it was 1,000 people. You feel me? Then other people say it was hundreds of people, whatever the case may be. I guarantee you it wasn't motherfucking no, it wasn't over 15 motherfucking black folks on that island. And again, I'm not trying to push the race or the black or white card, you know what I'm saying, with the case. But they keep saying it as if like we trying to say Nolan was the only person. No one said Nolan was the only black person on that island. See, and this is where I think a lot of the uh bullshit come from too, because it was like when that picture first came out, yeah, it only showed Nolan with his 3 friends, right? So a lot of people was just assuming that, you know, he was just with them and he got unalived or whatever the case may be. So they must have did it before anything came out about a background about them being on the island and being around a bunch of other people. You feel me? So we wasn't just saying that, you know, saying white folks did it because no, you know what I'm saying? When it came out that he was on the island with a bunch of other people, again, I always say it might not have been them boys, but somebody knows something. One of them knows something, if not two, or if not all, if they wasn't the ones involved. You feel me? And then when we talking about a cover up, it could be an even smaller cover up that became a bigger cover up because of who's involved. You know, we don't know. And again, this is just an opinion, speculations, and things like that. I'm not saying these things are for sure, you know, because again, I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm not an investigator. I'm not part of the case, you know. But when I see other content creators talk about it, bro, like I be seeing some on, bro, and when this TikTok lady be talking, man, especially this one guy, man, you feel, and I don't want to talk bad about no content creator, nobody that's in this space, right, that's doing what they do. Big ups to everybody, right? Because you got to find your lane in your road. But some of this, like when she doing her thing and people commentating on it, man, it just be like some of the ridiculousness that you hear. You feel, and I'm gonna keep it 100, man. Even as a black person, right, or a melanated person, right, Negro, African American, Indigenous, FBA, ADOS, whatever the hell you want to call yourself, right? I still say like some of that shit just be bullshit, bro. Like Like they be reaching too fucking hard and too fucking far, bro. So I get a lot of the people when they be like, man, y'all are just speculating and pushing the narrative. But again, I'm not finna sit here either and say, God damn it, they not covering shit up. And why wouldn't I expect for them to have done something to him? Because it is Mississippi. You know, Mississippi does have a history. You know what I'm saying? The whole South does have a history of these type of things happening and getting swept up. You know what I'm saying? All these people do know each other. All these people are part of the same close knit community. You know what I'm saying? And if that wasn't the case, how the fucking granddaddy get on the phone with the captain? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Even if you just do some digging and you get into their social media, you could see who was friends with who and who wasn't friends with who knew who. And like it don't take a rocket science to figure a lot of this shit out. They got fucking Facebook gang task force. You mean to tell me y'all can't do some investigation and get on and see who and see who know who and bro, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's just an easy ass open and shut case, right? Because nothing is just that easy. It's just, you know what I'm saying, open and shut. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is that easy, right? Of course you got to do your investigation. But man, like again, man, I just keep screaming. There's too many inconsistencies with this case, man. A lot of times, man, I don't see how, you know, if you're a professional, you know what I'm saying, investigator, like you don't see these things. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is unfolding right before your eyes. Like even with the storage shit, because I've been here, okay, well, it was some storage on the boat. Now, I don't think it was big enough to hold nobody here. I ain't gonna hold nobody. I think the storage shit was just like for fish or whatever. Now, unless you telling me they didn't chop this damn body up or they didn't bent his body to the point and broke some bones and shit like that. But again, you know, the autopsy didn't show no broken bones. But again, I haven't been on that boat. I don't know what that boat's like. I don't know the space that's in the compartment. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Um, and then I also seen the video. This young lady and this guy was walking, and this boat is supposedly got put in a tow yard or some shit like that, right? And the guy was saying that it was missing some things, like you know what I'm saying. It was just missing some shit. But like he said, he don't know if this is the exact boat. I don't know if this is the truth or whatever. But yeah, man, it's just a lot of speculation, man. And people just coming out with all type of shit. Now, I don't want to say wait for the investigation to be over because again, like I say, I do think it's some bullshit in this case. It is some, you know, I don't want to say what that it is cover up, but what may seem to be like they hiding something. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like they are trying to cover up something. And again, like I say, man, if this was an accident, just come out and say it was an accident. I mean, you can't do that now, but why not just come out and say it was an accident? You know what I'm saying?
From the
Like
beginning.
if that yeah, you know, if they would have said that shit Fambo from the beginning, man, I could G for it. I could go for it. You feel me? Depending about the context and how shit was played out. You know what I'm saying? We can go for it. But now that y'all ain't saying that it was an accident, and now we gotta go do some digging and don't nobody know what happened. And then motherfuckers say they seen this with this girl. And then I think Katie just might be a fall guy. I think Katie might just be a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't even because you don't see her with no interviews, no real pressure on Katie. You feel me? No, none of that type situation. And like in the original documents, bro, like a lot of the people that was with them, these people name ain't even on the reports. Like, what the fuck? Like, how are y'all names not on the report if y'all give y'all accounts because y'all was the ones with them or y'all was the last people that seen them? You got names like Ava. You got other names from other different guys that they said that they could have potentially been he was potentially seen and spotted with. You know what I'm saying? Like
They trying to take the blame off of them.
yeah, it's just too much. All right, my boy. All right. Yeah. He said he got his school tomorrow. Most definitely. First day of school tomorrow, man. Big shout out to all the families, man, and the kids, man. You know what I'm saying? For the back to school shopping, man, and getting them kids together for that first day of school tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of parents is happy shit that them kids getting their ass back in school. They ain't got to deal with them.
School just starting out there.
For some people, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Y'all already in school in Texas?
Yeah. Like out here, they started last week.
Mm-hmm.
Abilene started last week. Like the other YouTube I talked to, his kid started 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So some of my kids are already in school because they go to like them district suburb schools. So ones that's out there, yeah. Uh, but my little one he starts, and then my boys that's in high school, that's in the city that go to public school. Do they start tomorrow? Days after that, some shit like that. Depends on where you at.
Man down, man down.
Man, let me play this video, man. I want to get into this video of this TikTok chick that I was telling y'all about, man. Cause she really doing her motherfucking thing, bro. She out here in the motherfucking field with it. Let me see. Now again, y'all, I don't hold this TikTok shit. You feel me? To the exact, cause like I say, she ain't no damn professional. Hey, but if Nosy was a person, goddammit, she on point like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
She get a
Nosy was
reward.
a motherfucking person. Yeah, hey man, a big shout out to this dude too, man. What's his name? Big Gish or whatever, because he stay pushing her shit, you feel me? And promoting her and rocking out with her, you feel me? That's how I got up on her. That's how I know about her. But let's watch a little bit of this shit, man. You see what they talk about. Get over there, do that, yeah.
The like and subscribe button because it looked like
He be wild too. He be wild. He be wild. Man, if they don't stop with them damn letters that's coming out, bro, they need to stop with this shit. I don't believe. Like, don't get me wrong. I was talking to a brother, and he was like, "Man, I'll clock them, I'll log them, and we'll out the bell." Yeah, I would, but like now all of a sudden we got letters and shit. Come on, man.
video.
With Biloxi Cooking and Fishing.
What's going on, y'all?
And we are boat hunting today. We are out here looking at, no, it does say security. Let me show y'all what's right next to the fucking wildcat we just found. Look at there. What?
And they supposed to be in Mississippi, so I guess this is one of the boats. I
That's
don't know,
interesting.
but this shit it's just getting out of hand.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
See those two rods coming out of the.
Yeah, but I don't know what that means.
That's the trim. What
Okay.
that does is that makes that motor do that.
Okay.
Okay. So if the trim is not hooked up, and they were saying if they had issues with the trim, assuming this is the boat, and I'm not sure because I don't see a name on it.
Hold on. There's a key still in it too.
By the way, people, just to let y'all know, if somebody says we're trespassing, we are on city easements, so kiss our ass.
Got to fight with them too. Got to take fight with them on
Again,
the side.
y'all, I'm just bringing y'all the latest of what's going on. That's not to say that that's anybody else's boat. The only thing that raised a flag with me is that it's in a security fence. So I don't know if that's the same boat or what. All I seen is Triton boat, and again, everything is all alleged. Nothing is fact. We just getting the news and spreading it out there, y'all. Breaking news, y'all. I don't know why this keeps happening, but as I was scrolling, Nerdy Pink Panda came on my timeline. They removed 10 videos she tried to upload earlier, y'all. So y'all know they already took one of her pages. She moved over to YouTube, y'all, and I'm going to ask y'all, please go over there and support and subscribe. This is the new video that she just uploaded, but before we get into that, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to J Megan, Nerdy Pink Panda on YouTube.
Sometimes in order to go forward in an investigation, you have to go back to the beginning. And once I did, I realized we have missed something huge, y'all. And yes, I've already tried making a video about this, so let's try it again. All right, so according to one of the original MDMR reports, Captain William Freeman called the Master Sergeant and told them to locate and interview a female subject. And that's how we get to this girl, Lainey. Now, this has always bothered me because I'm like, why is Lainey's name in this report? Why was she brought up at all? Especially since, according to Lainey, she hadn't seen Nolan in over a year and was on a completely different
Nah, I ain't never heard of the Lainey chick. This is some new shit to me.
island, so it never made sense to me. And then it effing hit me. So according to this report, on July 5th at 9 a.m., assistance was requested from Captain Freeman as part of the drone search. Freeman was transported to Horn Island, and at approximately 10 a.m., he tried 3 failed launches. It ended up being a software error, and he was unable to fix it in the field. So then at 10:30, Freeman requests that Smith come out and assist with drone duty. Freeman and another officer went and picked up Smith and transported him to Horn Island. But by 12:40, the first drone finally takes flight. Now, wait a minute. If Freeman was out on Horn Island trying to do this drone launch, had to call in assistance, go and get that person, bring them back to Horn Island, then when the F did he get this information about Lainey? Oh, wait, I have an idea.
Was looking for Nola, who was on the boat. Was it both boats? On boats. Okay, can you explain that? Who was out of this group? Who was on what boat? Or who was on a boat or not? Going out looking for Nola.
So, me, Wyatt, and Trayston got in the boat. We got in the Palm Beach that morning, the morning after, and to the islands, and we were met by a DMR. There was 7 DMR boats already out there. DMR and park rangers. We talked to them. We gave them all of our information. They personally asked if any of us were on the boat with him that day. We told them yes. They just said, all right, well, I mean, we got the area scoped out. And then after that, we just went up to the beach. I think we met up with y'all. Yeah.
Okay, so by Morgan's own words, he, Trayston, and Wyatt were on the Palm Beach out at Horn Island talking to MDMR. Oh, and when was that? When did they do that?
From 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy.
Oh, you were out there until 11:50, you say? You mean 5 minutes before this phone call happened? Does that sound like a coincidence to you? Now, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to conclude that they were the ones who gave this information to Captain Bill Freeman. Again, why would they give Lainey's name if she wasn't there in that group that day? Especially when he was supposedly last seen with Katie, whose name, again, is conveniently absent from any report that we've seen. But this is about to get deep, y'all, because I reread the line again, now knowing that the boys were the ones who probably gave this information and not just some random good citizen. Specific wording says, Captain Freeman said to locate and interview a female subject that was possibly involved with the missing person on Horn Island. Possibly involved? How did I miss that? How did we all miss that? Because there's 2 other boys mentioned in this that they don't make contact with, and it just says possible names associated with Wells. That is very different and intentional language. Now, as I've told y'all, I've spent weeks learning the dynamics of all these different friend groups and who they're friends with online, etc. Now, this is Lainey. Now, most people have clocked this picture where Lainey is with a girl who is wearing the same swimsuit last 4th of July as the one that is on the boat with Katie. I'm going to try and do this in the easiest way possible. I have narrowed down the BFF group with Lainey and these girls. All of these girls have called each other their best friends and taken pictures with each other at some point or another. Now, none of these girls are friends with any of the Wyatt Warren friend group. All of them are friends with Trayston and Trayston's sister. Trayston's sister has best friend picture relationships with all of these girls. It's very clear that this is
So it said right there, except Katie. Is it that the white girls and the black men
Hey, she done broke down a chart.
have a thing for each other, and the white men are jealous. Because remember, let's keep it real. We done reacted to so many videos of white women coming out saying whenever they date a white guy, they always pressing the white girl, have you ever been with a black man? And they would deem them tainted if they have. They have this obsession with black men. So this is just something to think about, y'all.
Core group of friends. There's group pictures with them. They've lived together, etc. Now, Kendall is the one in the blue and red bikini in this picture.
Man, he gassed it too, man. He is killing me.
Another picture of Bailey and Maggie here from last 4th of July wearing the exact same red and blue swimsuit that Kendall was wearing. So it's pretty safe to say that these girls coordinated all wearing
It ain't the same swimsuit either.
the same bathing suit. Also found this picture of Lainey from 2 4th of Julys ago wearing this bathing suit. Does it look familiar to anybody? That's right. That is clearly the same bathing suit from the boat with Katie, with a face that's conveniently been blurred. Now, do we think it's a coincidence that
That's the one they blurred. Oh, she back. She back. She's back. Oh my God.
Swimsuits associated with this friend group all ended up on the same boat as Katie? I'm gonna say the chances are slim. Now, Kendall seems to have a longtime boyfriend. And guess what his name is? Jacob Brooks, which is the second name that comes up on this report. And guess who seems to be Lainey's longtime boyfriend? Drew Johnson, the other name on this report. Now, Drew, unlike all of these people over here, Drew is friends with the Warren Wyatt friend group. Also the only one out of this entire group that is Facebook friends with Nolan. If this was the boys telling this information to the captain, why were they saying that their buddy's girlfriend was possibly involved with Nolan? And why would Trayston be
That's why they kept saying my buddy,
snitching on his sister's friends like this? Now wait, one of Katie's BFFs, Nevaeh, is friends with a Caden McGrath. Caden is friends with 0 people from either group except for Nevaeh, as far as I can tell. Caden is somehow related to a Joe, who is frequently advertising on his page for the Biloxi Bay RV Resort. The one that I was saying that according to the GPS coordinates looks like they may have dropped somebody off at. So in my opinion, Joe is clearly somehow related to the Marty McGrath, who was the one who apparently took all these people on this boat, including Katie, when this friend group was supposedly left on this island. And I feel like that language is really important. And
y'all get this out there. Make sure you like, make sure you hype this video, and make sure you subscribe. Get this video out there. Screen record, screenshot the names, do everything you got to do, because they is on this lady right here, y'all.
Overlooked because left makes it sound like your ride left without you. Now, according to Joe's LinkedIn, he is IT for the Ocean Marine Group, which is owned by Jerry Adkerson. Aiden is also the only person I can find who is friend with Captain Chris Seth Ward, the son of Chris Ward, who was called by Jerry to cancel the CETO allegedly on his private line before the CETO call.
I told they all connected. They gotta lock all they ass up. They gotta lock all of their asses up, y'all. This is why it's taking so slow. We need outside people to investigate this, y'all.
I agree with that.
Bro, a lot of people got to go down. A lot of people. My bad. I'm going to rewind it. I know I'll be trying to let it cook, but golly.
Of Chris Ward, who was called by Jerry to cancel the CETO allegedly on his private line before the CETO call was even finished. I also found a very weak connection through social media between Lainey and a girl who is in the same sorority as the girl who threw the party, Ava, allegedly threw the party. So what if Trayston's slick comment wasn't about Katie at all? Because I don't know about you guys, but we have seen absolutely zero proof that Katie was actually out there with them. They have kept the story hyper-focused on Katie, and no other girls' names have really gotten out. What if Katie has been the red herring this whole time? I don't know. I'm still trying to piece through. I'm still trying to figure it out, because there's clearly a chunk that is missing out of this story. Like, I think Lainey is a red herring too, don't get me wrong, because I don't see these boys like freely offering up their motive or anything, but it sounds like maybe this Lainey girl was involved with Nolan behind her boyfriend boyfriends back at some point, and they tried to use that.
All right, now, y'all, look, I had a lot more to go over, so y'all make sure y'all stay tuned for tomorrow. Tap in tomorrow because we're going to go over everything what we missed today to go over tomorrow because I didn't think she was going to cook for that long. Did y'all see the new people that we got in there and see how they connected it?
Hey,
Bruh,
man,
I told the grandfather is it's a bro. They all connected. This is why every time somebody come out, it's always.
Hey, but you know what's crazy though, y'all? Like a lot of this shit that he's saying though, it's like kind of crazy and irrelevant. And the only and I'm saying that because of this. Like when Tristan came out and said, Ocean Spring protects Ocean Spring, we knew what the fuck that meant. We knew what that was. Like it didn't take a rocket science to understand that they could possibly be, you know what I'm saying, speaking out for each other or holding some information back or whatever the case may be. We didn't need for her to go through the deep dive to realize that half the motherfuckers that was on the boat that went out together, that they was friends. Like we already knew this shit. Like we knew that they were all friends. You know what I'm saying? And we knew and that's what, see, and this is life type shit, bro. This ain't no rocket science type shit. We know it's one motherfucker that might just fuck with one person, but he don't fuck with nobody else in the group. You feel me? Type shit, man. Like we know all this. Like, and I'm not saying I'm not saying it to discredit, you feel me, you know, her work or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, to discredit, you know, what she was doing and nothing like that. I ain't doing it for that purpose. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it don't take a rocket science to figure a lot of this shit out that she's saying. You know. Now when she got into the overland maps and all that shit, woo out the bam and, you know, making the little pathways that they could have took and, you know what I'm saying, other shit, you know, I give her that. But I'm not saying that, you know, I'm gonna negate the fact that she got Katie and all these girls and shit like this and figured out that it could potentially not even been Katie. You feel me? The Katie part could have been a cover up. You know what I'm saying? You know, when they saying they last seen time see it go. Cause what they could have been saying was, okay, well, I last seen them with Katie. Katie, we need you to say woo up the bell, yada, yada, yada. And she was like, woo up the bell. But then it's getting fucked up because, you know, there's other chicks out there. So maybe Nolan was fucking with somebody else that wasn't even Katie. You feel me? And some shit happened from that, you know what I'm saying? Versus it being, you know, it was the Katie situation and Katie was barred through the rules. You know what I'm saying? Because I think they already done down there debunked that. I think they done already knocked that and blew that out the water. But I want this shit to be coming from the investigators. I want to hear from the people that's actually, you know what I'm saying, working the case. I want to hear. And don't get me wrong, but again, by being a national case, I would think that a lot of this shit, you know what I'm saying, would be open to the public. Unless they were trying to protect, you feel me? Because it ain't like motherfuckers is under 17. They all grown. We all know their names. They doing interviews. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like you protecting the innocent or you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So it's kind of weird. But again, you know, each state do shit different. They do things according to how, you know what I'm saying, they want to do it. Let me see. What else we got here? Hey man, happy belated to Nolan too, man. Yeah, Leo, man. Big shout out to him. All right, I don't really rock with him, but I want to see what he's talking about real quick. Let's see what he's talking about.
I've been dreading the day I received this email.
Then I want to go to Officer Taylor, man. I seen some shit earlier about Officer Taylor. Let's see what he talking about.
Service Sam. Leave your comments and I'll come back with mine.
I'm here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. This is something a little bit shocking. Somebody just reached out to me on Facebook. He's verified that he has been talking with the investigators, as you can see in this screenshot. And I'll just read you our conversation. I was on Horn Island on the 4th. I have information I will share with you, but for obvious reasons would like to keep certain parts a secret as they would absolutely damage the investigation. Let me know if you want. I've had several conversations with investigators. I can be seen in the video in question regarding an altercation. I said, oh, sure. Were you really there? I was there during the video in question. I can be seen on the far right walking away. Okay, great. What would you like to say? I will not use your name or anything. Then he sent me these screenshots of the phone calls. I said, I believe you. What would you like to share with me? Thanks. I've been working with investigators. I walked through right after a real fight broke out. I didn't see Nolan or the friends he rode there with around, but I have reason to believe Nolan was part of that fight. What do you think happened to Nolan?
Okay, it cuts about right there, but you get the gist of what's going on, fam. The question is, what triggered the tip? Did the tipster see recent coverage? Hear about something? Did somebody reach out to the tipster? See, we're not going to leave one stone unturned in this case, fam. We're following.
And not to mention, they got $125,000 reward. So if a motherfucker was coming out saying something, of course, you know, but again, of course, these tips and things will be vetted. You know what I'm saying? Before they paying out, of course, you know what I'm saying? This shit got to really be, you know what I'm saying, what it is. So yeah, we know that's what's going on.
Every tip, every lead, and we gonna get down to the nitty gritty in this case.
Because Willie did.
So we need to know.
Him for a few seconds, y'all.
Did the tipster see recent coverage? Did he hear somebody make a statement that he or she believe is inaccurate, or finally become comfortable talking? You know, a lot of times when these type of cases come about, you know, it can be very dangerous. Speaking out can be very dangerous. You're talking about going up against a criminal enterprise. That's right. I said it, a criminal enterprise. Yeah. So, you know, speaking out about this type of stuff can be very dangerous. And that's why I salute people like Jess Bree, who are boots on the ground. I mean, she out there, putting in work. Follow her on TikTok, fam. She put in a lot of work on this Nolan Wells case, and she is not afraid. Even if she is afraid, she's being led, you know, by the Spirit. She like, you know what? Doesn't matter. You know, I'm gonna speak the truth. Firsthand or secondhand information. You know, that's what we want to know, right? And that's critical. Did this person actually see or hear something themselves, or are they repeating what somebody told them? Now, this person said that they actually saw, they were actually there. They said that they were actually on Horn Island. They saw the altercation that involved Nolan, and they kind of moved around. So
that ain't what it said.
That's the information that they shared is a little open-ended, but you know, like I said, we're going to follow every lead, every tip. And see, the goal is, fam, is to continue to talk about this. Don't allow it to bear. See, if we stop talking about it, people who got information, they might decide that nobody cares about the case anymore. You know, perhaps people have moved on. So if we're talking about it, it might
make no
draw
sense.
Somebody's memory. It might make.
Yeah, but that don't make no sense though, cause like if this was shit, like, cause if you like that's bullshit, Willie. You know what I'm saying? Cause if you got some, like, if you can stay anonymous and you got some information about some shit, man, a crime or something that happened, man, that's fucked up, man, you should, man, be speaking up and speaking out against that shit, man, and letting the authorities and telling them everything that you know what I'm saying? They got ways of keeping it. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, you know, you get the right to face your accused or whatever the case may be, but I'm pretty sure in certain situations and cases, you know what I'm saying? You know, they do what they do.
Somebody say, you know what, man, you know, I got the information. You I'm gonna go ahead and speak on it. Or maybe somebody don't know about that $125,000 reward that's out there for information that could lead to the arrest and conviction of the people who are involved with Nolan's death. Where was the tipster during the relevant period? If they were on Horn Island, near the boat, or around Nolan and his friends, that dramatically changes the potential significance of the information. What does the tipster claim to know? We need to know all of that. We need to get the tipster and put him in a safe place. Get him out of Mississippi. A useful tip needs specifics. People, times, locations, conversations, or actions investigators can independently verify. When I say investigators, I ain't talking about the state investigators. I'm talking about independent investigators, because we don't trust the state of Mississippi as far as we can throw it. Can the tip be corroborated? Phone records, GPS data, photographs, videos, receipts, surveillance footage, and other witnesses could potentially confirm or disprove parts of an account. So we're not just automatically believing everything that we hear. Stuff have to be verified. It's important to know, does the tip fill the gap? Does it fill the gap in Nolan's timeline? That's potentially more important than whether the tip sounds sensational. Does the tip contradict anything investigators have already been told? If so, investigators would need to determine which account is supported by objective evidence. We need to know, man. We need to know what's going on. Does the tip, see, this is what I'm saying. We want all of the tips. Yeah, but I want the good tips. We take the good tips, we take the bad tips, we take any tips, right? But the most valuable tip to me is the ones that can provide investigators with information that they don't know. Give us a name that we haven't heard yet. You dig what I'm saying? Give us a name we haven't heard. Tell us something that we don't know. Drop a phone number, drop a photo, show us some video.
Get some video.
Because we know you got it. There were hundreds of people out there on Horn Island on the day that Nolan allegedly disappeared.
Warren said at least 1,000, so I'm going with what Warren say. You know what I'm saying?
Hundreds. Bunch of youngsters and adults. What happened to the adults that were on the island? We haven't heard anything from them.
They might not have been around.
We haven't heard anything from any of the adults.
Probably.
They're trying to make it seem like this was just a bunch of kids just out just having fun, and there were no adults anywhere around.
You're right.
Just a bunch of kids on boats.
Yeah, you're right.
A bunch of kids. Where are the adults that were on Horn Island when Nolan Wells allegedly disappeared? Where are the adults? I want to know. I need a name. I want to see some photographs. I want to see some video. I need to see all of that. And why wasn't this person previously identified? Did investigators know they existed? Were they ever interviewed? Or is this genuinely someone new? Got to ask some questions, man. Did investigators overlook this person? Or did the person simply never come forward? Those are completely different situations, right? And if this person did come forward, how did investigators respond to the tip? Did they immediately schedule an interview, request evidence, seek additional records, re-interview somebody? What the hell did they do? Let me tell you something, fam. On the state side, I don't really believe there's an investigation going on. I think they've been over there sitting on their hands for weeks. Usually, if you're really investigating, you're going to give people some type of update. There'll be some type of update. We're getting close. We got this. We know that this happened. Da da da. We are investigating all leads. Da 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 da. They're going to give you something. They haven't given us anything but silence. Crickets.
I was say earlier.
Watch what investigators do next. Watch what they do next. Their actions just may tell us more about how seriously they're taking the information than any public statement. I'm following the investigators. I'm listening. I'm watching them. And they're not giving me anything, fam. If I'm an investigator, I'm coming out smoking. I'm holding press conference. Okay, listen, now I'm not going to give y'all everything. I'm not going to give you the smoking gun, but I'm going to let you know, just like when, let's say there's a mass shooting. You know how quick investigators are to call a press conference, and then how often they give updates? They give updates like 2-3 times a day on these major cases. Major cases, 2-3 times a day. We ain't got a damn update, and we ain't got 2 or 3 updates in the whole damn investigation during the whole time of the investigation, or the so-called investigation. May have been 2 updates, and that's it. 2 updates in 2 months. Come on, fam. More than July, August. Okay, that haven't been 2 months. It haven't been quite 2. I don't know why it seems so long. This seems like this has been going on a long time, but it hasn't quite been 2 months. But several weeks. No updates. Y'all got to do something about that, Mississippi. Ain't nobody picking on y'all. Y'all earned that reputation. We're not picking on y'all. We exposing y'all. If y'all don't like it, do better. No more talk.
I was driving to visit my friends. Had my dog Max with me. Then, I don't know.
Damn, he said Mississippi earned that reputation. That's why I asked brothers earlier, do you think it's fair? You know what I'm saying? About, you know what I'm saying, painting Mississippi in that light. Let's see what they talking about, y'all.
Has pushed the Nolan Wells case back into public attention. The claim that Nolan was killed on the boat. But hearing a claim and proving a claim are 2 very different things. Before we decide what that statement means, we need to identify exactly where it came from, what the speaker actually knew, and what independent evidence could either support or contradict it. That distinction matters because this investigation now exists on 2 tracks. One is the fast-moving world of online commentary, where theories can travel farther than the evidence behind them. The other is the slower legal process, where attorneys are seeking records that may allow investigators, courts, and the public to reconstruct what happened from documents rather than assumptions. This channel is going to stay on that second track. We will examine the timeline, the filings, the recordings, the digital records, and the statements that can actually be checked. If you want continuing coverage built around what can be verified rather than whichever theory is trending that day,
covered him up with the life jackets. They all knew he was on the boat. They just laid him on the back of the boat and got towed in.
So let's listen to him.
And now, before we interpret the statement that opened this investigation, listen to the source for yourself.
Hey, y'all, hey, I got this video a couple of days ago, and I've been kind of like not really interested to see it, but I finally just said, what the heck, let's listen to what he has to say. So let's listen to him.
They
old white man
killed Nolan Wells on the boat. They covered him up with the life jackets. They all knew he was on the boat. They just laid him on the back of the boat and got.
Oh, it was a boat that was all with all them life jackets, and old girl did say something about it, but I don't know, man.
Towed in part of the way. Then they got their boat running, and they got on in. And when they got in, they couldn't figure out where they were going to put him or what they were going to do. So they dropped everybody off. Then they went back out to the island that the GPS doesn't show, but they did because they disconnected it. Okay? And none of them had their phones with them when they went back. So there wasn't any trace of them going back. And they dumped the body. They came back, took the boat out of the water, then went over there at 3 a.m. and washed the boat, thinking washing the boat would get all the DNA and everything off the boat.
I'm sure that you got the same thing that I have. I don't think that he's describing what happened or like if he had firsthand knowledge of what happened and things of that nature. I think what he is doing is saying that this is what he heard on one of the panel's lives or something of that nature. And he is saying that these content creators, TikTok creators, we are the best investigators out there, and that the police or investigators, or if there are any in this case, should look into the things that we have researched, because he feels that we're spot on. Now, the DA and Warren might have released some stuff on.
There is an immediate problem with treating that recording as established fact. The clip itself does not tell us whether the speaker witnessed any of this. It may be first-hand information, second-hand information, or a retelling of something heard during an online discussion.
Of course, we're not considering this as a fact. Of course, me hearing it, I'm not thinking that he was there or nothing like that. Me hearing this is me thinking that this is him coming to some sort of conclusion from what he didn't either heard, looked up, and, you know what I'm saying, things that, you know what I'm saying, that he didn't piece together from what he didn't heard. I don't think that he's saying that this is a first-hand account.
Until that source is identified and its basis is established, the responsible description is an allegation, not a finding. But there is another reason the statement matters. It points toward records that could potentially be checked. If boats, towing services, GPS systems, communications, or timestamps can independently establish where people and vessels were, those records can test the story rather than simply repeat it.
Miss Christine came back and checkmate on them because not she went and had her attorney subpoena. She subpoenaed Sea Tow Services and Water Marine Services that operates at South Mississippi, because she wants all the data, videos, cameras, anything from the time at 2 to 8 p.m., anything surrounding Nolan being on Horns Island, the protocols, and she also wants the manuals to what if something happens. Like, they want all the shenanigans, all the shebang bang bangs. Y'all gonna stop playing with Miss Christine, because checkmate, check the freaking mate. And I don't care what y'all say about Miss Christine. I don't care what y'all try to paint this narrative about Nolan or how she's like, you know, but she's not playing with y'all. Y'all can go have several seats. And I'm pretty sure that there'll be more subpoenas coming around for y'all, because she's not playing. She's not playing. She's going to get answers. She's going to get some justice for her son. We're going to get answers for her son. Hello. Not check. Hey, y'all. Hey. So I know that people are starting to question this image. And I'm glad that they are starting the conversation about the image before me, because when I looked at it, when it originally came out, I zoomed in specifically into this in space. And I was thinking, like, does that look like a bunch of people laying, sunbathing, or anything in that nature? Or is it looking like what is that? So let me show you the picture I'm talking about. Now, you guys always know me. I'm sharing. I'm not alleging. I'm not accusing. I'm just asking questions. So pipe down with all that other conversation. But you tell me what you see and let's dialogue about that. Because when this image literally first came out, it really took me back. Mind you, the other 3 boats that are there, but specifically zooming in into this location, it was taking me back. So what do you see? Because I'm not going to say anything. What did you see? And let's talk about it.
There is an investigation happening, and the paperwork matters. While you're watching these scrolls of the Jackson County Chancery Court website, understand what you're looking at. These are real court filings.
Yeah, but you can't tell them nobody is on the back of that boat and covered up. Now, what you can say or what you can probably talk to or get on is like, man, it's kind of suspicious that all the lifeguards that are supposed to have been distributed, you know what I'm saying, throughout the boats is on one boat. You can say that, but I don't know if it was the actual body.
Including updated subpoenas issued today, seeking records connected to the sea tow call and towing activity. And that is only part of it. There are multiple filings, requests, and legal steps happening behind the scenes. The fact that the official autopsy has still not been publicly released also tells us this process is not finished. We should not.
Yeah, but we know that. Y'all gotta stop. We gotta stop with the fucking autopsy too, man. They didn't already said what they're doing with it. They already told us that they was submitting it to the grand jury. So we gotta stop with the autopsy talk, man. We already know what's going on with the autopsy. We already know that they submitted it to a grand jury. So like we gotta stop with, oh man, you know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, I ain't saying that ain't nothing fishy, but they said that's what they doing already. So since we know that's what they doing, let's stop with that.
It was a lack of public information with a lack of activity. So don't lose hope. Don't assume nothing's happening. There's a lot happening. At the time, the public is investigating too. People are going back through interviews, timelines, statements, screenshots, and records, and they are noticing something important. What was said at the beginning does not always match what is being said now. The interviews that were supposed to settle the narrative are creating more questions. We are seeing contradictions between different accounts. We're going to continue.
Yeah, but the public, man, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the public can't have a sway or, you know what I'm saying, some type of, you feel me? But at the end of the day, the public ain't the prosecutor, the defense attorney, or the judge, or the jury, if it go to that far, however the case may be. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the grand jury. So, I mean, yeah, the public can do all the investigating they want to. That shit don't matter.
Breaking those statements down, especially statements made by Warren Hudson against the timeline, the records, and what was previously said. This is why we keep saying, follow the documents, follow the timeline, follow the evidence. We check power, not people.
The image is useful only as a question, not as an answer. A still photograph can prompt an investigation, but interpretation alone cannot establish who or what appears in a distant or ambiguous area. That is why the filings are more consequential than the speculation surrounding the image. The legal record indicates that the family's estate is seeking information connected to marine operations, calls, recordings, cameras, and related procedures. Those requests matter because they move the discussion from what viewers think they see toward information that may have been created automatically as events unfolded. And the absence of a publicly released autopsy does not by itself tell us what investigators have or have not found. It simply means that one important source of information has not been made public. A quiet public record is not necessarily an inactive investigation.
Free Press Action Network. So stay tuned. We have much more coming, and make sure you're following Free Press Action Network across all platforms.
That brings us to the next question. What happens when public statements begin to conflict with records that can be independently checked?
Updating the Nolan Wells case, and baby, when I say this changes everything, it changes everything. A new star witness has come forward in the Nolan Wells case that completely destroys the police narrative and the DA narrative. You guys, when I tell you this star witness is literally a force in nature, it is a force in nature. Okay, so what am I talking about, right? Remember when all this happened, right? Go back to a time before you knew who Officer Django was. I know, I wish there was a simpler time. Okay, and Warren was out there on Horn Island looking like just cold-blooded, in my opinion. Talking about some, people die out here all the time. I know a lot of people that have died out here, right? And it set the stage. It set a narrative. It locked in a narrative that the police, the governor, the DA, all those boys' parents, and everybody, in my opinion, hid behind. Well, baby, this star witness has come forward, and when I say it's a force in nature, it's a force in nature. Who is this mysterious star island? I wrote my own reveal. Who is this mysterious star witness? Baby, the star witness is Horn Island. Now, stop. Before you be like, Tease, I'm gonna hurt you. You just wasted my time. No, I didn't. Because People Magazine have unearthed the fact that in Horn Island, nobody has died from drowning in the last 6 years. And more importantly, even if you go into a decade or 2 decades ago, at most a handful of people, and we're talking 2, 3, 4 people, have passed away on Horn Island or from Horn Island drowning. Again, nobody has died, nobody has drowned. on Horn Island in over 6 years, and before that is the sprinkling. Why is it so important? Because you guys, the nature, the geography, the currents is literally what blows this case apart. Let me explain. I had the receipts, and I promise by the end of this, yeah, you might agree with me too. All right, so where do we start? Let's get into this. Okay, first, let's talk about what I want to call the perjury trap, all right? Y'all remember, the boys came out there and started saying, right from the gate, that from the gate saying people die out here all the time on Officer Tatum's interviews, on the media, on the news, everywhere they could. Now, why is that important? Because some people say that this proves that they were setting a predetermined narrative that they knew was a lie. Okay? How do we know it's a lie? Because and let's make sure we're right, the official Jackson County coroner records, okay, published in People magazine, but more importantly, it's in Jackson County and it's in federal, right? The federal systems, right? They just didn't prove that nobody.
Again, this still don't mean that he couldn't have possibly drowned, though, y'all.
Bodies drowned in over 6 years. Now, hold that snapshot right there. Because why is it so important? Why is this a star witness? One, first thing we have to ask, who gave those boys a narrative? Okay? Who gave those boys a narrative that, oh, was it the police? Did the boys say something? The police were like, don't worry, people die out there all the time. And it locked in a narrative that's stuck in the boys' head, but more importantly, it's stuck in everybody's head saying, you just need to accept Nolan drowned. Nolan drowned. Now pause right there because now we have to splinter, okay? Materials and written procedures for handling reports and boats taking on water and sinking, for boats taking on water and sinking. The War Marine subpoena goes even deeper. She wants all calls tied to the incident, including dispatch calls and communications between the captain, local crew, and people connected to the boat. She also wants all other communications about the incident and records showing whether any of them changed or ended CTO's response. Woo! Now listen, I know what you're saying. T said it seems standard. This is not standard. This is a checkmate. When I say this is Thanos with the affinity ring coming in around the DA and being like, oh, and that grand jury, please. Okay, so let me break it down why this is so amazingly good, but also amazingly bad for the DA and the locals that want to keep complete control and secrecy over the case. All right. This is an absolute masterpiece. Let me start by saying of civil litigation. Hands up to Ahmad R. Smith law firm, okay? Because here's the thing, you guys. Instead of bickering back and forth and you know how Officer, well, I don't know, maybe Officer DeJango was like, you know, if they would just let Ben Crump go, the boys could give them information and having to be like, please, Warren, can you tell us what you saw? Please, Jack, please. Instead of having to beg for information and sit and bark and roll over like a dog, and maybe if you make us happy, maybe then we'll tell you what we know about Warren. What we know about Nolan. Instead of all that, baby, let's get into this. It targets a neutral corporate third party. Now, I took notes. Private maritime towing corporations do not answer to Jackson County Sheriff or even local state politicians. They answer to federal compliance and corporate liability. That's right. Let's wake it up with the wrongful death suit, but more importantly, the federal compliance. Because things are federal compliance, everything needs to be documented, recorded, and there has to be a log. But it gets deeper. Listen to this, right? Listen. One, they're pushing for the unredacted hot mic audio and dispatch recording. And you guys remember the leaked audio? And it wasn't really leaked. It was released by MDNR. But there was audio from the emergency call that included background voices shouting heavily debated phrases. Now get this. The defense attorneys quickly went on national news claiming that it was doctored or just boat sinking panic. But this is the trap. CTO's corporate data servers record multi-channel, high-fidelity master tracks. By subpoenaing the files directly from the parent company, the family's independent audio engineers will get the original, uncompressed audio files before any compression or masking occurred. If these raw tracks do show, and many people believe it will, that there were people who were trying to revive Nolan on the boat hours before they told police he vanished, the accidental drowning on the island narrative is destroyed. Now, again, we are not saying that the boys at all are involved. We're just trying to find out what happened to Nolan, but that CTO call might be the first key. What's more, the GPS, you guys, breaking update in the Nolan Wells case, they have issued a new round of subpoenas. And this one, baby, when I say, if you had something to do with either Nolan's tragic ending or the way Nolan was found, baby, you might as well turn yourself in right now, because Ben Crump, Ahmad Smith, the NAACP, who else? Eric Hart, Nolan's parents, baby, they have done a checkmate. It's over for you. It's over there, that DA, and it's over for that small town. assuming they had something to do. Baby, the cover-up, the conspiracy, anything that is going wrong is about to be lost to life. And baby, guess what? They're not going through the small town politics. They're done begging the DA for anything, okay? They are going to federal compliance. And I know what you're saying, Tease, it sounds boring, but as I get into this, I'm going to tell you how the cover-up, if there is one, is about to be exposed in full color. And there's nothing, the lawyers, there's nothing, the DA, there's nothing, the governor of Mississippi, there's nothing no one can do to stop it. All right, guys, let's wake this up. So where do we come at it? Well, let's think about it, okay? We do remember when, unfortunately, Nolan had his 19th heavenly birthday. May he rest in peace. And I thought it was a bit of cruelty that the DA put a letter out the night before, warm release text that made it look like, what? This make you look more, right? And I was like, what are they trying to do? Well, it looks like Nolan's family got up the day after, wiped their tears, and they issued a new round of federal subpoenas. But let me tell you what these subpoenas are, and let me tell you why they are the end game. Everything we've been asking, everything we've been wanting, everything we've been curious about, baby. I will say one thing. Well, let me get into the story, but let me just say this. I do believe that, Loki, I do believe that if that town had been slightly empathetic, cared a little bit about the even didn't treat her like she was dirt on their shoe, talking about something, we told you what happened to your boy and all this stuff. I really do think the town would have gotten away with it if the town had something to do with it. I think that because they were so cruel, because they were so cold-blooded, that is why they were forced to do this, and that is why they are getting even more than they bargained for. Okay, hold on. Okay, now the source of this is TMZ. I think that Ocean Springs ran to TMZ to get, hey, wah, but TMZ can't save you from this, okay? Now get this. TMZ has obtained 2 new subpoenas filed Thursday on behalf of Nolan's estate. One, and I think this is a Maud Smith's law firm, one for Seatow Services International, and another from Reward Marine Services, which operates at Seatow, Mississippi. For Seatow, she basically wants everything connected to the July 4th incident from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., including calls, recordings, dispatch records, and documents showing who handled the response. She's also asking for Seatow's training.
Secret Service Sam here, and Christine Walmsley is subpoenaing the hell out of them right now. She has filed a series of legal subpoenas targeting social media, technology, and marine service companies to investigate her son's final movements and communications surrounding his death. Now, social media and tech companies, as we know, she filed in Jackson County Chancery Court. The initial subpoenas target Meta, Facebook and Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, WhatsApp, and the tracking app Life360 to secure GPS logs, messages, and deleted content. Marine and dispatch records. Additional subpoenas target marine services, including Seatow and Ward Marine, requesting dispatch logs, radio recordings, and communications tied to the July 4th incident. Now, the family's legal team is seeking clarity after reporting discrepancies in location tracking and concerns over wiped or deleted messages from his phone. So in layman's term, thank God we are going to find out what happened on those Seatow logs. We're going to get all the recorded calls. We're going to find out who's on it. I'd like to find out who that park ranger is. Can we subpoena the park ranger? Thank God for the team, the dream team, as we're calling them, because now we are going to get some answers that they have not wanted to give us. Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of the world.
Nolan Wells' case just got hot. Just when they thought they had the upper hand, Nolan Wells' estate just came in with guns a-blazing. And that's what we're going to talk about. But before we get into that, I need you to like, share, and subscribe to the channel so that you're alerted the next time I upload a new video. That's right, Nolan Wells' estate just filed a subpoena for the Seatow call. And that's what we're about to talk about. As of August 20th, 2026, the estate of Nolan Wells has subpoenaed the Seatow call. That's right. See, this is why they were so upset that Nolan Wells' parents opened an estate on behalf of Nolan Wells. See, they thought they were only going to come with lawsuits and a money grab and this, that, and the other. It's so much more that that estate can do. But if you're not privy to it, then you don't know. You just think it's all about money. No, it's about justice at the end of the day. These people want justice for their son.
And since everyone wants to say the transcription that Janetta Brantley did on the CETO call wasn't legit, it was gibberish, everything that she was talking about, it wasn't, you need the original. Okay. I told you. The loudest in the room is always the weakest person. That's the weakest link because they're always doing it.
My thing is, why is this shit should have been done, though. A lot of this shit should have been done, like fucking day 2, day 1.
When the quiet person over there is doing this. When I tell you there will be justice in Nolan Wells' case, that's exactly what I mean. When they get that, they have 21 days to turn over the original CETO call, and the professionals will transcribe it. They will do exactly what Janetta did. The background voices, pull them to the front, take away the extra, and you'll hear exactly what was said during that call. And guaranteed, we will come out with victory because they are going to come back with the same exact thing as Janetta Brantley did. She gave all her credentials. What she did was legit, but they had to debunk it some way, somehow. And now look what you did. It's amazing. Let me explain something to you. No one is above the law. And this is what every single American needs to understand. This justice system, it has to change. These two cases between Nolan Wells and Carmelo Anthony, I said it once and I'll say it again, is going to go down in history for Texas and for Mississippi. Because look how everything happened. Another case came about after Carmelo's case, and the tables was turned on it. And what did they want to claim? Oh, it wasn't them. They didn't do it. He drowned. Yeah, I bet. Well, we'll see in 21 days. Now, won't we? The estate of Nolan Wells has spoken, and the original CETO call has been subpoenaed. Let me know how you feel about this new information in the Nolan Wells case. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel so that you're alerted the next time I upload a new video.
Now let's slow this down, because after hearing all of those clips back to back, there is something important we need to separate. What people are saying is not automatically the same thing as what the evidence proves. And honestly, that's where I think this case has become much more interesting. The statement you heard at the beginning, that Nolan was killed on the boat, is an allegation coming from an anonymous source. We don't know from that recording whether the person had firsthand knowledge. We don't know whether they witnessed anything. We don't know whether they were repeating information they heard somewhere else. And that's extremely important. Because if we're going to ask for answers in Nolan Wells's case, we cannot replace one unverified narrative with another. We have to follow the trail. And right now, one of the clearest trails is the paper trail. Nolan's legal team has been pursuing records from technology companies and location tracking services connected to his final movements. Reporting has confirmed subpoenas seeking information from companies including Meta, TikTok, Snap, and Life360. That's significant because the question isn't simply, what does somebody remember? It's, what do the records show? Think about that for a second. If people remember an event differently, that's one problem. If their accounts change over time, that's another. But if a timestamp, location record, communication log, or server record contradicts an account, now you have something concrete that can be examined. And that's why the digital evidence matters so much. Life360, messages, account activity, metadata, location information. These aren't theories. They're potentially verifiable records. And according to reporting on the subpoenas,
now that we have heard the competing claims, the most important step is to separate the speakers from the evidence. The opening allegation is significant enough to investigate, but it is not independently established by the recording itself. We do not know from the material provided whether the speaker personally witnessed the events described, and we should not fill that gap with assumptions. The same standard applies to the claims about Horn Island. A statement that people die there all the time can be checked against historical records. If the available records do not support that characterization, that discrepancy deserves examination. But even a discrepancy would not, by itself, prove that anyone deliberately created a false narrative. It would simply tell investigators that the statement and the record need to be reconciled. The subpoenas are therefore important for a more basic reason. They seek primary records. Reports about what someone remembers can be compared with records generated at the time. Location data can be compared with stated movements. Dispatch records can be compared with later recollections. And original communications can be compared with transcripts or excerpts that have circulated online. That is the difference between a theory and a testable proposition. A theory says what may have happened. A record gives investigators something they can examine to determine whether that theory survives contact with the evidence.
The family's legal team is seeking exactly that kind of information to reconstruct Nolan's final movements and communications. Then there's the Marine side of this case. The CTOW recording has become one of the most debated pieces of material surrounding Nolan's death. People have argued over what can be heard in the background. People have argued over interpretations of the audio. Some have questioned whether portions of what circulated online accurately represent the original recording. And that brings us to the most important question. Why argue about an interpretation if the original recording can be examined? That's the part I want everyone to understand. If the original recording is obtained, the conversation can move away from, I hear this, you hear that. This creator says this. That creator says that. And toward, what is actually present in the original file? That's a completely different conversation. And it's one reason the legal activity surrounding this case deserves attention. Because Nolan's family isn't simply waiting for social media to figure this out. They are using the legal process to pursue information. And that's also why I don't want us to lose sight of.
The digital side of this case may ultimately be just as important as the physical timeline. Information held by social platforms and location services can potentially establish account activity, messages, timestamps, location information, or other metadata. None of those records automatically tells the whole story. Digital systems can contain gaps, inaccurate location estimates, deleted material, synchronization problems, or records that require technical interpretation. That is why authentication matters. A screenshot is not the same thing as an original server record. A transcription is not the same thing as an original audio file. A map pin is not necessarily a precise measurement of a person's position. Each item has to be examined for its source, reliability, completeness, and limitations. The Marine records raise the same issue. If an original CTOW or Marine Service recording becomes available, the key question is not what internet commentators believe they can hear. The key questions are whether the file is authentic, whether it is complete, how it was stored, and what qualified analysis can reliably establish from it.
Of the person at the center of this entire story, Nolan, before he became a case, before his name became a hashtag, before people were arguing over TikTok videos, audio recordings, boats and timelines, he was somebody's son. He was somebody's friend. He had a future that his family expected to see unfold. And now his mother is left trying to understand what happened during a few hours that changed everything. That's why I think we owe this case more than speculation. We owe it patience. We owe it accuracy. And most importantly, we owe the family the truth, whatever that truth.
And beneath all of those records is a person whose family is still trying to understand what happened. Nolan's name should not become reduced to a collection of online theories. The point of examining these documents is to replace uncertainty with the strongest answers the evidence can provide. If you value coverage that takes the time to separate verified information from allegation, subscribe to the channel. The reason to stay is simple. When a new filing, recording, location record, or official statement appears, we can examine what it actually changes instead of reacting to the loudest interpretation.
That truth ultimately turns out to be. Now, let's come back to that opening statement. They killed Nolan Wells on the boat. Is that proven? No, not from that clip. Is it something investigators should simply ignore? That's a different question. Any serious lead should be evaluated against evidence. If there's evidence supporting it, follow it. If there's evidence disproving it, follow that too. That's how this should work. And that's exactly why the records matter. Because the strongest evidence in this case may not come from the person with the most followers. It may not come from the most viral TikTok. It may not come from the most dramatic theory. It could come from something much less exciting. A timestamp, a GPS record, a communication log, an original audio file, a document nobody can explain away. That's what I'm watching for, and that's what I want this channel watching for with me. So if you've made it this far, I want you to do something different in the comments. Don't just tell me who you think is responsible. Don't just repeat somebody else's theory. Tell me this. What is the one record you think could answer the biggest unanswered question in the Nolan Wells case? Is it the original CTOW audio, the location data, the messages, the timeline, or something else entirely? And tell me where you're watching from while you're at it. City, state, or country. I want to know who's sitting in this watch room with us, because this is bigger than one video. Every time a new document appears, we're going to examine it. Every time a new claim is made, we're going to test it. And every time somebody says, this is what happened, we're going to ask the question that matters most. What proves it? If that's the kind of coverage you want, subscribe to the Black Docket. Stay with me. We're going to keep following the records. We're going to keep following the timeline. And we're going to keep asking the questions until the evidence gives us better answers. This is the Black Docket, and we're not looking away.
So let's return to the sentence that opened this video. Nolan Wells was killed on the boat. At this stage, the material we have does not establish that conclusion. It is a serious allegation that can be evaluated, but it cannot be promoted from allegation to fact simply because it is repeated with confidence. The same principle applies in the other direction. If an alternative explanation is presented, that explanation also has to survive the evidence. Investigators do not prove a case by choosing the most persuasive story. They establish what happened by testing competing accounts against records, physical evidence, expert analysis, and independently verifiable information. That is why the subpoenas deserve attention. The value of a subpoena is not that it proves a theory. Its value is that it can compel access to information that may confirm a timeline, challenge one, or reveal that an assumption was wrong. The records from technology companies may help reconstruct communications and movements. Marine service records may clarify calls, dispatch activity, and response procedures. An original audio file, if obtained and properly authenticated, could settle some disputes about what was actually recorded. None of these sources should be treated as decisive before they are examined. And that is the standard I want to keep throughout this case. Not who has the most followers, not who makes the most confident accusation, and not which explanation produces the strongest reaction. The question is simpler. What can be demonstrated? If a new document changes the timeline, we should say so. If a record contradicts an earlier statement, we should identify the contradiction and explain its limits. If a claim turns out to be unsupported, we should say that too. And if the evidence eventually points somewhere unexpected, the evidence has to win. There is still uncertainty here. The original records being sought have not all been publicly examined. Some disputed statements remain disputed. Some conclusions circulating online remain conclusions rather than findings. That is precisely why the next stage matters. For those following this case with us, subscribe now if you want the next update to be about what the evidence actually reveals. We will keep the focus on the documents, the timeline, the recordings, and the questions that can be tested. The final answer should not belong to the most viral theory. It should belong to the evidence. And until the record is complete, the most responsible position is to keep investigating without pretending that uncertainty is certainty. The next meaningful development may be a filing, a record release, a technical examination, or an official clarification. Whatever arrives next, the standard remains the same. Identify the source, establish what it actually says, test it against the existing timeline, and be honest about what it cannot prove. That is how this story should be followed.
Autopsy into death investigation of 18-year-old Nolan Wells is complete, but the findings will not be made public yet. The autopsy was conducted by the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office. It's now going to be presented to a grand jury. Meanwhile, civil rights attorney Ben Crump joined the parents of Nolan Wells Thursday at the National Urban League Conference in Nashville. They are demanding answers about Wells' death during that July 4th boating trip off the Gulf Coast, where Wells traveled with friends to Horn Island but did not return with the group. His body was found 2 days later. Wells' parents say conflicting accounts and missing details have deepened their concerns.
Just know we will not be distracted. We are ready to do whatever we need to do as his parents to continue advocating for him, because Nolan is not here. He is not here to speak for himself. He is not here to tell us what happened. So again, we will not rest until we get answers.
There is a file sitting in a Mississippi state office right now. It is finished, complete, signed off on, and almost no one connected to the family it concerns is allowed to read it. Nolan Wells was 18 years old. On the 4th of July, he traveled by boat to a barrier island off the Mississippi coast with a group of his closest friends, the same friends he was about to spend the next 4 years with, playing football together at a college 200 miles away. 2 days later, his body was recovered from the water, near that same island, the outcome his mother had spent 48 hours praying against. For a month now, that mother has been asking a single question no official source has answered: what happened to her son? 3 weeks ago, a pathologist hired independently by the Wells family released his own findings. They weren't conclusive. Cause and manner of death undetermined. Buried inside that report was a detail that barely made headlines when it first surfaced: an unexplained mark on the back of Nolan's head, noted but never identified as an injury of any kind. Yesterday, a second and entirely separate exam, this one conducted by the state on the same 18-year-old, was completed. And unlike the family's version, this one hasn't said a word publicly. It won't. Not to the parents, not to reporters. Not until a grand jury in Jackson County reads it first.
The Jackson County Sheriff believes Nolan Wells died from an accidental drowning. The State Medical Examiner's Office has now completed its autopsy, which lays out the official cause and manner of death.
The medical examiner would know that it was a drowning because the water would be in your lungs. If there's no water present, then it wasn't a drowning, it was something else.
Authorities now plan to send the autopsy findings to a grand jury, but a former Hinds County prosecutor familiar with the grand jury process believes investigators would want to submit additional information other than the autopsy so the grand jury could decide whether someone could face criminal charges in connection to Wells' death.
Maybe this is going to be a grand jury process that may take a day or a couple days, where they have people coming in to testify. All of the witnesses, who were there on that day may have seen, Nolan Wells, and they want to get their testimony, in front of the grand jury.
An independent autopsy commissioned by Wells' family found his death to be undetermined. The state crime lab did send Wells' throat and windpipe for the other pathologists to examine.
Of course, we heard, from Attorney Ben Crump about the throat being missing. They would look at things like that. I think if there was maybe trauma to the throat, they would say a little bit more.
The grand jury process is secret. Attorney Jasmine Davis says there's no limit for how long they could gather behind closed doors to consider any evidence. They could meet for months and in the end agree with the autopsy about how Nolan Wells died, or come up with a completely different conclusion.
2 exams, 2 different experts, 1 young man, 1 report already spoke, and its answer wasn't clean. The other has gone silent, and it might hold something closer to the truth. This is where the case actually stands today. Not at the beginning, in the middle of a month that has produced sealed documents, competing legal theories, a defamation fight involving a man who was never a suspect, and a piece of digital evidence that disappeared before anyone thought to look for it. If you're new to this story, hold on to one question. It will follow you through everything that comes next. In the 90 minutes between the last confirmed sighting of Nolan Wells and the moment his friend's boat pulled away without him, what actually happened on that island? And a month later, why does nobody seem able to say for certain? Before any of this, before the reward money and the sealed files and the strangers arguing about him online, Nolan Xavier Wells was simply a kid from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, with a football signed and a future mapped out.
Really a blessing, just being here with like some of my best friends, teammates, and we're all going to college together, most of us. So it's just truly a blessing to be here.
In February 2025, he sat at a table in front of cameras and signed to play at Southwest Mississippi Community College alongside several of his closest teammates. In a clip from that day, he called it a blessing, not because of the scholarship, but because of who he'd be sharing it with. Friends, teammates, family, in every sense but blood. That detail matters more than it might seem, because the group that boarded a boat with him on July 4th wasn't a loose collection of acquaintances he barely knew. It was that same circle, the people he trusted enough to build the next chapter of his life around. So why did one teenager's disappearance off a remote stretch of Mississippi coastline become a national story, followed by millions of people who never knew him? Part of it is the setting itself, an island reachable only by boat, with murky jurisdiction and no easy answers about who was even responsible for searching for him. Part of it is the family's decision to bring in civil rights attorney Ben Crump, a name that tends to elevate any case into the national conversation the moment it's attached. Part of it is a public disagreement between two separate autopsy findings, one paid for by the state, one paid for by a grieving family who didn't trust the first version enough to wait for it alone. And part of it is something larger than this single case. Nolan was Black, surrounded that day mostly by white friends, a detail commentators like Stephen A. Smith have connected to a much older, much wearier unease that exists in the Black community around cases shaped exactly like this one. It's a real thread in this story. It's also, notably, not the whole picture. At least one other Black friend was in that same group on the island, a detail that complicates any tidy narrative built entirely around race. None of this tells us what happened to Nolan Wells, but it explains why his name is one you may have already heard, even if you've never set foot in Mississippi. Before we go further into what the evidence actually shows, if a case like this, one built on verified facts rather than speculation, is the kind of story you want more of, this is exactly the channel for that. We go beyond the headlines on every case we cover. We wait for the facts before we draw conclusions, and we treat the people caught inside these stories with the fairness they deserve. Subscribing means you won't miss the moment new developments break. And in a case like this one, those moments are still coming. It costs nothing and it takes 2 seconds. So if you want to see where this goes, hit subscribe now before we continue. Here is what can actually be documented. In order, minute by minute, where the record allows it. At 9:56 a.m., GPS data confirms a boat pulled away from a private dock near Ocean Springs, carrying Nolan and a group of his friends. Their destination, Horn Island, a barrier island roughly 10 miles offshore in the Mississippi Sound, beautiful, remote, and reachable by nothing but water. At 11:14 a.m., they arrive. For the next several hours, the boat's GPS shows almost no movement. They've joined what will eventually become hundreds of people spread across that beach for the holiday. Just another group in a crowd, on paper. Sometime in the early afternoon, according to friends who later spoke with investigators, Nolan had been drinking. This detail comes from witness testimony, not a lab result. Toxicology findings are still pending, but no one who was actually there that day has disputed it, including members of his own friend group. At some point in the afternoon, Nolan met a 19-year-old named Katie McCormack. What was actually said between them, her side of it specifically, becomes one of the most important threads in this entire story. We'll return to it, because the version most people online believe and the version her own family has described are not the same story at all. Around 3 p.m., this is the moment to remember. Nolan Wells is seen alive on Horn Island by people who know him well. It is the last confirmed sighting anyone has been able to establish. Everything after this point becomes reconstruction, not certainty. At almost that same hour, something else entirely is happening a short distance away. Something that has nothing to do with Nolan and everything to do with what comes next. The boat carrying his friends develops a mechanical problem. Water is entering the hull faster than the boat's pump can clear it. Someone aboard places a call for help. That call matters more than almost any other single piece of evidence in this case, for one simple reason. It happened in real time, hours before anyone on that boat had the faintest idea Nolan wouldn't be coming home. Nobody could have staged it. Nobody could have shaped it to fit a story that didn't exist yet. Whatever else about that afternoon gets disputed later, This moment is locked in time, independent of anyone's memory. Help arrives before it's even needed. Bart Edmonston Jr., a former Ocean Springs High School teammate of Nolan's, on the island that day with his own boat, reaches the group first, and the call for outside rescue is canceled. It's a small, almost forgettable act of kindness. Hold on to it anyway. It's the entire reason Edmonston's name will later be dragged into a controversy that has nothing to do with what he actually did that day.
When was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? If that makes sense.
Yeah. The last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3 o'clock, and he was, front of the boat with the girl. And that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6 o'clock, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan. Once we left, there were still dozens on dozens on dozens of boats around us. And I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
Warren Hudson, one of the friends aboard, has said publicly that before the group left, they asked Nolan to come with them, and that he chose to stay behind with the girl he'd just met, planning to catch a later ride back to the mainland on a different boat. That's Warren Hudson's account of a private conversation only a handful of people actually witnessed. At 4:31 p.m., GPS data shows the boat leaves Horn Island without Nolan. It doesn't head straight home. It moves slowly, barely 4 knots, covering nearly 3 miles before reaching the original dock at 5:44 p.m., then wandering through a nearby waterway, back to the dock and out again, a meandering, disjointed path that doesn't fully settle until after 7 that evening. For hours, nobody calls Nolan's mother. Online, in the weeks since, that silence has been treated as suspicious. At the time, according to everyone close to this group, it wasn't. This wasn't the first Horn Island run for these friends. Late nights, no check-in until morning. That had happened before, plenty of times, without a single thing going wrong. An 18-year-old not calling home on a holiday weekend wasn't yet a crisis. It was just what being 18 looks like on an ordinary summer night. Just after 11 p.m., Warren Hudson calls Christine Wells. She said publicly that Nolan's friends didn't call her like that under normal circumstances, that the call itself was the first sign something had gone wrong. She opens a location sharing app, searching for her son. What she finds isn't Nolan. It's his phone, sitting still inside a friend's house on the mainland. His keys are there too. Both made it back from the island. Nolan hadn't. She calls the Coast Guard herself. Hudson makes a separate call around the same time. The response, as she describes it, is that the situation as reported doesn't meet the threshold for an immediate search that night. No boat launches. No aircraft goes up. For hours, Christine says she shuffled between agencies over a jurisdictional question nobody can resolve quickly at midnight, whose responsibility this even is, when the last known location sits on an island that answers to nobody in particular. Eventually, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office agrees to open a formal report. Christine and her husband Elmore drive out that night to meet a deputy in a parking lot and lay out everything they know. By then, Nolan has already been missing for hours. Elmore doesn't wait for the official machinery to catch up. The next morning, before agencies have even finished coordinating on shore, he takes out his own boat and goes looking for his son himself. A father, alone, on open water, searching before anyone with a badge has managed to. That official search does eventually come together, and when it does, it comes together at scale. By that evening, a command post is established, joined by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, the National Park Service's Gulf Islands National Seashore Division, the U.S. Coast Guard, the Harrison County Sheriff's Office, and a volunteer search and rescue group called the Kinjin Navy, a team that, as it turns out, has run searches exactly like this one before. The incident commander tells local reporters the search is concentrated near where Nolan was last seen, on the island's north end. A vice president of the volunteer rescue group describes the water off that stretch of coast by the name locals give it, the washing machine, a current strong enough, he says, to put even a capable swimmer in serious trouble. He raises a question that has never been fully answered since. With hundreds of people on that beach that day, not one of them has come forward to say they saw anyone struggling in the water. On Sunday, Marine Resources officers launched drones over the island's western side. The heat that day is severe enough to affect the equipment, cutting the flights short. The search comes back with nothing. Monday morning, July 6th, roughly 8:45 a.m., a National Park Service ranger, patrolling near Horn Island's northwestern shore, locates a body matching the description that had circulated for 2 days. The sheriff confirms it. The following day, the Jackson County coroner confirms the identification through dental records, with DNA testing to follow for full certainty. 2 days after he went missing, the search for Nolan Wells is over. The search for how he ended up in that water, that search is only just beginning. To understand where this case stands, the evidence has to be sorted by category, because each piece proves something specific, and just as importantly, each piece has limits on what it can and cannot tell us. GPS tracking from the friend's boat is the single most solid piece of evidence in this entire case. It establishes exact departure and arrival times, and it independently confirms the mechanical failure that afternoon through a time-stamped rescue call nobody could have anticipated in advance. What it cannot do is tell us anything about what happened on land, out of the boat's line of sight, during the hours the group spent on that island. 2 autopsies exist. The first, commissioned by the family, was conducted 6 days after Nolan's body was found. By that point, enough time had passed that the exam faced real limitations in what it could determine. Its conclusion, cause, and manner of death undetermined, with the possibility of foul play neither confirmed nor ruled out. That phrasing deserves to be repeated carefully, because it gets misunderstood constantly online. It is not a finding of foul play. It is an honest acknowledgement that the exam, working under difficult conditions, couldn't settle the question either way. The report noted an unexplained mark at the back of Nolan's head, but further examination found no evidence of a more serious injury underneath it. Part of the tissue near his neck had already been set aside by the state's original examiner for its own separate study before the family's pathologist ever examined the body, meaning the second opinion in this case was never working from the complete picture. Forensic experts interviewed about the case have said that setting aside tissue for further study is a routine, unremarkable part of standard practice, not evidence of anything being hidden. The state's own autopsy, completed just 1 day after Nolan was found, while conditions for examination were still far more favorable, remains sealed, withheld until the grand jury reviews it first. Toxicology results from both exams are still pending and can take 6 to 8 weeks to finalize under normal circumstances. Even those eventual numbers may carry an asterisk, because alcohol can sometimes form naturally within the body over time, independent of anything a person actually consumed, meaning even a positive result won't settle the earlier witness accounts on its own. When Nolan's phone made it back to the mainland without him, it sat untouched inside a friend's house for hours before anyone thought to look at it. When Christine finally did, she discovered both of his Snapchat accounts had already been cleared. No saved photos, no saved videos, from a young man everyone describes as someone who documented nearly everything. Some text messages appeared to be missing as well. Under the platform's own retention rules, that kind of content is often still recoverable for roughly 24 hours after it's sent, a window that, according to the timeline, hadn't yet closed when Christine first looked. None of this proves anyone touched that phone with something to hide. People clear their devices for reasons that have nothing to do with concealment, constantly, for no reason at all. What it does raise is a question only a forensic examiner can actually answer, not a comment section, not a guess. Deleted, investigators are quick to point out, is not the same thing as gone. One friend, Tristan Shepard, has offered a simpler partial explanation. He says the entire group left their phones on the boat's dashboard that day, roughly 15 of them, specifically to protect them from salt water. That would explain where the phones physically were. It does not explain what had already been cleared from Nolan specifically, before his own mother ever had the chance to look. Roughly 60 people who were on that beach have now been interviewed. None has produced the single account that resolves what happened during those 90 unaccounted for minutes. A short clip recorded somewhere on the island that day became one of the most damaging pieces of evidence in the entire case, and for weeks, it wasn't even clear whose voice was actually on it. Early on, Ben Crump's team indicated they believed the raised voice captured in the recording belonged to Nolan, in what sounded like the middle of a heated argument. Within hours, That belief was circulating online as established fact. It wasn't. Tristan Shepard came forward and said the voice was his own, from an unrelated argument, with Nolan somewhere nearby in the water but never actually visible in the footage itself. When later pressed directly, Crump acknowledged the original claim had come from a single witness, that a second witness disputed it, and that audio experts are now working to determine, definitively, whose voice it actually is. He's since committed to labeling single witness claims exactly as that, claims, not facts. Investigators have separately requested every piece of original, unedited photo and video from that day, particularly anything showing an argument or showing Nolan directly. Taken together, here's the honest state of the evidence. The boat's movements are documented almost to the minute. No medical finding yet confirms a cause of death. No digital evidence yet confirms tampering of any kind, and no witness account has closed the 90-minute gap that sits at the center of everything. For a month, the second most important person in this entire case has said almost nothing at all. Katie McCormack was 19 years old on July 4th. By every account that exists, she was the last person outside Nolan's own friend group to speak with him before he disappeared. She was there, she talked to him, and that single fact turned a private teenager into one of the most discussed and most misrepresented figures in this entire story, almost entirely without her ever weighing in herself. For weeks, everything attributed to Katie arrived secondhand. A family friend claimed to relay what she'd heard Katie say. Then Katie's own mother and sister began posting corrections online, trying to catch up to rumors that had already outrun anything they could control. Every version passed through someone else's memory of a conversation before it ever reached the public. Katie herself never posted, never gave an interview, never confirmed or denied a single detail in her own voice. As of this recording, that remains true. Then Christine Wells did something none of the online speculation ever managed. She sat down with Katie, face to face. Afterward, Christine said publicly that what Katie told her didn't fully match the version she'd been hearing secondhand from everyone else. She didn't spell out every detail of that private conversation. But calling it inconsistent, on the record, tells us something important on its own. The secondhand chain had already drifted from whatever Katie actually says happened. The clearest account of Katie's actual position came not from Katie, but from her sister Gracie in comments to the Daily Mail. According to Gracie, when Katie left the island, her understanding was that Nolan was already walking back toward the boat he'd arrived on, that she simply assumed his friends wouldn't leave without him. Katie didn't stay to watch him board. She left separately with her own brother and his fiancée, an entirely different group from Nolan's. That detail reframes the entire question at the heart of this case. The popular version circulating online has Nolan actively choosing to stay behind, specifically to keep talking with a girl he'd just met. Gracie's account says that isn't what happened at all, that Nolan believed he was already heading back to his own boat, not making a deliberate decision to remain on the island. One version is about a choice. The other is about a misunderstanding that quietly became something much worse. None of this means Katie McCormack did anything wrong. She hasn't been accused of anything by anyone actually running this investigation. Nolan's own family has said, on the record, that they don't blame her, and they've voiced support for her directly. What she's actually facing is something else entirely. A 19-year-old who happened to be standing inside the last confirmed conversation of someone else's life, watching strangers online build an entire narrative around her silence. So here is where the timeline actually sits, stripped down to what matters most. Around 3 o'clock, Nolan Wells was alive on Horn Island, seen by people who knew him. That's the last confirmed sighting anyone has established. The boat carrying his friends didn't leave until 4:31. 90 minutes. That gap, not whether Nolan wanted to leave, because by every account he did, is where this entire case actually lives. And it's not the only thing that went missing from that afternoon. Something else disappeared too. Not a person, this time, data. Somewhere in the flood of footage taken on Horn Island that day, one short clip did more damage than almost any other piece of evidence in this entire case. And for weeks, it wasn't even clear whose voice was actually on it. We've touched on this already, but it's worth slowing down here, because what happened next shows exactly how fast an unverified claim can travel and exactly what it can cost the person it lands on. A second, completely separate piece of audio caused a different kind of damage to someone who, by every account, wasn't even part of Nolan's friend group. Investigators obtained the dispatch recording tied to the boat's mechanical trouble that afternoon, the same call that independently confirms the timeline. Somewhere in its background chatter, online sleuths claim to make out a single name. From that one disputed detail, an entire theory got built, aimed squarely at Bart Edmonston Jr., the 21-year-old college athlete and former teammate who, as we already know, was one of hundreds of people on that island, on his own boat, and the person who showed up to help when the call for outside rescue was first made. Here's what's actually established about him. His attorney, Russ Latino, says Edmonston never met Katie McCormack before Nolan's death and didn't know her at all, that he voluntarily handed over his own boat, his GPS records, and his phone to investigators, that he has never been named a suspect or person of interest by anyone actually running this investigation. A photo that circulated online, claiming to show him alongside McCormack, Latino says, doesn't depict her at all. None of that stopped the theory from spreading. On July 29th, Latino sent a formal cease and desist letter to a social media influencer, alleging she told her audience Edmonston was one of 3 suspects, that he had caused or contributed to Nolan's death, that he had tried to conceal it, and separately, that she had published his home address alongside photographs of his house. Latino says the fallout included a serious, specific threat against his client's safety. He's now pursuing a formal defamation claim, has hired a private investigator to identify others making similar accusations, and has said plainly that a defendant's age or inability to pay a judgment will not stop him from filing. Nothing here changes what we know happened to Nolan. What it shows, clearly, is how far one mistaken word in a background recording can travel before anyone stops to check it, and what it can cost the person it lands on, even when every document he's turned over points the other way. 2 disputed recordings. 2 men whose names got attached to speculation faster than anyone could verify it. And still, weeks later, no confirmed answer to the one question actually driving all of it. What happened to Nolan Wells? Before we get into how the legal process actually works from here, a quick word. If you've made it this far, you already know this isn't a channel that rushes to conclusions or names names without proof. And that's exactly why it's worth staying with us. We're going to keep tracking this case through the grand jury process, through the toxicology results, through whatever the sealed report eventually reveals. And subscribers are the first to know the moment any of that changes. If you care about getting the real story, instead of the version that spreads fastest online, subscribing is how you make sure you don't miss it. A grand jury referral doesn't mean what most people assume it means. And that gap between assumption and actual procedure is where a lot of the noise around this case has come from. District Attorney Angel Myers Meyer-Roth addressed it directly in a public statement on July 23rd. Her office, she explained, sends nearly every death in the county through a grand jury, the only real exceptions being natural causes and non-criminal accidents. This isn't a decision being made specifically about Nolan Wells. It's the same process her office has run for years, on cases that never make the news. Here's what that process actually looks like. A Jackson County grand jury is a panel of ordinary citizens, usually somewhere between 15 and 25 people. Prosecutors bring them evidence directly. There's no defense attorney in the room. There's no public transcript afterward. Their job is narrow: decide whether probable cause exists to move forward. Not guilt, not innocence, just whether there's enough to proceed. Which means, practically, that both autopsy reports, the sealed one from the state and the preliminary one the family already made public, are heading into a room nobody outside it will ever see into. Not reporters, not the public, not, at first, even Nolan's own parents. The district attorney has framed the process as necessary, rules that exist, in her words, to search for the truth, not to stand in its way. Not everyone finds that framing reassuring. A former Mississippi judge has pointed to her office's own record, including an earlier case involving a fatal police shooting where, in his view, substantial evidence still failed to secure an indictment. He said he plans to watch this referral closely, rather than treat it as progress on its own. A separate attorney reads it differently, agreeing the referral itself is procedurally ordinary, but pointing out that even if the grand jury eventually returns charges, they wouldn't necessarily point toward homicide at all. Without a confirmed cause of death, he argues, the more realistic territory involves what happened after Nolan disappeared, obstruction, or accessory after the fact, not the disappearance itself. Two lawyers, two very different expectations. A process built specifically so that no one on either side gets to know which one is right until it's already over. Separate from the criminal process, Christine Wells has pursued her own path toward answers. She's issued subpoenas to Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, and Life360, seeking Nolan's messages, photos, and location history, building her own independent record, one platform at a time. The most significant development involves the disputed phone. Following a July 15th meeting between Christine, Elmore, and the district attorney, both sides agreed to something legal analysts have called genuinely unusual, a joint, simultaneous inspection where the family's own forensic team and law enforcement would examine the phone together, at the same time, pulling data the same way, so neither side could later dispute what the other found or how they found it. An arrangement like that doesn't happen without real pressure behind it. It reflects exactly how far trust had already eroded between this family and local investigators, and, to the district attorney's credit, a genuine attempt to close that gap rather than ignore it. As of the most recent reporting, the details were still being finalized, with the family's legal team saying they expect the FBI to be present as well. Very little about this case has stayed contained to official channels, and some of what spread online has caused real, documented harm to people who were never accused of anything by anyone actually investigating. Combined reward offers for information leading to an arrest and conviction now total roughly $175,000, $125,000 pledged jointly by Reverend Al Sharpton, Tyler Perry, and Terrell Owens, alongside the family's legal team, plus another $50,000 added separately by Dr. Benjamin Hudson, Warren Hudson's own father. Dr. Hudson has been explicit that his family isn't pointing at anyone specific. His theory is simpler, that people who know something are staying quiet because of how much pressure this case now carries, and that money might be what finally changes that. It's worth asking honestly why one teenager's disappearance off a remote Mississippi island turned into six-figure reward money, national cable segments, and its own place in a much larger national conversation. Part of the answer is Nolan himself, and a family that refused to let this quietly disappear. Part of it is bigger than any single case, the racial context we touched on earlier, real and worth taking seriously, even as it sits alongside details that complicate any easy version of the story. The case has also drawn threats serious enough to involve both state and federal authorities. According to reporting, a man in California was arrested after allegedly making threats connected to a judge tied to this case, a case he had no actual connection to himself. Videos built using artificial intelligence have reportedly circulated online, constructed to look like footage of the sheriff saying things he never actually said. Mississippi's Attorney General has stated publicly that anyone who threatens or intimidates investigators or witnesses in this case will be treated seriously under the law, and separate reporting indicates both state and federal agencies are actively monitoring the online activity surrounding this case in real time. Even Ben Crump, whose own past public statements in other cases have occasionally added fuel to exactly this kind of online pile-on, has drawn a clear line here. Nobody in this story, he said, deserves to be threatened for being connected to it. Nobody deserves to be treated as guilty before the evidence actually says so. He's applied that standard to every name in this case, not just the ones his own clients represent. None of this, the reward money, the misinformation, the threats, the wider social conversation, tells us how Nolan Wells died. What it tells us is why, a month later, with 2 sealed autopsies and no official cause of death, this story hasn't faded. It's gotten bigger. 3 weeks before any of this, before the autopsy findings, before the reward money, before an arrest tied to threats 1,000 miles away, this family had already stood together and said goodbye to their son. On July 20th, 16 days after Nolan didn't come home, he was laid to rest at Center Point Church in Ocean Springs. Christine had been clear beforehand about what she wanted that day to feel like, not a room full of people sitting in grief, but a celebration of who her son actually was. A celebration of life followed at the Jackson County Fairgrounds, open to coaches, teammates, and classmates from every stage of his football career, not just family. Reverend Al Sharpton officiated at the family's request. Tyler Perry covered the full cost of the service. And Christine made the deliberate choice to live stream the entire thing, opening one of the most private days a family endures to the same national audience that had been following every other part of this story in real time. Before it ended, she turned to Nolan's friends, the same young people whose accounts of July 4th sit at the center of every unanswered question in this case, and asked them to take care of their own mental health. In the middle of fighting for answers about her own son, she made room to worry about theirs too. So here's where this case actually stands, stripped of everything except what's real. The mechanical failure on the friend's boat, independently corroborated by a dispatch call recorded hours before anyone knew Nolan wouldn't come home. The GPS timeline, documented down to the minute for the boat's entire day. A confirmed identification through dental records on July 7th. 2 completed autopsies, 1 preliminary in public, calling the cause and manner of death undetermined and declining to rule out foul play. 1 finished just yesterday and still sealed. A joint phone inspection, agreed to by both the family and law enforcement, not yet carried out. A federal focus specifically on the threats surrounding this case, not on the death itself. And, as of July 30th, exactly 1 arrest of a man who was never on that island, tied to threats made against a judge's family. Still unknown, toxicology results on both autopsies. The state's findings, sealed until a grand jury reads them. Confirmation of whose voice is actually on the disputed video. Whatever the family's own review eventually turns up about where Nolan was found relative to where he was last seen. And underneath all of it, the one question that has never moved. What happened in the 90 minutes between Nolan saying goodbye to Katie McCormack and that boat pulling away without him? 90 minutes on a crowded beach that not one of hundreds of witnesses has been able to fully account for. No cause of death has been confirmed. No one has been named a suspect. No charges have been filed. What's certain is smaller, and it matters more. A coach who remembered a kid who made every teammate feel like he belonged. A father who called his son a quiet leader. A mother who says all her best parts are with him now. Nolan Xavier Wells was 18 years old, 2 days from training camp, and he did not come home. Whatever that sealed report finally says, that part of this story was never actually in question. If this case moves forward, and it will, we'll be the ones breaking it down fact by fact the moment it happens, without the noise and without the guessing. That's the entire reason this channel exists, to give you the version of the story you can actually trust. So before you go, subscribe, turn on notifications, and be here when the next update on Nolan Wells drops. Because in a case like this, the answer could come at any time, and you'll want to be the first to hear it explained properly.
Dominate the rift with Opera GX. Install any official LOL esports mod from GX Store to unlock bonus content and features. Browse the collection and choose a mod. Open GX Corner and scroll to the Riot section with a brand new co-streaming hub. Set your language and choose a stream. Only on the browser for gamers. Only on Opera GX.
Folks, today will be the 19th birthday of Nolan Wells, yet he is dead. They are still investigating to find out what happened to this young black man in Mississippi. His mother, Christine Wansley, could only post a heartfelt message to him. She posted, "Today you are 19, no. There's so many things we want to say, but we will keep it simple. As we sit here and reflect on what an amazing kiddo you grew up to be, we can't help but to feel blessed, honored, proud, and most of all, thankful. Thankful we were able to experience a glimpse of God's love in human form. Although you are no longer physically here with us, we will always celebrate you and the legacy you have left for us to protect. You've taught us so much about how life and how every day is a blessing and how we have to do better at just living in the moment. Thank you for being the best son, brother, grandson, nephew, and friend anyone could ever ask for. Thank you for bringing joy, laughter, and real happiness to us each and every day. You are truly our angel. Raising you has been an absolute joy and honor. You will be missed every second of every day, and you will never be forgotten. Our sweet sunshine. Happy heavenly 19th birthday, Nono. Remember, don't eat too much Oreo cake and hug grandma for us. We love you, our beloved son and brother. Love mom, dad, siblings, Louie, Ling, and family. Then she also said, keep negative comments to yourselves. Remember, Nolan is my and Elmore's son who we lost. Take prayer. Folks, later tonight, Nolan's family, friends, and supporters will hold a commemoration at the Greater St. John AME Church in Biloxi, Mississippi at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central with Reverend Dr. Jamal Bryan, Senior Pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Georgia, as the main speaker. It's been 6 weeks since Nolan's body was discovered on July 6th in the water near Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi, 2 days after he had traveled there to a popular party spot by boat with a group of friends on the 4th of July. The family has still not gotten any answers as to how Nolan died. Last week, the Congressional Black Caucus called on the FBI to launch an independent investigation into Nolan's death. And this week, the NAACP joined the legal team representing the family of Wells. Joining us now is NAACP General Counsel Christian Clark. Christian, glad to have you back on the show. Explain why y'all have joined the legal team.
We've joined the legal team here led by Ben Crump because the NAACP stands firmly with Nolan Wells' family in the quest for truth here. We need to understand why Nolan Wells is not with us today. And we also know at the NAACP that our country has a very long and sordid history when it comes to Black lives and the need for transparency about when Black lives are lost, when Black lives go missing, when Black people go missing, when Black people go murdered, when Black people die under suspicious circumstances. We don't know the facts here, but it is important that we get to the truth here. And so the NAACP is bringing the full might of our association to the push and quest for justice and truth.
The Jackson County DA, Angel Myers-McElrath, released a statement addressing an alleged lack of transparency from her office at the timing of the release of information in the case. She said, as district attorney, I do not have the same freedom to share information publicly that private individuals may have. For example, I do not have the freedom to release letters I've sent in this investigation, discuss witness cooperation, or the testing of evidence. I do not have the freedom to identify what information is verified and what information is false. I do not have the freedom to publicly adopt a narrative and choose one fact over the other, nor do I control the information released by private individuals who are not part of the investigative team. I cannot control whether private individuals release letters they have sent to me, just as I cannot prevent them from releasing letters I've sent to them. I cannot control which facts or bits of information are shared or whether that information is being shared in context, twisted, or misconstrued. Public commentary does not make the speaker transparent, just like exercising restraint consistent with the law does not make the process corrupt. The fact that something is said does not necessarily mean it's actually true. Prosecutors are held to the highest ethical standard under the law, as we should be. The people we serve deserve no less. I understand that a void is perceived when some are speaking publicly about a matter while others do not. I'll be stepping outside the bounds of the law if I were to fill that void and share information publicly. With all of the public pressure being placed on my office, filling the void will only serve to get pressure off of me. No one deserves better. There's no pressure that can be placed on me and no force that is greater than the weight of the oath I took and my responsibility to the people I serve. My obligation and commitment is to present the grand jury with all the evidence collected in this case in order for them to reach a decision based on a thorough investigation, complete evidence presentation, the actual truth, and an understanding of the law. I'm obligated to do so in keeping with the law and the rules of the court. On July 23rd, 2026, I released a recorded statement explaining the process and what the people of Jackson County should expect in this matter. There's nothing more to be shared at this time. I caution the public about assigning trustworthiness to things they read and see online. I also ask that rather than those individuals demanding that I step outside the bounds of the law and make public statements, we all step back, allow the process to work, and allow us to do the job we were elected to do. I stand firmly on the rule of law and my ethical obligations. That is what the people of Jackson County elected me to do. I will present the grand jury with a thorough, complete, and fair investigation into the death of Nolan Wells. Again, Jackson County DA Angel Myers-McElrath. I mean, so one of the things that she hasn't done is release the results of the autopsy. We've seen in other jurisdictions where it also was released. Do you believe that the DA's office could be more forthcoming to the public?
You know, what is missing here is more transparency. And I agree with the principles underlying a lot of what she said there. But what I don't think she recognizes is that this is a case of intense national interest, a case of intense public importance. And I do think that there is a degree of transparency owed to the public about your commitment to being thorough and comprehensive. Every prosecutor's office wants to make sure you're not doing anything that will jeopardize the investigation or compromise the process that you're undertaking to uncover the truth. But where you have a world that is watching what's happening here, I do think that the prosecutor could do more to assure the public that she's leaving no stone unturned and doing her job and committed to uncovering the truth and working expeditiously to do so. To me, putting that statement out there and reinforcing that message would help meet the public's need and desire for more transparency in this moment.
What's up, everyone? This is Jeff Schrader, and welcome to the NBA 2K27 MyNBA Courtside Report. Adding your story to NBA history is what MyNBA is all about, and this year we're giving you completely new ways to manage your franchise. Get back to basics in the NBA 2K27. This year, we're putting an emphasis on the finer details that go into running your franchise and ensure that we're authentically representing the modern-day NBA landscape. We've gone through the 2023 CBA with a fine-tooth comb, adding several heavily requested updates, such as the second apron. In addition, we've spent a significant amount of time addressing feedback from the MyNBA community, integrating highly requested features like 4-team trades, contract buyouts, Eurostats contracts, and more. Every era in NBA history has prolific players, and adding them to your MyNBA roster can make or break your championship aspirations. This year, we're introducing historic draft class playlists, allowing you to loop or shuffle real, recognizable NBA draft classes so your league stays filled with legends instead of randomly generated rookies. With draft class playlists, you can set up a playlist once and keep getting historical legends from the start, all the way through the newly expanded 100-year limit for franchise saves. Running a team isn't just about the numbers, it's about the people. Our new player relationship system tracks friendships and rivalries. Personality dynamics matter. Players can receive increases or decreases based on how they vibe with their teammates. Strong friendships can lead to dynamic duos or big threes, while playoff rivalries will spark intense grudges and make players start hot. Honor your promises, and players will take your word in negotiations and be more likely to sign. Break them, and your trust will decrease and team morale will plummet. You'll feel this the most in free agency, which now features revamped contract negotiations, a live moratorium depth chart, and daily recap screens to keep you ahead of the competition. MyNBA introduces new ways to extend your legacy in the modern era. MyNBA Legacy is a single-player, player-locked mode that bridges the gap between running the front office and dominating on the hardwood. Players can experience a unique multi-generational journey through MyNBA Legacy. When choosing a player, you can either keep that player as they are, or you can revert them to their rookie form and start from scratch. Starting from scratch gives you the opportunity to potentially earn more XP by choosing a legend and surpassing their statistical milestones. MyNBA Legacy in 2K27 adds to the fun with an intuitive and easy-to-use interface that allows you to track your attributes and badges and organize them, making it clear when it's time to upgrade them. You can spend those points on training camps to fight off age regression or buy bonus abilities that allow you to always sign players to a minimum contract, leaving more cap space for star players. Some abilities are eligible to be passed down to future generations, allowing you to progress further on the tier list to hit the ultimate goal of MyNBA Legacy, reaching the eternal GOAT tier. For players interested in a more open-ended MyNBA approach, the mode maintains its classic sandbox feel and allows you to change your legend yearly if you want to share the spotlight between different players. Whether you carry the torch as an NBA legend and pass it to the next legend in the making, or completely reshape the league to your vision, you can build a legacy that spans generations. Whether you're managing the salary cap or passing the torch to the next generation, your franchise has never felt more alive. Check out the MyNBA Courtside Report on the NBA 2K27 website to learn more about this year's features. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on the court.
Bath time with 3 babies definitely keeps me busy, but I always try to make it calm and enjoyable for them. After their baths, I always make sure they are comfortable and breathing clearly. One thing I always keep nearby is the Mommy Cozy electric nasal aspirator. If I notice even a little congestion, I like to clear it right away so they can breathe more comfortably. After getting Zara dressed, I noticed she had a little congestion, so I reached for our Mommy Cozy electric nasal aspirator to gently clear her nose. Next, it was Zaid. Before getting him dressed, I used the aspirator on him too. I love that it has adjustable suction level and soft silicone tips, so it's gentle on their tiny nose while helping remove mucus quickly. 3 babies, 1 routine, and 1 less thing to worry about. If you're looking for an easy way to help your baby, check out Mom Cozy electric nasal aspirator.
So we have the independent autopsy, and again, there are a lot of people who are talking, and I'm seeing folks opining in so many different ways. And I think, and to your point, in the absence of information, that's what's causing people to have all these different discussions.
Yeah, that's right. When I was at the Civil Rights Division, leading the division at the Justice Department, and we had a case of intense national interest, we would activate an office that has been dismantled under this administration, the Community Relations Service, to go out in the community, to hear people, to reinforce that the FBI is doing its job. This is a smaller county without the kinds of resources that once existed at the federal government. But in the absence of that, I do think this prosecutor should be and could be doing more to reinforce to the public her commitment to doing her job fairly, thoroughly, and expeditiously. That is the message that I think is needed to fill the void that so many people are feeling in this moment.
Well, what do you say to the people? And I've seen these people say this, and I don't understand what the hell they're coming from. There are people out there who literally are criticizing Nolan Wells' parents for going to Chicago to the NAACP convention, to going to Nashville for the National Urban League convention, going to Atlanta for the National Association of Black Journalists convention. And I got to remind those people, their job is to keep this on the front page, at the top of the page website, to keep it at the top of the newscast. And so it is important that, yeah, you can call it pressure. The DA there cited pressure, but they want justice for their son. And we've seen other cases where they just sort of just float away. I agree with what the parents are doing.
I mean, I do too. And on top of this, they are a grieving family, right, that just buried their son. And for them to find the fortitude to still go out into the public and to remind people about their loving and peaceful son, and to press and demand for truth and transparency into what happened here is not easy. And it takes a whole lot. And it's why the NAACP stands firmly by this family. We are providing moral support. We're providing legal support. We are providing investigative support. And we're reminding them at every turn that they are not alone and that we stand firmly behind them. I think more is needed in this moment in terms of compassion and empathy. At the end of the day, there is a young man who had his whole life ahead of him, a young man who aspired to be a D1 student athlete. He was a shining light. He should be with us celebrating his 19th birthday with his family today, period, point blank.
In Texas, a judge who presided over the Carmelo Anthony trial has been removed from all post-conviction proceedings. Carmelo's attorneys appealed for Texas District Judge John Roach Jr. to be recused from the case, and San Antonio Judge Sid Harley granted the appeal Administrative Judge Ray Wheelis appointed retired Kaufman County District Judge Michael Chitty to hear Thursday's motion for a retrial. Carmelo's attorneys sought Judge Roach's recusal due to his public comments regarding the trial and the conviction. During today's hearing, the defense presented an 18-minute video of an interview with Judge Roach in which he expressed his belief that the jury reached the correct verdict. In June, Carmelo was convicted of murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison for the 2025 stabbing death of Austin Metcalf at a track meet. His legal team contends that he acted in self-defense and has appealed the conviction. Kristen, y'all also have joined that team. Explain to people this process of having a judge recused based upon their comments.
Yeah, so here the NAACP hasn't joined the legal team, but the NAACP president, Gary Bledsoe.
Yeah, Gary Bledsoe is the president of the Texas State branch, Texas State Conference, NAACP. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's right. And what we saw today is the defense team moved that this judge could not be fair or impartial in hearing the questions on appeal before the court. And I think this was the right outcome. And it, underscores the importance of prosecutors and judges being careful about what they're communicating to the public. But there is a moment, as we see in Nolan Wells' case, where you're not providing enough information. And here in Texas, we're seeing the judge provide more than what is necessary. But it's good that he spoke frankly, because it is clear that he did not have the capacity to be fair and independent and impartial in the important questions in the Carmelo Anthony case that are now before the court.
Last question for you. And you headed the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. It has to be unsettling to watch a DOJ literally don't give a hoot about Black victims. I've never seen a DOJ this awful when it comes to serving all citizens. I've talked to numerous Black defense attorneys for families who said they don't even think about calling the DOJ to get them to investigate. So the Congressional Black Caucus is calling the FBI, hoping that they will launch an investigation. But how does it make you feel, someone who's serving that capacity, to watch just the callousness, if you will, and the attitude of whatever?
I'm George Yabu of Yabu Pushelberg.
And I'm Glenn Pushelberg of Pushelberg of Yabu Pushelberg.
We're a design practice that started many moons ago in Toronto.
We work around the world, I think probably over 20 countries, everywhere from London to Hong Kong to Tokyo to Mumbai.
What captivated us working with Loda Luxury is based on trust.
We think about fine residences like fine hotels with great services and great amenities. Mr. Loda is similar to us in the way that he values the attention to detail. We have like-mindedness in terms of our thoughts about the luxury market on earth. The quality of space that you get, it's the level of detailing, the level of finishing. Loda brings this unique perspective of coming from Mumbai and how then we interpret that form as something that's international. Because we've done a lot of super luxurious hotels on earth, we understand completely how to create super luxurious amenity spaces. We are bringing our kind of personal collections that we've designed.
We don't care.
Yeah, it's a dark moment, right? This Justice Department and the Civil Rights Division in particular has turned its back on Black people. But frankly, they've turned their back on America. They have abandoned the task of enforcing our federal civil rights laws. They have weaponized those laws to cause harm. And everyone in our country is more vulnerable and less safe because of the way in which we've seen Harmeet Dillon really turn this agency upside down. One thing that gives me hope in this moment is seeing the ways in which state attorneys general are stepping up to help fill the void, and the work that we're seeing the nonprofit civil rights organizations doing in this moment. So at the NAACP, we are doubling down on our work to protect voting rights, our work to promote a fair criminal justice system, our work to ensure equal access to jobs and to housing and to colleges and universities and more. So while this Justice Department turns its back on America, we should find hope in the institutions, and the people are stepping up to fill those voids in this moment.
Indeed.
Standing with the Nolan Wells family is one example of that.
Absolutely. Real quick questions from my panel. Robert Patillo, civil rights attorney at the Patillo Law Firm out of Atlanta. Robert, go.
Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. I want you to talk a little bit about what not having an active Justice Department, active Civil Rights Division currently in this administration means for civil rights, means for police brutality, means for these investigative purposes, because the federal government has traditionally been that backstop for Black America when we cannot get justice on the local level. What does it mean for regular people to understand that this is no longer what the federal government concentrates on?
Yeah, we've lost an important avenue for ensuring justice and accountability. Fighting police misconduct, fighting hate crimes were some of the highest priorities during my time leading the Civil Rights Division. These are some of the toughest cases out there. These are cases that sometimes are about life and death. What we have seen historically is that at the local and state level, there isn't always the same level of expertise and resources and political will to do these cases. So in a moment, we are without an important avenue for seeking justice. But it is why we should draw some comfort in the ways in which state AGs like Tish James in New York and Keith Ellison in Minnesota and Nick Brown in Washington and Kwame Raoul in Illinois, the ways in which our state AGs are stepping up to fill that void, and our civil rights organizations should give us some comfort in this perilous moment that we're in.
Representative Derek Jackson, state representative from Georgia. Derek, go.
You know, I always appreciate the work you did in the DOJ and what you continue to do. But I want to come back to the point of transparency. You know, as a legislator, we always ask for transparency in the process and everything that we do. And transparency is not an option. But the folks down in Mississippi continue to say, let the local investigation play out. And we've seen this playbook over and over and over again, where this process continue to have dead ends. The families never get the justice they deserve. We continue to have more questions than answers, and we still see more deaths in Mississippi. Another young lady was just found hung, hanging from a tree. So what can we do as legislators in all of 50 of these states demand for local investigations? Here in Georgia, we got the GBI. What can we do to demand transparency so that way these things can, stop?
Yeah. Well, I think it's important that we continue to use our voices to demand that our taxpayer-funded agencies, so whether they are local prosecutor offices, state prosecutor offices, and even this federal government, despite its track record, it's important that we keep the pressure on them. You know, there's a startling statistic from the Centers for Disease Control from 2022, finding that Black males experience the highest rate of deaths classified as being of undetermined intent among males. So with respect to Nolan Wells, we can't sit on our hands or stand by idly. We need to keep the pressure on and not allow memories to fade or that pressure to let up. It's important that we hold these entities accountable. They are there to serve the people. And so I thank you for the work that you're doing as a lawmaker to keep that pressure on.
Still catching up on your admin from last year? Get back on track of your business finances with Xero. With Xero, your invoices and payment reminders are sent on.
Rebecca Carruthers, President and CEO of Fair Election Center.
Thank you. I lead a national voting rights organization. Next week is the anniversary of the March on Washington. What is the future of the framework for civil rights in this country?
Yeah, what a great question. Well, voting rights needs to be and remain at the center of our agenda. thank you for your work. Right now, the number one task is making sure that our communities are prepared to turn out in full force this midterm election cycle. Despite everything that this administration is doing to discourage and deter our communities from participating, we need to make sure that folks are turning out at high numbers this election cycle so that we can begin to correct the course that we're on in this country. And in terms of reforms with respect to voting rights, now is the time for us to think about championing things like state voting rights acts. If and when the opportunity presents itself, we need to be ready to move forward with the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And because so much of what we face in this country right now is not just harm happening at the hands of this administration, but harm coming from a very hostile United States Supreme Court, I do think that pushing for and demanding Supreme Court reform needs to be a part of our agenda and a part of the civil rights discourse that we're having in our country right now. How do we restore fairness and independence to the court? Ethics reforms, term limits. We need our nation's highest court to return to a place of being a fair institution that can hear the civil rights cases that come before it.
All right, then. Kristen Clark, I certainly appreciate it. Always a pleasure having you on the show. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, let me get personal for a second. My mom had questions about her Medicare, so she called Chapter, a Medicare advisory company, and she texted me right after saying it's a great benefit. It was easy. A real person walked her through the whole thing, and now she understands better what's going on. It's not just her. A woman in Yonkers wrote in saying the process was so simple, the enrollment was easy, and she was so glad she called. Then there's Marilyn, 90 years old, in Florida, living on Social Security. Her premium climbed every single year north of $400 a month for coverage she could barely afford anymore. So what did she do? She called Chapter. They found her the same top-tier coverage for hundreds of dollars less. 90 years old, and finally somebody in her corner. I hear stories like that again and again from our community. The Medicare system was not built to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans. Yet Chapter's advisors are independent and honest, the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. They're focused on one thing, what actually works for you. If you're already in the right plan, they'll tell you. No games. People who switched to a Chapter saved an average of $1,100 a year. All it takes is 20 minutes. You talk to a real person, and it's completely free help. So call Chapter at 724-264-8281, 724-264-8281. That's Chapter.
Thank you all for being here. I know you've been on a whirlwind. I know you've been traveling a lot. So thank you all. And I know you all have other challenges happening around the country that you'll be getting to after this. But I am we are all so honored to meet you, and we are so saddened that we are connecting with you under these circumstances. You know, I want to tell you, they asked me to call them Christine and Elmore. I want to say Mr. and Mrs. Wansley, but Christine and Elmore. I want to tell you, in the audience in this room, but also watching at home, are thousands of Black journalists. But in addition to being Black journalists, these are mothers and fathers, siblings, cousins, aunts, and uncles of Black children. And we see your humanity. And we're going to center that in this conversation. There you go. Yeah. I told Christine, if we cry on this stage, it's okay, because we're among family.
Amen.
So you take your time. Christine, I'm going to start with you. On Friday, July 3rd, Nolan made you dinner. And so as you're telling us about the last time you saw your baby boy, I want you to talk to us about who Nolan was and tell us about that day.
So Nolan is and was an incredible soul. He was the person who, no matter where you were in life, what was going on, he was going to be your biggest cheerleader. And I can attest to that because after COVID, my sister was like, oh, you know, you should do social media. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do social media. I like to just watch others. And then Nolan was like, no, Mom, you should do it. I'll help you with the videos. I got you. And, you know, just anytime I was like, oh, I just really don't want to do this anymore, Nolan was like, no, Mama, you haven't posted today. And I'm like, I don't want to post. I'm tired.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the kind of person he was. He was God-fearing, God-loving. That boy had faith beyond measure. He was just a bright light. And he was our bright light. As far as that day goes, went to work, and he was making salmon. So he was FaceTiming me as I'm trying to see patients kind of in between, of course, not answering the phone in the room. And he's like, hey, Mama, how does this look? Is this enough season? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? And I was like, okay. I was like, you know, you don't have to do that. And he's like, no, you know, I'm going to take care of it. I was like, okay, sure. And so he finishes cooking, get home. He's like, yeah, what you know about this? And he was, guys, when I tell you, he loved to joke. Like, he was just one of those people. He wanted everyone around him to smile, be happy, feel comfortable and accepted. And that is the kind of person God made him. You know, us as parents, we definitely had that influence, but Nolan was just naturally a peacemaker.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, after that, it was, you know, 8, and then he got ready to go. He did his normal, hugged us up. I love you, Mom. I was like, you know, be safe, knowing this was going to be his last weekend before going back to school, because football was starting, the summer training was starting. And this was his second year at Southwest. And so we knew this was going to be a big year for him. Dad and him had been training and doing all these things, and really just kind of sitting with him and letting him know, like, hey, you know, we're going to the next stage in your life as well as, you know, your football career. So the focus was there, and he was ready.
So he leaves that day.
He leaves that day with, he drives his car, and he told us kind of a general, like, hey, you know, we're going to go to the island. Like, we knew that, staying at Jack's house. And Jax was a friend I think we've met in passing before. And that's the thing, you know, I always say there's a difference in meeting someone.
Whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, or need reading glasses, Xiaomi's new AI smart glasses give you perfect vision instantly.
Knowing of someone and then knowing someone. Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, you know, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times. And then Jax, again, that was one I just maybe saw in passing a few times. There was only a handful of young men that we actually knew, like, he grew up with. And when I say grew up, I'm saying from like first grade, they've known each other all through high school now that they're graduated. And that would be like Jalen and Javon, LeBaron. Those are kids that we knew. So it's been hard seeing all this kind of play out.
Yeah.
And, you know, these are people that he considered friends.
Yes. Dad, I want to ask you, because it was Warren Hudson, one of the people that he traveled with, who called to alert you all that Nolan was missing.
Yes.
So we know at 5:44, the boat returns, Nolan is not there. At 11 p.m., he calls to say Nolan is missing. I wonder if either of you, whoever wants to answer, what happened in those few hours that prompted Warren to be concerned?
I'm not quite sure what would prompt him to be concerned, but all I can say is what I did that day. So me and my sister, we made an order of pancit, which is a Filipino noodle dish for one of our friends. They were having a big family get together, and we really didn't have anything planned for the 4th. So me and my sister are, you know, cleaning up, and this is about 8. And she's like, hey, you know, no one hasn't texted us. Like, and that was the thing. No one was really big with communication with us, right? And so I call him, doesn't answer. I end the call, call back. And this is probably, I think, maybe around 8. Don't quote me on the times, guys. So then I call again later around 8, still no answer. And then I want to say I called one more time, and I think that was at like 10:48. So I'm in the kitchen, my phone rings. Now this is probably like early 11 o'clock, somewhere around there. Phone rings when I make it back to the phone, and I'm like, whose number is this? Because, you know, we get weird phone calls sometimes. They didn't leave a message. Number pops back up. I pick up the phone because it says maybe Warren. And I'm like, Warren? So this is 11:07. That's per my cell phone records. So I answered the phone, and he's like, hey, Miss Christine, have you seen or talked to Nolan? I said, no. Why? He should be with you guys. And he said, oh, no, well, you know, when we went to the island, there was a girl named Katie that he met and he had decided to stay behind. And I said, what? Because we know our child. And Nolan isn't one to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and I'm going to stay here with this girl that I just met. So I'm on the phone with him. Now I'm in a panic. I'm running into my room. Elmore was in bed watching a different movie. And I'm like frantic. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, Nolan is missing. I'm trying to pull up the GPS as I'm talking to him. And at some point he tells me that, I was like, well, you know, his phone says GPS Life 360, not Snapchat.
Right.
Life 360 says that he's on land. And he was like, well, no, I mean, you know, well, we have his phone. And I'm like, wait, what? And I'm like, okay. Because at that point, you're telling me, this is coming from Warren, don't worry about it. We're going to find him. It's going to be okay. Don't tell me not to worry. This is my child, my flesh and blood that I brought into this world. And you're telling me not to worry. Absolutely not. So then it was after the phone call ended, of course, asking him for information. What was he wearing? He was like, last seen, Northwest tip, black shorts, sunglasses. That's important. So I end up calling DMR, spoke with the DMR. She took all the
for our audience, DMR.
So DMR is because he went missing on the island. They are basically the marine people, right? They're the ones who's going to launch the boats to go into the water and all that. But before getting off the phone with Warren, he was like, hey, I know some people at Coast Guard. I said, okay. He's like, I'm gonna call Coast Guard, you call DMR. Get on the phone with DMR. I give the young lady the information and she tells me, hey, you know, I got this. Let me call you back. And she was like, I'm not sure if this is going to be in our jurisdiction, essentially. So then she calls back and she tells me, okay, yeah, you know, we spoke with Coast Guard. And I'm like, okay, but they're like, this isn't our jurisdiction. You have to contact the city of Ocean Springs. I said, okay, hang up the phone, call in Ocean Springs Police Department. They say, hey, you have to physically come down and give a report. I said, okay. So on our way, because we don't live that far from the police station, on our way there, I was like, well, let me stop by the hospital because there's a hospital that's maybe 5 minutes up the road from our house. Stop by there. I'm like, hey, have you guys seen this kid? Has he been brought in? The lady's like, no, ma'am. You know, we hadn't. I said, okay, thank you. Run out. We go to the police department, get to the police station. And the officer basically says, again, this is out of our jurisdiction. And at that point, I'm like, my God, who am I supposed to talk to? Who is supposed to help me with this? So then he said, it's going to be, you would have to call DMR. I was like, we've already called DMR. DMR said it's not in their jurisdiction. So we end up, I think at some point I had called Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Yeah. So she calls back and she's like, hey, are you there? I said, yes, we're here, but he's telling us the same thing you guys told us, which is no, we can't take it. She gets on the phone with the police officer. Now this is Jackson County Sheriff's Department speaking with the Ocean Springs Police Department. Ocean Springs Police Department is saying, this is why we can't take this information. She says, okay. He gives me the phone back. And she's like, okay, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take the information. And that was, we met an officer. It was after midnight.
That's me 3 years ago. I was 47, impotent for 2 years, married 18. My wife had been sleeping in the guest.
Right. Yeah, it was somewhere after midnight. Met him in the McDonald's parking lot, gave him the information. He was just like, okay, thanks. That I was like, where is the urgency? Mm-hmm. And so, as far as we know, there were no boats on the water that night. We actually, his high school football coach, Coach Bramlett, texted Elmore that morning. He said, hey, man, I got a boat. Because again, we don't have boats. Let me make that very clear. We do not have a boat. We're not boating people. We don't do water like that, okay? So Coach Bramlett's like, hey, I got a boat. So we was like, great, let's go. We're on the water. We go out there. We walk the island. Cell phone works perfectly fine. I actually had almost an entire conversation with my grandmother who was in a panic as we're walking this island looking for anything.
I just want to pause there. The cell phone worked fine because in the reporting, there's been so much reporting that there's poor cell phone reception. And this is some of the disputes that we have about that night. Dad, feel free to jump in here because they're saying he met this young lady, Katie, and that he stayed back. According to the reporting, Katie is saying no. He said he was going to go with his friends. According to the reporting, the friends say, no, he left us his phone because there was no reception. Dad, have you found any consistencies? Have you spoken directly with any of his friends?
Well, the first inconsistency was you called me and tell me my son stayed on the island to talk to a girl. My son would never do that. That's not in his character. I didn't raise none of my kids to do that. The second thing is you say he doesn't have his phone. He doesn't leave his phone. I would wake up sometimes in the morning and Nolan would have his phone here right in my face. And I'm waking up cussing and fussing like, boy, you don't get the camera on my face. And he just laughing and giggling and stuff like that. So it's twice. To me, there's two lies that he told me as a father. Like I said, we went on the island. And actually a classmate of mine called me that morning as we were going out to the island with Nolan's coach. He's like 40 miles away. He calls and, hey man, I got the boat. Me and my boys, we're gonna go out there and help you look. I didn't call him, he called me. And we're gonna start on this end. I said, well, we're probably gonna start on the other end. So me, my wife, Coach Bramley, and a high school classmate of mine were the only we were the first ones out there. Like I said, we docked the boat, got out the boat, walked on the island. She had a whole conversation with her grandmother on the island. Got back on the boat, went back around the island. I guess that would be the north side, facing the Gulf of Mexico. I get another phone call. So my phone worked fine. So this whole thing about not having phone service, I don't know. I don't know if it's the carrier or what, but ours worked fine. I think that was around maybe 8 o'clock.
Yeah, because we finished up around.
Who was it? Jackson County or
Jackson County Sheriff.
Finally showed up.
Yeah.
A couple of boats, they finally showed up. By that time, I was like, he's not out here. I was more focused that he was at someone's house.
That was
so. That's where my hopes and feelings were. So we left. The county stayed out there. My friend, he stayed out there because he called. He's like, well, we're gonna stay out here a little bit longer. I said, okay, I appreciate it. So we leave. Then I would say maybe a couple hours later, my friend calls me back and he would say, well, we're gonna give it and go. But he said, look, I can gas the boat back up. And if you want to go back out there, we can go back out there. I said, I don't want to go back out to the island. I have a feeling that he's not there. And I don't want to go back to the island. So he said, he said, well, if you do, we can go right now. I said, don't worry about it. I appreciate you coming out there. But he said at that time that helicopters were out there, more Coast Guard, more people out there. So we get back on there. And as far as the keys, was it that night? Or was it
that was that night?
That was the night the call. Okay, let me back up. As far as getting the car back, after we gave our report to Jackson County, the sheriff department that night, we were trying to figure out who to get a report to. We had a friend in the family that located his phone. We wasn't there to get the phone, but apparently there was some kind of friction with getting his phone. We don't know what the friction was.
So the phone and the key were at the same location, which was Jack's house.
Okay.
And again, all of these kids share their locations on Snapchat. And so she was like, hey, I can go pick his phone up, not thinking that his car is there, which she stopped everything she was doing. Her and the boys, they went out. Like we were all out searching for him that night. And yeah, like Elmore was saying, there was an issue, some type of friction. The cops ended up coming and they left. And so then kind of the same thing when we came to pick up the key, Elmore went up there asking for the key, didn't know where the key was. And all of a sudden we know where the key is.
But see, But see this, and this is another thing that bothered me too. When we got to the house, it was some of his other friends were there, you know, and they were, you know, beating on the door like, we're Nolan there, you know, beating on the door trying to get in the house. So I walk up to the door and I'm calming them down. Because for one, okay, you're allowed. Two, you're in these people's house. So if you tear these people's house up, that's gonna be a whole nother issue. I don't want y'all bothering that. And three, I need you guys to calm down, and I need them to kind of trust me as being an adult so I can get something out of it. So I get them out the house, and then Jax finally comes down the stairs, I guess in the room. Hair all messed up like he just woke up, whatever. I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. His car's outside. I need to get his car and all his personal effects that may be left over here. And he goes, oh man, Nolan was like my brother. I said, Nolan was like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go and get everything of his so I can get his car, I can go home. She walks off. 2 or 3 minutes later, come back. I don't see the keys. Okay. So I leave out the house, go back outside, stand by the car. During that time, one of the guys that was in the house, one of the other friends, he was on the phone with a girl who was apparently there with them earlier that day. And she was telling him that his keys was on top of the Xbox in his room. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and we're still out by the car. And lo and behold, here comes the keys. So now to me, you allowed me 3 times. I don't believe nothing that you tell me on out.
And this is Jax.
This is Jax.
And eventually he does give you the keys.
Yeah, eventually give me
But there
the
was
keys.
friction getting the keys.
Yes. So for one, you tell me my son is on left still on the island with a girl. 2, you have his phone. And 3, you don't give me the keys when I ask. I don't know any father who would believe just if one of my friends did that. I'm gonna be cordial with you, but I'm gonna watch you. And I just
Ben, I want to ask you, because I'm hearing these 2 parents who essentially had to become search and rescue or law enforcement, looking for their own child with such a lack of urgency on behalf of law enforcement. Obviously, we're talking to Black journalists. We can't ignore the ugly racial history of Mississippi. I looked into the demographics of the Jackson County Sheriff Department. It's quite asymmetrical, but also just the general attitude and the lack of value when it comes to Black life. Does this sound like a normal process for when an 18-year-old goes missing to you? What holes have you seen in your looking into this case?
Tiffany, that was the question that Christine and Elmore had when they first called us. They wanted the truth of what happened to their 18-year-old son, Nolan Wells. And they had concerns whether they were going to get a fair and impartial investigation. And from that day to this one, it has been the same objective, to have truth, transparency, and find out what happened to Nolan. They said, we want a thorough investigation, because when they found Nolan, they expressed to me that the sheriff had already said no foul play. And they was like, no, my son, he knows how to swim. Our son is a college athlete. Our son is in great shape. We don't believe that he just drowned and nobody knows nothing. Nobody saw nothing. I mean, there are about 300, 400 people on the island. And so that's what they were saying. We want to know what happened. We want truth. We want transparency. We don't want his death to be swept under the rug.
Well, just so to make sure the audience and the people watching at home know, so they did declare very quickly, as you're noting, that he drowned when his body was recovered on July 6th. Mom and dad and you all know that he is a student athlete, able to swim. On July 4th on Horn Island, it was very crowded. Certainly the suggestion that someone would have seen a child in distress. There is going to be the convening of a grand jury. Now, the DA of this area, Angel Myers McElrath, is a very out loud, proud Republican. If there is a U.S. attorney appointed to this case, it will likely be a Trump appointee. I'm just curious, Ben, from you and Rev, I think we have to be very candid here. What concerns do you have about the racial animus that we are seeing so much of play in this case?
They'll question your legacy until you bury them in their prime. Put the debate to rest. NBA 2K27. Ball over everything.
Hip is where the whole vibe comes together, but we don't stop there. From toe to head, it's all you. Every brand, every piece. One complete look. Build your signature style with Hibbett.
Well,
You are Rev, whoever.
all I'll say, and then defer to Rev, you want to believe that this is a child, that everybody's going to do their level best to find out what happened, so these brokenhearted parents will know what happened to their child. In time, we've seen Christine and the family be attacked just for asking questions. What happened to my child? Trying to say, no, we want to question this part of the investigation, that part of the investigation, because day one you said no foul play, but tell me now, what are you doing to be able to get us to the truth? And that is, it causes them sleepless nights. We talk at night. And so trust, but verify. We are trying to cooperate everything we can do to say, hey, we want to help, but we want you to give them a thorough investigation. We want you to do for him what you would do for your child.
Rev, I'm going to come to you in a sec, but you brought up something, Ben, about attacks. And certainly as journalists, we have a keen eye, and I have noticed that the narrative around this story has shifted to the threats that are going to the young men who was with Nolan. They've hired attorneys who previously represented Donald Trump in cases. They've gone on very MAGA-friendly podcasts. And I just want to make sure that we keep the main thing, the narrative to the victim, to the actual child who died. And I'm curious, Christine, if you can weigh in on what threats have you and your family experienced?
So there have been a big smear campaign, just not only professionally, but personally for me. And
they attacked your nursing license.
Yes. So it started out with 1-star reviews of people saying they saw me. My office verified that these were incorrect. And then it went so much as to someone contacted the Board of Nursing. And then that opened the investigation for the professional misconduct. There was no evidence presented for that claim. And the investigator I spoke with, he said, we have to do our due diligence. I said, I understand it. I respect it. He was like, I'm sorry it's coming at this time. I was like, no, I get it. Do what you have to do, because I know who I am. I know what kind of care I give to my patients. I know the relationship that we have. And I'm grateful that my patients, a lot of them are still trusting and loving in the care that they know they're going to get with me. And so these attacks are not going to, it's not going to break me. I have to find out. We have to find out what happened to Nolan. That is the only question we've ever asked. We've never blamed anyone. We've never tried to smear anyone. I know I heard something about the picture. That picture was sent to me because
this is the picture of him on the boat.
On the boat with people.
Yes.
And what it was is they were like, the person was like, Miss Christine, the information is incorrect. This is what he was wearing. Because initially he was in black shorts, which again, that is the information I received from Warren verbally and via text. When she sent me that picture, I was like, oh, completely different color. These are like a blue-gray short. So we had to correct that. But I'm grateful. We are grateful to all of you. Thank you for keeping our son's story alive. And thank you so much, Tiffany, for having us.
I think that's part of our assignment here, our responsibility. So often in newsrooms, we have to defend and define Black life and defend and define our own humanity. And so it makes a difference. The same way in other newsrooms, when you see someone and you feel like they're familiar, that so happens as they resegregate newsrooms and lay off Black journalists en masse, that goes away. So the people in this room have a keen interest in this story because they see your humanity. And that's what we center in this conversation. Rev, put this in historical context for us, because as I look at Mississippi, I don't have to tell you of all people some of the immediate thoughts that surface for us here.
Well, when I got the call from Ben Crump and he had the parents connected and they told me the story, I'd not heard the story. I heard something about some in Mississippi. But when I heard the details, the thing that jarred me from a civil rights point of view, and I've been working, Ben has come National Action Network for 20 some years, when a case, and then from there on and on and on. And if it's not a civil rights position, we don't get involved. When they told me that law enforcement said there is no foul play, that's a prejudgment. And I said, wait a minute. They said, the parents repeated me in front. I said, they said it was this 2 days after it happened. And how do you investigate and there's no foul play and you don't even know what happened yet? So that's what perked my interest. So I said that, well, we'll be involved and we'll help to the best of our ability. Talked another day or two. I said, y'all come to New York, we'll have a national press conference. That's how we broke the story. The first national press conference they did at our headquarters, National Action Network. And then all of a sudden, it was all of this attack for getting involved. And they asked me to do the eulogy. I said, we'll take care of the funeral. Tyler Perry called me and said, no, I'll take care of it. So the thing that bothered me, one, it was prejudgment. Second, the parents of the guys that were with him started talking about they was going to sue us for getting involved. And sue, I don't even know the kid's name. So you can't say I defame your son. I don't know your son's name. But I will say this on this stage, I want them to sue me first. And I'll tell you why.
Your first new home. Getting it right takes money. A bigger deductible can mean a smaller premium, and vice versa. Just leave room in your budget for some personality.
Missing shots you swear you should have hit? Your sensitivity might be holding you back. That's where AimLab's new Sensitivity Finder comes in. As you play your favorite tasks in AimLabs, we analyze all aspects of your aim. Then it calculates the sensitivity you actually perform best at. Not the one you think feels right, but the one where you are landing more shots and tracking smoother. Here's the best part. It takes under 10 minutes. Run it once a day before you hop into your main game, and you'll start your session already dialed in.
No, I'll tell you why. And National Action Network, you serve the papers, because I want to depose your son. If you sue, the plaintiffs are deposed. So rather than us depend on a Mississippi DA who's already had people saying it was no foul, let's go to civil court, any kind of court you want to go to, because you can't make this make sense. And direct to your point, Tiffany, as I said in the eulogy that I did, I don't know what happened. The parents never said they knew what happened. They never said it was racial. I don't know it was racist, but they don't know it wasn't racist. You don't know what happened. So why are you prejudging it unless something is there you don't want out? Second thing is, and I said this to Elma and Kristen, I had hurt my knee. I had torn my meniscus. And when I tore it, I told Ben the truth. I did it working out one morning, but I told them I got it because I was on my knees praying too much. But anyway, when they took me to say they may have to do surgery, the first thing they said is, well, we got to get your medical history from your primary doctor. I said, okay. So I said in the eulogy that I don't know what happened, but I got your history in Mississippi. And the history tells me black boy go out with 3 white kids come back. There's a blurred story on what happened. Now y'all all hostile and all upset. Didn't have the keys, but then you had the keys. Some about this don't make sense given your history. And I'm gonna stay on this until we find out what happened. It may be nothing, but we're not gonna leave that up to chance with people that are distorted. We gonna stay on this case. And lastly, since they want to talk about lawsuits, one of the things tying your morning together, Tiffany, they may come back, as you suggested, playing right-wing politics with this, with the local prosecutor, maybe even with the federal people. But if we have a change in January and there is a Democratic House, I said that if Hakeem becomes the speaker, he needs to have the chair judiciary subpoena them to the Judiciary Department testifying. No, that's what this vote means. We need to have a check and balance of government so that we got somewhere to go. We can't depend to go to Trump's Justice Department. So we need to really mobilize so people like these two parents can protect their children.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you laid out such a great example on how the tentacles of white supremacy cast such a dark shadow over almost every aspect of what your parents went through. I know that there are so many more questions that I have, and I'm sure the audience has. As all my broadcasters know, I have an IFB, and they've been telling me to rap for about 10 minutes. We wanted. It was my pleasure to go over time, and not only my pleasure, my responsibility to give you all a platform to share your story. I think it's so important, and I think this is the responsibility that the Black journalists in this room take very seriously and will carry with them back to their newsrooms where they may be the only, or back to their platforms where they are building reach or have a wide reach. So I thank you all for sharing your time and being so open. There will be a press conference. There was an autopsy, a second autopsy that Ben Crump initiated that I believe Colin Kaepernick helped to fund. There were questions around that. And so please, I encourage credentialed media to please go to the press conference, and the access for credentialed media will be on the NABJ app for more information. So I don't want you all to think I didn't have more questions, but I passed the baton to you all to go ask all the additional questions. And I just want to thank all of you all sincerely for being here. And I want to thank you, NABJ, for being such an attentive audience.
As his family awaits the autopsy results, the independent autopsy results, speculation of what happened to the 18-year-old grows. Brian Trasher from the United Cajun Navy, a volunteer organization that assisted in the search for Nolan, told CBS News he was flying a plane over Horn Island when Nolan's body was found. Trasher said that with all the crowds out in the water that day, he finds it hard to believe no one would have noticed a distressed swimmer.
I was told that there was a boat he thought he was going to get on that was leaving and that he might have been trying to swim to it. The only problem I have with that story is that if the people in the boat knew he was trying to swim to it and they saw him getting carried off with the current, they would have known about it. They would have been able to react to it. Not only that, even if that wasn't the case, if he went into the water at all and became distressed, it was so crowded that day that it seems hard to believe that nobody would have noticed a distressed swimmer in the water. So again, it's a story I was told. There's a lot of reasons why I question it. What I do know is that he went out there with a number of boys that has been his regular friend group since he was young. They were ready to leave at about 3:00. They told him it's time to go. I was told he had started talking to a young lady and he wanted to hang back and keep talking to her, and that he would believe that he could get another ride. Now, some people have been criticizing, saying, "Oh, you never leave your friend." Well, technically, they didn't leave him. He requested to stay behind. And if you know anything about how
they told me what happened to you.
That's leaving your homie, man. All that requesting, that's leaving your homie.
Recreationally, people go out there on one boat, they might come back on another boat. Like it's almost like a community ferry system, because not everybody has a boat, and you might jump on with another group of friends, whatnot. What we have to find out is, after his friends left, who was Nolan in contact with? Who did he believe he was supposed to get a ride back with? Did that boat give him a ride? Did he get on any boat? How did he end up in the water? Did he wade into the water on his own? Did he get on a boat and fall off? That's what we have to find out. On those particular islands, you're not allowed to camp out or be there after dark. And so the Rangers, as it gets to be sunset, they start running around looking for, if there's still any boaters or people out there saying, "Hey guys, it's time to go home." So I would not think that Nolan was just wandering around the island when it got dark. My instinct tells me that he got off the island, either tried to swim off or got off on a boat and somehow ended up in the water. But because of the Rangers' presence, I don't think it's likely that he just spent the night on the island or was there after dark.
Again, we'll wait for the autopsy results. Folks, we continue to seek answers into the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old African-American who was found dead in Mississippi after he went out boating with a group of white friends on July 4th. Independent autopsy is being done on his body. The Mississippi officials say they continue this investigation. And again, we continue to, ask the critical questions. What happened? What happened to this young man? And how did he end up dead? Joining us right now is Christine and Elmore Wansley, the parents of Nolan Wells, also the attorney, Ben Crump. I'm glad to have all three of you here. Certainly our condolences go out to you, Christine and Elmore, on the loss of your son.
Thank you.
I want to be clear in terms of trying to understand this timeline. What time did Nolan go out with his friends? What time did they go out voting on July 4th?
So that was sometime in the morning. I don't have the exact time. I do still have his information up on the Life 360, but it was earlier in the morning on July the 4th.
So, and so he said, hey, July 4th, we're going out for the day voting. Was this something that he had previously done with his group of friends?
Yes, it was, and there was no issues, and my son came home.
So, did he indicate for you what time they're going to be coming back?
No, like his dad has stated in multiple interviews, it was his last hurrah before reporting back to school. So we were just, going to let him have that time to really just decompress because, football can be a lot on you. Especially too, he was a student athlete. So he wasn't just, doing one thing, he was having to manage both.
So the evening arrives. All of a sudden it's getting darker. You have not heard back from your son. What then happened? What time did you and your husband begin to get concerned when you had not heard from or seen Nolan?
So honestly, we got concerned when we got the phone call. There have been times when Nolan has come in later because he and his friends are, watching movies or again at some type of party. So, that wasn't necessarily uncommon. But when I saw his friend call me, my heart dropped because I knew something was wrong. His friends do not call me like that.
What time was that?
That was around, I think 11:07 is when he called. And he said,
he leaves that morning.
Mm-hmm. So he left the evening before. So him and his friends had all stayed the night at one of the other friends' house.
Okay, so July 4th was that Saturday. So they stayed the night with some friends on Friday. So y'all last saw Nolan on Friday, and then he goes out with them on Saturday. Around 11:07 p.m. on Saturday, then you get this phone call. We've heard about them having his cell phone. When did they turn over his cell phone to you and your husband?
So they actually gave the cell phone to my friend. Whenever I got the call that Nolan was missing, I was like, you know what, let me call my friend Tashima because her sons, Jalen and Javon, Nolan actually, those are the guys he actually grew up with, right? Like from playing City League on up. We were very familiar with Jalen and Javon and their mom, again, they're friends of ours. And so I called her and I was like, hey, have you seen Nolan? Can you ask the boys? Have they talked to him? And she was like, you know what? And the boys, of course, they were like, no. So they're pulling up their location tracker on Snapchat because they all follow each other. And they, were able to help him. I'm pulling mine up on Life 360. So between the two, we were able to determine where his phone was, which is not where his car was. So the car and the phone were in two separate locations. Elmore and I were trying to, after we got off the phone with Tashima, because she was like, hey, look, don't worry about it. I'll go get it. We went ahead and started calling authorities to see who we needed to file the missing persons report with.
And when you got the phone,
Elmore, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Step onto the court and create history. Outshine Magic and Brew.
Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
You asked about the phone. It was important when they got the phone.
Mm-hmm. So it took a while. It took a little bit before the phone was handed over to my friend. And then we did meet up. And of course, we met up soon after. We filed the police report finally. And then she was on her way back towards Ocean Springs. So we met up at the second house to pick the car up, which is where he stayed overnight.
Elmore, I have raised. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
The only thing I was going to point out that is very important, we believe, some of the Snapchat messages seem to have been deleted and some text messages seem to have been deleted. And we believe that could prove very relevant.
Elmore, I've raised 6 nieces, and first got nieces when they were as early as 1.5 years, and raised them all the way through. They were even now my twin nieces, and they're 22 years old. I don't know many kids today who they're never without these. And did that cause you suspicion that, and when you think about your son, was his phone always with him? Was he always on his phone? Was he always using his phone? Yes. You talked about, Christine, you talked about the life tracker. I would assume, just like my nieces, his hand was attached to the phone.
Yes.
All the time.
His hand was attached to his phone all the time. His hand and his phone was always in my face messing with me. So he wouldn't go nowhere without his phone. He wouldn't give someone else his phone and go off a whole nother way. It just wasn't. It wasn't in his character. We didn't raise him like that. For him to not stay with the people that he came with, we taught him that, like, if you go with someone, you stay with them. You go with them, you leave with them. You don't go off. You don't go out. You don't split from the group chasing a girl. There's girls back where you at. There's girls everywhere. So she's not the only one. You can find another girl. So I constantly drilled in his head to always stay with the group, always just be mindful of your surroundings. And
all of the kids, really.
I constantly had those conversations with him until it's like he got, and I could tell he was getting tired of my dad, you're nagging, but I kept saying, son, one day you're gonna thank me for me nagging you like this, because you're gonna say, Dad was right. And when that day comes, I want you to pick that same phone up and call me and tell me I'm right. So I say it's just hard for us to believe that he would choose to stay on the island without any kind of form of communication.
And see, that's the thing that jumps out at me. Again, knowing how young folks are today, if he says, okay, I'm gonna go with somebody else, they don't leave this. They don't, like, hey, be sure, give me my bag, make sure I have my phone. And being, that's what immediately jumps out, that he's separated from his phone. It takes so long for his parents to be notified. And then when you said it appears as if some items have been deleted, obviously people don't realize text messages cannot be deleted permanently. Have you already communicated with the cell phone company to be able to pull those records?
Yes, we are reaching out to experts to try to not only retrieve the deleted Snapchats, but the deleted messages, because we know on the video rolling that's been circulating all around the internet, we know there was some kind of argument where you heard Nolan saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And then for him to not come back, but his 3 friends who were in the boat with him all come back with his phone, and he comes back a couple of days later on the shore dead. It doesn't add up, and it makes it hard for the sheriff to say, well, there's no foul play that we found. Well, that's foul play there. When you're talking about an argument over a phone, and then they take his phone and leave him on an island, it makes you scratch your head and say, this isn't adding up.
Have you, Christine, and first, have y'all had any? Did you have any conversations, any discussions?
Did you hear he thinks women are inferior to men in the household? He said.
Damn, I ain't even see y'all too well, Slim Baldwin. What's up? I hate these damn commercials, man. I keep saying I'm gonna get this damn premium. There we go.
With these, and was it 3 young men who went with your son, or was it more?
I think I'm pretty sure there were probably more present. 3 of them have reached out. And I know, and I've been sitting here kind of trying to go through all the facts and everything, because again, we're still grieving. Like it hasn't even been that long since our son, 4 days since he's been found. But I think maybe two or 3 parents have reached out. And I'm just, I'm in a mindset right now where I'm trying to protect my family. I'm trying to protect my peace, make sure my husband's okay. And it's a lot, because social media is just so nasty with what this pain that we're going through. Like, they think it's a joke, and it's horrible. And I pray that they never have to go through anything like this.
That's it. Unfortunately, and Ben knows this, I've had to interview far too many of his clients. I always say this is a fraternity or sorority that no one wants to be a member of.
Absolutely.
What is so difficult here, again, is sort of like there's this fog, if you will, when you said that they've reached out. The only explanation given was that, and did it come from his friends that he just decided to stay? That was it? They didn't convey anything else?
Yes, that was it. They said that that he wanted to stay and hang out with this girl named Katie. And also, and this was the initial conversation, me being alerted to him being missing, it was, oh, well, Katie's also missing, but we don't know who she is. Like, that was our first time kind of seeing her, type of thing. So then when I'm going to social media,
wow,
I'm coming from a place with information that was given to me by people that were there.
Ben, and you mentioned the video circulating. There appeared to be a lot of boats in that area, and they were shooting video. In terms of this investigation, are you troubled by the lack of urgency that you're hearing from this sheriff, who's just sort of being somewhat nonchalant about what took place with Nolan Wells 4 days ago, or 6 days ago, if you will?
Yeah, Roland, we're very concerned because from the very beginning, his response was that, well, we don't think it was foul play. Well, how do you know? You haven't even investigated anything. And that video certainly makes you think that there's something that doesn't pass the smell test. And the fact that you have the young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys. And then the boys said, no, Nolan told them that he was going to stay with the girl. Which one is it? Somebody must not be telling the truth. And again, we cannot overstate it enough. What 18-year-old teenager says, I'm going to stay behind on the island and don't ask for their cell phone?
Well, especially when you look at the map that shows the distance this island from where they came from. I do want to ask Christine, her husband, is here. So the photos that we've been showing, were those photos taken on that day, or was it a previous boating trip?
That was taken on that day, specifically the one with all 3 of them. Whenever I had made the post asking for information. There was a young girl who reached out to me and she said, "Hey, Miss Christine, I know that in the report it's stating that he had black shorts on, but she was like, he actually had blue shorts. And those are two very different colors. Like you can't get those two confused." And so what she did is she's like, "I'm going to send you these pictures to show you. So, I could use to show everybody like this is actually the color of the shorts he was wearing." Because she was concerned too about it.
So they had sent those photos to her, or have they?
No, these are pictures that she took. No, she took the pictures.
Okay, so she was.
Yeah, she took those herself and she sent them to me.
She was out there.
Yeah, she was out there.
Got it. Obviously, it has been 4 days since your son's body was found. 7 days since you last saw him. Are you concerned with the pace of this investigation? I would also ask Ben. I mean, do you believe? Initial reports saying that the young men have been questioned. No one obviously has been taken into custody. Any thoughts and concerns about that? The pace of this investigation. That here we are, it's 4 days later, and there still are so many unanswered basic questions.
Yeah, I know the family is very concerned. That's why they wanted an independent autopsy done, Roland Martin. And so the body was flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C., because they want to have a doctor do an exam of his body that had no connections, no influence from the law officials in the state of Mississippi, because it's inescapable that, Roland, had the roles been reversed and you had 3 young black men and a young white man on a boat, and the white man dies or is killed,
The government is banning this new fuel-saving device next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version. There's a new...
You will see a completely different investigation, Roland Martin. I mean, especially, and you got his cell phone, and you back on the island, and you leave him on the island. I mean, it's so many things that says you all are not doing a zealous investigation on behalf of the family of Nolan Wells. We want the same kind of investigation that you would have did if the roles were reversed for a young white man for our son too.
Absolutely.
Elmore, it has to be. I listened to you as you talked about your son felt like you were badgering him when all those questions. And the reality is, fathers and mothers desperately want to protect their children, want to provide them with as much cover as possible. And so, as you think about those many conversations, you absolutely believe that you gave your son so much information that you don't believe for a second that he would decide on a whim just to make some crazy decision and just go off with some other people he had no idea, didn't know who they were at all.
I believe I gave my son, like I said, enough information to not do that. He had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he had to do coming up that following Monday, which was get down to business so he can get on with his life and get his future started. So for someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, I do not believe you. No one is going to get me to believe that. Not one bit. No, I can't believe that because he wasn't raised like that. I had him super focused on what he wanted to do. He was finally buying into what I was talking about as far as sports and business and really taking it serious.
And I'm not saying that was wrong.
And understanding that if he wanted it, he had to put in the work.
Just a couple of questions left. Christine, you talked about how nasty folks are on social media. It has to be extremely painful and difficult for you and your husband to see people who you don't know, who don't know you, who don't know your son, question you allowing him to be around white teens, questioning how you raised your son?
What I would say to that is the amount of love and support that we've received from our local community, people outside of our community is, and even his friends, it's a testament to his character. It's a testament to us as parents. And this is the thing, I would never, and my husband the same, we would never tell our child, any of our children, you are not allowed to associate with this person over here because of the color of their skin or because this person over here is purple. Absolutely not. And just the way Nolan's heart was, he was a friend to everybody. Like he was just, his heart was that big. So like, I don't care, because at the end of the day, I know we did everything we could as parents, raised our children as best as we could. We have always told them to be kind, caring, and respectful to others, no matter who they were. And that's the way we were raised. So if anyone has an issue with that, then that seems like that's a you problem, not a us problem.
Ben, final question for you. Have you gotten any indication? First of all, Ben, who's leading this investigation? Is it the sheriff or is it the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation?
I think at this time it's still the sheriff, because the sheriff is the one who's making the statements. The sheriff in Jackson County, Mississippi.
Do you want to see the MBI take this over?
I want to see somebody lead the investigation who's going to do so zealously. We are in a ferocious search for the truth. I mean, with every day that goes by, that makes it a little more daunting, a little more challenging. So time is of the essence. I mean, we don't want not one more sleepless night to go by just because they don't have answers. We know they're never going to have peace because, you know, their baby, as they talked about, bought their family so much peace. And so there's a void in their hearts and in their families forever. But let's at least give them the transparency that they deserve. As Christine said,
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own car,
any parent, black, white, brown, or red, you would want answers. If somebody came to you and said, we went out with him, we left him, and now he's dead. No, we got to get answers, Roland Martin. We must get answers.
Christine Elmore Wansley, again, our condolences go out to you. It's absolutely difficult, and as you said, it's even more difficult when you're trying to grieve the loss of your son and you're having to do interviews and, frankly, put the pressure on officials to get answers as to what has taken place. And so I appreciate both of you joining us. I appreciate Ben Crump, you being here as well. And certainly we've been covering this story from day one, as we always do. We're going to continue to cover this story because it needs to be told, and we need answers as to what took place to 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roland Martin.
Thanks a lot. Quickly go to my panel here. Candace, when we talk about evidence collection, what is bothersome here is that these boys come back, they call the mother at 11 p.m. They don't get the phone until the next day. Anybody who understands investigations, you are most concerned about the destruction of evidence. In this case here, we're dealing with water. And so now, again, you don't know. Did they change clothes? Now you're talking about, where was there a fight? Scratches on their body. What kind of interviews took place from the authorities. There's so many people. There's so many things here at play that could determine not knowing what actually happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you said the key word there, and that is the evidence, because the evidence begins right now. And if there are any lawsuits, that's what this part and this time is for, to collect the evidence and make sure that people are held accountable so that evidence plays out well in court, whether it's a wrongful death suit, a negligence suit, or any other criminal action that comes down the line, which there probably will be. Now, I'm not sure, and this is a question that I wanted to hear from them, and maybe you know this, if any of those young men that were with him did get legal representation. I've heard it. I'm not sure but to search for an attorney and not be as part of the search party is ridiculous. And that is evidence. And that is evidence that it goes against any story that they have. At this point, it seems to me, I think about it this way, Roland, when you want to punish a child that's 18 years old or 8 years old, the first thing that you do is you take away that phone. And we know that there was confirmation from Crump. There was, audible. You could hear audio that was confirmed that was Nolan, that he did say, give me back my freaking phone. Why were they punishing him by keeping that phone away from him? There's something that somebody is hiding. This is what we know. And it all has to do with that phone. The fact that they went home, sat on that phone, that a friend of hers had to go retrieve the phone. Nobody offered that phone up. Are you kidding me? This is all the evidence building that is not going to play well for those kids in court, which is why one of the kids' mothers, that judge whose name escapes me, that's why she started her evidence and seeding of it now. That my child, he's been cooperating with everyone and everything is fine. And maybe I canceled my Facebook account, but don't take it personally. People out there are mean. Everybody is pulling together their evidence, and that's where we are. And it does not look good. And it is because of that phone. It is because of that. That phone is telling the story and is going to tell the story in court.
Matt.
Yeah, I want to stay on that same thought. So I have literally proven a murder case off of deleted text messages from a cell phone. The police may not have thought they had probable cause to search the phone, but phones get dumped. So what people don't know is even if you delete messages or delete data on your phone, there are various levels to the phone where things are saved. So like I said, I literally proved a murder case off of deleted text messages. There's a lot of evidence surely in that phone. And there are a couple of things I don't understand in this case. The first thing I don't understand is if you have a video that's contemporaneous with their time on the island with Nolan, and they come back with his phone and he's protesting them having his phone, you have a theft. So how you don't issue an arrest warrant immediately for the theft, how you don't decide to dump the phone, how you don't send an exigency search warrant to Snapchat, to social media, to the phone provider. I mean, they do that all the time. When somebody's missing and they have reason to believe there's been foul play, the police routinely do that, and the phone companies and other providers have a means whereby they can get them information in an exigent circumstance. Here, on the 4th of July, this young man goes missing. The family realizes he's missing. It seems to me the police had a number of things they could have done to truly investigate this and preserve that evidence. And, Ben Crump is one of the best in the country, so I suspect his team is going to do this. But the absolute first thing I would do is get a private forensic examiner on that phone. I would do a logical dump, a physical dump, find what is in that phone. And there may certainly be things that were deleted, right? And then
this professional 32 terabytes SSD capable of holding the entire collection of the New York.
Even if those things are innocuous, right? Even if they're text messages that don't have anything to do about the conflict, then you have a question of chain of custody. Okay, y'all had this phone for X number of hours before it was provided to his family, and there's something that was deleted that was sent after the time Nolan had the phone, or rather deleted after the time Nolan had the phone. It stands to reason you got tampering with evidence. So maybe, this is something the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation will have to get into, but police officers do these things routinely. And I think what this might be is a situation where they want to take the path of least resistance and assume there's no foul play, despite the fact that they had incontrovertible evidence that this young man was not only in a conflict, but that they had expensive property of his, which they would normally call a theft. So how they didn't go down that road, I don't understand. Hopefully Ben and his team are able to develop some of that, and that evidence has been preserved despite presumably someone trying to delete it or otherwise obscure it.
Well, Michael, what's so bothering for me is for a sheriff to say, we don't believe there was foul play. I'm sorry. An 18-year-old, extremely healthy young man goes on an island with friends, doesn't come back, they come back, he's missing. And I'm sorry, that's called doubt. That's called suspicion. And so you don't just come out and just make that kind of statement. That raises questions as to the thoroughness or the quality of the investigation that this sheriff is going to actually conduct.
Yeah, Roland, I agree. I think it's premature to say there's no foul play suspected. You could just say we haven't been able to conclude that at this point in the investigation. The other, so
or you just simply, or you simply say this, or you just simply say this is under investigation.
This under investigation.
You don't give a you don't give a definitive statement like we don't believe that was foul play.
Right. So I agree, Roland. I watched the press conference today. I also saw the interview this morning on Good Morning America that Nolan's parents did along with Ben Crump. And I watched the interview on CBS this morning. And I have like 15 questions, but I'm only going to ask 2. So I heard you, Roland, say that someone called the parents at 11 p.m. Was that to say we have Nolan's phone? What was that call regarding?
Well, the mother answered that. She said that the call she got was that Nolan had not come back with him.
Right. Okay. Now, one of the questions I had is when the father went to go retrieve the phone, the boy or the man or the young man he retrieved the phone from said Nolan was like a brother to him.
The father. No. The father didn't go retrieve the phone. The mother said a friend of hers was the one who went to go and retrieve the phone.
Okay. I misunderstood it at the press conference today. Okay.
Yeah. Well, again, I didn't see that. Here's the deal. I didn't see the news conference. I'm just simply saying what the mother just said, and I just interviewed her. So in terms of, so I don't know that. But so the bottom line is here. Okay. Clearly, they're not giving answers as to what actually is taking place. It's been 4 days since his body was found. 7 days. 7 days since they last saw him. 6 days since July 4th. And it's clear folks are clamming up. And so I would hope the sheriff is doing a real investigation. And the problem is, if he's not, for every day that you get away from this, the problem that you have is you have a lack of evidence. As we said, evidence could be destroyed, evidence washed away, all that sort of stuff. And that's really what is of great concern. Folks, the investigation into the death of 19-year-old Nolan Wells is ongoing, and increasing speculation online is focused on one of the families linked to the July 4th boating trip. Lee Cole, a judge on Mississippi's 16th Chancery Court, the stepmother of Warren Hudson, one of the white teens who accompanied Wells on the trip to Horn Island before he disappeared. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water. They had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. This still, Robert, is a rather strange story. So here she says that they left around 3. Nolan chose to come back with another group of friends. Okay, where are those friends? And also, we've seen the social media video. There were a lot of boats in that area. If y'all have the video, play it, where they recorded Nolan arguing with several white male teens. Didn't have his cell phone when he went missing. His parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, now have the phone. Okay, Rebecca, for the life of me, I don't know any Gen Z that is not always with their phone. I'm Gen X. My phone's always with me. They are never not on my person. And so it's like, okay, so if he decided to stay back with another group of friends, he wouldn't have his phone? Why would his phone go back with the first group of friends?
I think it's very unusual that a young person, any person, would be separated from their phone, especially if they were that far out.
Yeah, Nolan Wells went on a boat with friends on the 4th of July and out to, I believe it's Horn Island off the Mississippi coast. He was the only Black person in this group. He never made it back to shore with them. Days later, his body was recovered on the island.
His family, supported by attorney Ben Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, and millions around the country, have been begging for a transparent investigation ever since, because the story just keeps shifting. And because there's still no real answers for why he was left behind on the island, why his phone was never found with him, what happened in those missing hours. Like, we're still...
Domino's new s'mores lava cakes are only $6.99 when I mix and match.
And again, the only black person with the group, not the only black person on the island, man. So people be getting that shit right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So he was the only black person with that group, not on the island.
For all of that.
Yeah, and Nolan case doesn't just exist in isolation, right? In the last year alone, we've seen disturbing numbers of Black and brown people found hanging from trees in public places. From Mississippi to Georgia to New York, each one quickly labeled a suicide, each one leaving families and communities with more questions than peace.
Right. And it's not to say that mental health in the Black community, but the specifics of Black people hanging from trees. At this time, white supremacy is on the rise, needs to be really addressed, and the quickness to label it suicide. But, you know, at the same time, thousands of Black children and adults missing every single year with almost no media coverage at all. Even in the Nolan Wells case, traditional media spaces have not been covering it. And, you know, there's this underlying truth that Black life is too often treated as disposable, Black death is often treated as unremarkable.
When we think about cases like Nolan Wells or the recent hanging deaths across the country, or the missing Black children that are happening in places like my hometown, Philadelphia, to places like Chicago. From your reporting, what do you think typically goes wrong first, but both with how law enforcement responds, but also the lack of media coverage in those stories?
I think that it starts with the media. I personally just see that, like, the media has such a big role to play in how the world responds to certain situations, including law enforcement. And so I do believe that a lack of media coverage is what leads even local law enforcement to not take cases seriously. And then that delay leads to families never getting answers for what happened to their loved ones. I did a Substack essay when Nolan Wells was first reported missing about the lack of media coverage to his story. And I spotlighted like how this situation, if there's anything to learn from it, proves how much local news really matters, because it is small local newsrooms that make stories like this catch fire so that there can be some sort of fight for justice, for answers. And there's one case that always sticks with me of this young 22-year-old Black woman who disappeared at 8 months pregnant and was never found. This was February 2024. And that sticks with me because I just can't imagine her family and going, you know, from the joy and excitement of welcoming a new life into the family to losing that, as well as the young woman that you were raising. I felt so badly for her father. And so with a case like that, I'm like, how do we never, it's been 2.5 years, how do we never figure out what happened?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So the cases like that are just devastating to me.
Yeah. And I think to your point, it's because there's like no closure, but it's also just like after so long, you really found nothing. And I think it begs the question of just like, what are these law enforcement agencies doing, and what resources are they actually lobbying? And sometimes I do wonder if our expectations are skewed because of the true crime television, and we think that investigators are investing more energy across the board. But just for families who are going through this in real time, what does an actual, thorough, trustworthy investigation look like? What should that look like versus what they actually get?
I think what families actually get is what we're seeing happen with Nolan Wells in the age of digital media, is when someone first goes missing. Like, I know last night there was a young Black girl who was reported missing near Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And that is what families have to do immediately, is turn to social media. And what happens is either social media ignores it, or the polar opposite is that it becomes this like frenzy of like misinformation, because everyone is now, there's too many cooks in the kitchen and everyone is trying to play a part. And typically that only happens with stories that the internet deems juicy enough to care about, unfortunately. And so I think what needs to happen is that these investigations need to stay local, and they need to be hyper-focused on real information. I just think there has to be a middle ground before we get to social media. I know that it's really important in the early stages, but I think we need to, I don't know what everyone's opinion is about in regard to law enforcement, but I think that if we're going to turn to law enforcement, I think we need to have some sort of trust in those systems. Otherwise, I'm not sure why we turn to them. I think we should start working on an alternative to finding our loved ones when they get lost.
No, absolutely.
As someone who's not an expert in missing persons cases, right? These are stories that I cover and I see, but so many of them have the same end result. So I can't tell you from my own perspective what a good investigation should look like, but I can point out where they go wrong. And it's typically when the family loses control of the story and it becomes a narrative that everyone else is running with.
Yeah, no, that's so true. I feel like the hundreds that we've seen reported online, like in our flag through like social media posts, I can only imagine the ones that don't make it to social media because their families are just not sophisticated enough to post it online, right? Or that their story, to your point, isn't juicy enough for folks to care about it or for it to gain traction. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things about stories like Nolan, because imagine if the family hadn't said anything and they just took the word of his friends as that they left him on an island randomly, which I don't know any friends, my friends wouldn't do that. But the inconsistencies, the disparities that we continue to see in regards to the timeline or the red flags, right, that are coming from these young people's stories or the stories of the attorneys. What have been some of the disparities or the red flags that you've seen in the timeline in your own reporting so far?
I think because there's been so many updates. Because they're coming from people and sources that we can't 100% verify. It's become very muddied. And so I know that last night, CBS released a report where they used GPS data that was given to them by a official department in Mississippi that has to do with the waters down there, you know, how boats travel. Forgetting the name of that agency, but they provided them with the GPS data of how that boat moved. And so they confirmed, you know, the boat left Ocean Springs at 9:56 a.m. They arrived at the island at 11:10 a.m. They left the island at 4:31 p.m. So that data does verify what the group of, you know, young men are saying about what time they left the island. I'm curious to know how they're going to prove that Nolan was not on that boat. And if they can prove that, I'm still not sure how anyone is accounting for the fact that they're saying they last saw Nolan at 3 p.m. and they left the island at 4:31 p.m. This is not, you know, I'm not sure if anyone has like looked at Google images of, you know, Horn Island or watched the videos.
I have, yeah.
Like, this isn't Cancun, you know, this isn't like this is a sandbar. It's called an island, but it's a sandbar. It's not huge, right? So you can do that lap. Where was Nolan in the 90 minutes between when you're claiming you last saw him and when you actually left the island? Because 90 minutes is a lot of time, especially like I know, you know, people who work in media always joke that like that 30-second break that you get, 30 seconds is a lot of time. So 90 minutes is a lot of time. So where was he?
Yeah, and to your point too, I think that's one of the most frustrating things is why did y'all have his phone? Why did you have his phone? And now that the mother is saying that there was things taken away from his phone or stuff like that.
I don't think it's insane because again, and this is something that I need to be 100% sure about. I would say I'm about 90% sure, but I've seen that his best friend Javon also left the island. He was on a different boat, but he also left his phone with Nolan's phone on the other boat. Like I don't think I personally do not think it's crazy that everyone apparently leaves their phone over on the boats.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, when I go to the beach, I do hide my phone in like a bag and leave it somewhere so that the sun doesn't kill it. So like, I'm curious to know when did they notice that they had it?
Yeah.
That is a big question. You know, I had seen some of the snippets from Christine's interview and also some of your coverage, because you've been at a lot of these presses, you've had conversations with the family. And so seeing your quotes that come from it. And she had said on multiple occasions that she did not get the phone back immediately. And then she also, to clarify something that was said earlier, that she had to reach out to ultimately get his things back, that it wasn't like someone, you know, was like, hey, we have this stuff, we haven't been able to get in touch with them, so here it is. Like she had to go chasing after some of his things. Is that, did I misunderstand that, or?
So Christine Wonsley, Nolan's mother, tracks Nolan via Life 360, which is a GPS app. And so when she checked Nolan's Life 360 location, it showed that he was somewhere else. It showed that he was on land, but it showed that he was somewhere else. I'm not certain, like she has not clarified where it said she was. It could be that like it showed him on a random street and she's not sure, you know, what it was saying. But so Nolan's friend Warren was the one who called Christine at 11:07 p.m. that night, according to her, and said, have you heard from Nolan? No one has seen him and he's not with us. And then that friend also is the one who called the Coast Guard, reportedly. Christine then reached out to her friend, whose son, Jalen, is Nolan's best friend. Her son said, I haven't seen Nolan. The last time I saw him was on the island. He's not with me. He said, let me check his Snapchat location because they all share their locations on Snapchat. So then he checked and it said that it was at someone's house. And so when he looked at the location, not only was Nolan, I don't know if anyone is familiar with like the Snapchat map and what it looks like, but like it shows you on a map and it shows like your avatar. And so what he and his mother said is that when they looked at the map, it was not just Nolan, but it was like a bunch of people were in this one concentrated area. So then they traveled to that house and they knocked on the door. And that is when they learned, like, that's when they got the phone. And so I don't think that's the friend from what I'm trying to connect, because I will be honest and say the interviews, no one who has interviewed the family has taken the opportunity to, in my opinion, clearly.
What's more endless than infinity? Shrimpfinity. Endless Shrimp is back at,
you know, clarify the timeline of events. I think that it's been bits and pieces here and there. And so it's up to everyone else to try and like string them together. So I don't think that the friend who called Christine was at that house or had no, like, I think that was a friend who was at the beach and is separate from the group of people who had Nolan's phone. That's what I am surmising from the story that I've heard.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I am curious to know, and I did reach out to Christine, but unfortunately what has happened is that because Ben Crump is now, and it appears to be prioritizing national media, it's very hard to get answers now. Whereas in the early days, I was getting confirmation in quotes rather quickly. I this week like re-downloaded Snapchat and like did an experiment where I was having my friend track me and I was changing the settings and shit. So like Snapchat does not track your location in the background.
It only tracks when you post, right?
It tracks it if the app is open.
Okay.
Or it tracks it in the background. Like even if you like quit the app, it'll track your location in real time if you have that setting saved. And so I'm curious to know what Nolan's location services settings were on his phone. Was it set to always track my phone so that even if Snapchat hadn't been used, then okay, it makes sense that it tracks him wherever it goes? Or is it set to only when I'm using the app? Because if that's the case, then that means that someone opened the phone at that house.
Right. Okay. And these are all such important questions. And I know that you said earlier, you know, you're not an expert on investigations, but these are the sorts of questions that we do want to believe that law enforcement are asking themselves and you know, converging on and getting to these things. It was just devastating to hear the father saying we would have been out there on the water sooner.
So if it says, because like even y'all know how y'all open y'all phones up and they be like, man, allow while using the app or whatever the case may be. So what he's saying is, goddamn it, like, was it set for always being like that? Or, you know, because like even when I do that shit, I just be like, man, why I'm using the app. So while the app is open, you know what I'm saying, you can see the location or whatever the case may be. But if it's not on that setting or a particular setting, you can't track it. So could that be like, you know what I'm saying, a situation where, you know, somebody turned the phone on or some shit like that if it wasn't in Nolan's? Because again, Nolan went with the phone.
But we didn't have access to a boat. And it just being like, why does it fall on individual families to have access to these, you know, hulking things that are very expensive to you know, to get the searches going? Or, you know, it takes the United, you know, Cajun Navy to get out there. And if you can't get any of that to happen fast enough through social media or law enforcement, then you just don't get access to it. But I appreciate the questions that you're asking. I hope that national media is really taking because I will say something that's been happening on social media is there's a lot of anger.
Y'all, it's just a lot with this Nola Wells, man. We're going to get up out of here, man, because you hear me. You know what I'm saying? I got to get my beauty sleep. We'll be back tomorrow. Hey, listen, y'all know what it is, man. Keep everybody your thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. And don't forget to master these 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. Hey, and peace, y'all. We out of here. Same brown time, same brown channel. Y'all come brown now, you hear? Peace.